nonsensical chatter, which they sometimes call science, and at other times philosophy, though it does not even merit discussion. These people judge according to desires entrenched in their souls, not according to the conclusions of their own knowledge, which should compel them to recognize the truth. When one reads their claims, it is as though they are fleeing from a truth they have preemptively decided not to confront. They flee from God, even though the signs of his existence, his oneness, and his absolute power confront them at every turn. Each time they pursue a path to escape this truth, they find God at its end. In their terror they turn to another path, only to find God exalted, be he waiting for them there as well. How pitiable they are, how wretched! They fled once upon a time from the church and its God, who subjugated people with false claims of divinity. They fled like startled asses fleeing from a lion, and yet they have continued their flight even into the early years of this century, without pausing to look back and see whether the church is still pursuing them, or whether it, like them, has collapsed from exhaustion. How pitiable and wretched they are, for today the very findings of their sciences confront them once again. So where will they flee now? Frank Allen, the natural scientist whose reflections we quoted in the preceding passage regarding the origin of life, states, "The Earth's suitability for life manifests itself in countless ways that cannot be explained as mere coincidence or randomness. The Earth is a sphere suspended in space, rotating on its axis, thereby bringing about the succession of night and day. It orbits the sun once every year, resulting in the alternation of the seasons, which in turn expands the habitable areas on the planet's surface and increases the diversity of plant species far beyond what would be possible if it were stationary. Surrounding the Earth is a gaseous envelope containing the essential elements of life, extending upwards to a height exceeding 500 miles. This atmospheric layer is dense enough to shield us from millions of deadly meteors that plunge towards us daily at speeds of 30 miles per second. It also keeps the Earth's temperature within limits conducive to life and carries water vapor from the oceans to distant regions within the continents, where it condenses as rain to revive the Earth after its desolation. Rain is the source of fresh water, without which the Earth would become a barren desert devoid of all life. Thus we see that the atmosphere and the oceans represent the perfect balance of nature. Scientific evidence continues to abound and converge, revealing the utter inadequacy of chance to explain the origin of life, with all the precise harmonies required for its emergence, growth, sustenance, and diversity. Among these harmonies are those mentioned by the aforementioned scientists, yet they are but a few of many others of their kind. All this leaves us with no conclusion, but to acknowledge the will of the Almighty, the All-Knowing, who has given everything its due form and then guided it aright, who has created all things and determined their measures with precision. And it is He who has made for you the stars, so that you might be guided by them in the darkness of land and sea. We have indeed made plain these signs for people who possess knowledge." Here, the celestial scene, with its sun, moon, and stars, is presented as a continuation of the vast, awe-inspiring cosmic panorama linked intimately to the lives, needs, and concerns of humankind, so that you might be guided by them in the darkness of land and sea. The darkness of land and sea refers to both the physical shadows and the perplexities of life's journey, wherein humanity finds its way by the stars. Such was the case in the past, and so it remains. The methods of navigation by the stars have evolved and expanded through scientific discoveries and varied experiences. Yet the underlying principle remains unchanged. The stars guide us in the darkness of land and sea, whether that darkness be sensory, intellectual, or spiritual. The Quranic text, timeless in its universality, addresses humanity in its earliest stages of knowledge with this fundamental truth, which resonates with their lived experiences. It also addresses them after the opening of doors to the hidden mysteries of the self and the horizons. In both instances, they find this truth affirmed in the reality of their lives, and herein lies the unique quality of the Quranic method. It speaks to the human soul through the cosmic truths, not as abstract theories, but as vivid realities. These realities unveil the hand of the Creator, His wisdom, His mercy, and His design. They stir both the intellect and the heart, awakening insight and awareness and urging humanity to reflect, remember, and utilize knowledge to arrive at the ultimate harmonious truth. Thus, following the verse about the stars, which God has made to guide people in the darkness of land and sea, comes this evocative statement. We have indeed made plain these signs for people who possess knowledge. Guidance by the stars in the darkness of land and sea requires knowledge of their paths, orbits, locations, and trajectories. Knowledge that in turn points to the Creator, the Almighty, the All-Wise. Guidance, as we have noted, includes both sensory and intellectual realms. Those who use the stars for physical navigation, yet fail to connect their testimony to their Creator, have not attained the greater guidance. They are those who sever the link between the cosmos and its maker, between the signs in creation and the one who fashioned them. And it is He who brought you forth from a single soul, with a place of sojourn and a place of storage. We have indeed made plain these signs for people who reflect. This time, the Qur'an draws our attention directly to the human self, to the unity of the human soul in its essence, shared by male and female alike. Life begins its first steps toward propagation through the fertilized cell. One soul serves as the repository of this cell within the male, while another provides it with a dwelling in the womb of the female. Life then unfolds, growing and spreading until there are races and colors, tribes and nations, uncountable patterns and infinite types that continue to diversify as long as life persists. We have indeed made plain these signs for people who reflect. Reflection is essential to comprehend the workings of God's creation in this unified soul, from which all diversity springs, to grasp the wondrous harmonies behind the use of reproduction as a means to multiply and maintain the appropriate balance of males and females in humankind. This balance preserves the ongoing process of pairing, ordained by God as the means of procreation and the nurturing of offspring in conditions that safeguard their humanity and prepare them to live as fully realized human beings. Here, in the shade of these reflections, we cannot delve too deeply into the details of this process, for it requires specialized research. Nonetheless, we note how the fertilized cell is determined as male or female by the divine will. Whether the chromosomes of the sperm that unite with the egg tilt toward masculinity or femininity is a matter of God's unseen decree, over which none but He has power. This divine determination, enacted anew in every instance, grants whomever He wills daughters and whomever He wills sons, maintaining a perpetual balance throughout the earth between the number of males and females. Thus, no imbalance occurs on the scale of all humanity that would disrupt this equilibrium, by which procreation and multiplication are sustained, alongside the stability of marital life. For God has ordained that human life is not solely about reproduction and multiplication, which could be achieved with far fewer males. Rather, He has willed that the bond between man and woman should establish a stable marital life as its ultimate purpose. Through this stability, higher goals are attained that go beyond mere survival. Chief among them, the nurturing of offspring within the care of parents in the framework of a family. This ensures that these children are prepared for their unique role as human beings, not merely for gathering sustenance or self-preservation like animals, but for fulfilling their distinct human mission. This perpetual balance alone suffices as a sign of the Creator's wisdom, His design, and His subtle artistry, but only for people who reflect. As for those who are blinded and veiled, foremost among them the proponents of scientism, who scoff at the notion of the unseen, they pass by all these signs with their eyes and hearts sealed. And though they see every sign, they will not believe in it. The narrative then moves on to the scenes of life burgeoning across the earth, visible to the eyes, perceptible to the senses, and open to the contemplation of hearts. These scenes unveil the marvels of God's creative artistry. The Quranic discourse presents them as they appear in the book of the universe, drawing attention to them in their myriad forms, stages and varieties. It stirs the soul with their vitality and points to the infinite power that brings life into being. It also directs the heart to explore their beauty and rejoice in their splendor. And it is He who sends down water from the skies, whereupon we bring forth with it vegetation of every kind. And from it we bring forth verdure, from which we produce grain piled up in layers, and from the date palm, from its spathes come clusters of dates hanging low, and gardens of vines and olive trees and pomegranates alike yet different. Behold their fruit as it emerges and ripens. Verily in this are signs for people who believe. Water is often mentioned in the Qur'an in the context of life and growth, and it is He who sends down water from the sky, and with it we bring forth the growth of every kind of plant. The role of water in the sprouting of all vegetation is plain and evident, a role understood alike by the primitive and the civilized, the jahili and the learned. Yet the truth is that water's role goes far beyond this apparent function, which the Quran addresses to all people in general. For water, by God's decree, played an even more critical and far-reaching role in the beginning, if the theories suggesting that Earth's surface was once ablaze and molten, and later solidified without any fertile soil to sustain growth, are true. In such a scenario, it was through the interplay of water and atmospheric forces that this hardened surface was gradually transformed into soft, fertile soil. And water has continued to play its part in enriching the soil ever since, fertilizing it by means of nitrogen released into the atmosphere when lightning strikes. The electric spark in the sky extracts soluble nitrogen, which descends with the rain to restore the soil's fertility. This is the very fertilizer that humans, following the cosmic laws of creation, have learned to manufacture in precisely the same way. It is this element without which the surface of the earth would be barren and void of life that makes vegetation grow. And from it we bring forth verdure, from which we produce grain heaped upon one another, and from the date palm, from its sheaths, low-hanging clusters, and gardens of vines and the olive and the pomegranate alike and yet unlike. Every plant begins its journey as something tender and green. The word verdure, kekdr, kudur, carries a softness and intimacy that the word green, kekdr, akhdar, does not quite convey. From this tender verdure we bring forth grain heaped upon one another, like the stalks of wheat and similar growths. And from the date palm, from its sheaths, low-hanging clusters. The word chinan, the plural of chin w, meaning a small branch, refers in the case of the palm to the stalk that bears its fruit. Both the term chinan and its description as dania, low-hanging, evoke a sense of gentle, intimate beauty. The entire scene is bathed in a soothing, beloved radiance, and gardens of vineyards and the olive and the pomegranate alike and yet unlike. This diverse vegetation, with its species and varieties similar yet dissimilar, is an invitation to ponder. Look then at its fruits when they bear fruit and ripen. Look with perceptive senses and an alert heart. Behold them in their blossoming, their flourishing, and the perfection of their ripeness. Look upon them and delight in their beauty. Here the Quran does not say, eat of its fruits when it bears fruit, but rather, look at its fruits when they bear fruit and ripen. For this is a realm of beauty and joy, as well as a realm of reflection upon the signs of God and the wonders of His creation in the realms of life. Indeed, in all this, there are signs for those who believe, for it is faith that opens the heart, illumines the sight, and awakens the innate faculties of perception and response. Faith connects the human being to the greater existence, making the heart receptive to the call of God, the Creator of all. Otherwise, there are hearts that are closed, sights that are veiled, and natures that are inverted, passing heedlessly by all this creative wonder and these divine signs, neither sensing nor responding to them. Only those who listen will respond, and only those who believe will perceive these signs. When the discourse reaches this point, having displayed before the human heart the pageant of existence filled with proofs of God's existence, oneness, might, and wisdom, having immersed the soul in the inspiring shades of this cosmic panorama, having connected the human conscience with the throbbing heart of existence, resounding with the wondrous artistry of the Creator, when the discourse reaches this point, It then turns to expose the falsehoods of the idolaters, and how strange their fabrications appear amidst this atmosphere of faith, which is so intimately connected to the Creator of all that exists. How absurd their delusions seem when set against this backdrop of divine unity. The Quran swiftly follows up with words of denunciation, for the scene is entirely prepared for such rejection. And yet, they attribute partners to God the jinn, although it is He who created them, and they falsely attribute to Him sons and daughters without any knowledge. Glory be to Him, and exalted is He above all that they ascribe to Him. Some of the Arab idolaters worshipped the jinn, even though they had no knowledge of who or what the jinn truly were. It was nothing but the delusions of idolatry. Once a soul deviates from absolute monotheism by so much as a hair's breadth, it becomes prone to limitless deviations, widening the gap between itself and the original point of truth. The Arabs, who had been followers of the monotheistic faith of Ishmael, brought forth by Abraham, peace be upon them both, had veered from this pure monotheism. Their deviation must have begun as something slight and almost imperceptible, but it culminated in grotesque distortions, to the point of attributing divinity to the jinn, who themselves are but God's creation. And they attribute partners to God the jinn, even though He created them. The Quran confronts this absurd belief with a single decisive phrase, and He created them. Just this one phrase is sufficient to expose the ludicrous nature of their claim. If God created the jinn, how could they possibly be His partners in divinity or sustainership? But this was not their only falsehood. The delusions of idolatry, once unleashed, know no bounds. They went so far as to claim that God Almighty has sons and daughters, and they falsely attribute to Him sons and daughters without any knowledge. The word falsely attribute, KQW, karaku, carries a distinctive resonance, evoking the image of a vile fabrication that tears through the fabric of truth. The sons they attributed to Him were figures like Ezra among the Jews and Jesus among the Christians. The daughters were the angels, whom the idolaters claimed to be female. No one, of course, knows why they imagined the angels to be female. Such assertions are utterly baseless, devoid of any foundation in knowledge. Exalted is He above all that they ascribe to Him. The Quran then addresses these fabrications with the truth of God's reality, exposing the incoherence of their notions. The originator of the heavens and the earth, how could He have a child when He has no consort? He created everything, and is, of all things, all-knowing. The Creator who brings forth the heavens and the earth from nothingness has no need for offspring. Offspring are the extension of the mortal, the support of the weak, and the delight of those who cannot create. Moreover, they themselves understand the laws of reproduction, that offspring require a consort of the same species. How then could God have a child when He has no consort? He is the one, the unique, the incomparable. There is nothing like unto Him. How could there be offspring without pairing? This truth is self-evident, but the Quran frames it in terms that are accessible to their level of understanding, drawing upon examples from their own lives and experiences. The discourse also emphasizes the reality of God as the creator of all, to dispel any notion of partnership with Him. He created everything, and He is, of all things, all-knowing. Just as the Quran refutes their claims by asserting that God created everything, and thus the absurdity of ascribing children or partners to Him, it builds upon this truth to affirm that the one who alone creates is also the one who alone is deserving of worship and obedience. That then is God your sustainer. There is no deity but He, the creator of all things. So worship Him alone, for He is the disposer of all affairs. The exclusivity of God in creation necessitates His exclusivity in dominion, and the one who alone creates and owns is also the one who alone provides sustenance. For He is the creator of His creation, the owner of His dominion, and thus the sustainer of all from His boundless bounty. Whatever sustains life, whatever brings joy and fulfillment to His creatures, is but a portion of His sovereign provision. And once these truths of creation, dominion, and sustenance are established, it follows by reason and necessity that He alone is the sustainer, deserving of all submission. He alone holds the authority to direct, to guide, to command obedience, and to establish the system to which all must adhere. To Him alone belongs worship in all its dimensions, obedience, submission, and surrender. The Arabs, even in their days of Jahiliyyah, did not deny that God is the creator of this universe, the creator of humankind, and the sustainer of all beings from his dominion, an undivided dominion beyond which there is no other source from which his creatures might draw sustenance. Nor did other pre-Islamic civilizations deny these fundamental truths, except for a few materialist philosophers of ancient Greece. Those early days did not witness the prevalence of materialist ideologies as we see today, with their far greater reach compared to the times of the Greeks. Hence, Islam was not confronted in the pre-Islamic Arabian context with outright atheism or denial of God's existence. Rather, it faced the deviation of people directing acts of worship and rituals toward deities alongside God, seeking their nearness and intercession, as well as their departure from divine law, to adopt man-made customs and traditions to govern their lives. Islam did not have to contend with the outright denial of God's existence, a notion which some today espouse or boast of without knowledge, guidance, or an enlightening book. Indeed, even today, those who dispute God's existence are but a small minority, and will remain so. The primary deviation, the same as it was in the days of Jahiliyyah, is the refusal to derive laws and moral guidance for life from God alone. This remains the fundamental form of polytheism upon which pre-Islamic Arab society, and indeed all pagan societies, were built. The anomalous minority that debates God's existence today does not base its arguments on science, though this is their claim. Human science itself neither supports nor provides evidence for such atheism, nor can it draw such a conclusion from the nature of the universe. Rather, this atheism is born of a rebellion, its origins rooted in the schism with the Church, which once imposed its dogmas upon people without any true foundation in religion. It also stems from deficiencies in the innate nature of such individuals, leading to a dysfunction in the primary faculties of human existence, akin to deformities observed in some creatures. It is notable that the reality of creation and its precise ordering, like the emergence of life itself, was not mentioned in the Qur'an to prove God's existence. Such debate about his existence was seen as an absurdity unworthy of the Qur'an's solemnity and serious engagement. Instead, these realities were presented to guide people toward truth, so that they might align their lives with the implications of these facts, namely the necessity of ascribing divinity, sustainership, authority, and ultimate sovereignty to God alone in all aspects of their lives, and worshipping him without partners. Nevertheless, the reality of creation and its intricate measure, like the emergence of life itself, stands as an unassailable argument against those who dispute the existence of God. Confronted with this reality, they are left with nothing but futile disputation and empty arrogance that often borders on outright mockery. Take, for instance, Julian Huxley, the author of Man Stands Alone and Man in the Modern World. He is among those who arrogantly scorn the truth. In his book Man in the Modern World, in a chapter entitled Religion as a Subjective Matter, he boldly declares, "The advancement of science, logic and psychology has brought us to a stage where the idea of God has become a useless hypothesis. The natural sciences have driven God out of human minds until he has faded away as the governor of the universe and remains only as a vague first cause or an abstract foundation." Similarly, Will Durant, the author of The Pleasures of Philosophy, writes that philosophy searches for God, but not the God of theologians, who is imagined to exist beyond the realm of nature. Rather, he speaks of the God of philosophers, the law of the world, its structure, its life, and its will. But such statements are as elusive as smoke, their meaning impossible to grasp, though they are uttered nonetheless. We do not judge these voices speaking in the darkness by the standards of our Qur'an, nor even by the reasoning illuminated by its guidance. Instead, we leave them to their peers among the learned and to human science, which approaches this question with seriousness and rationality. Dr. John Cleveland Cothran, a chemist and mathematician holding a doctorate from Cornell University and serving as the head of the Natural Sciences Department at Duluth University, writes in his article, the inevitable conclusion published in the book God Revealed in an Age of Science the following: Can any rational person conceive or believe that matter, devoid of intellect or wisdom, created itself by sheer coincidence? Or that it established this intricate system of laws and then imposed those laws upon itself? Surely the answer to such questions must be negative. Even when matter transforms into energy or energy into matter, this transformation occurs according to precise laws. The newly formed matter remains subject to the very same laws that govern the matter from which it originated. Chemistry teaches us that some substances are on the path to decay and annihilation. Some decay rapidly while others disintegrate slowly. This indicates that matter is not eternal, for it has a finite lifespan. It also means that matter is not pre-eternal, as it must have had a beginning. Evidence from chemistry and other sciences suggests that the emergence of matter was neither gradual nor slow. Rather, it came into existence suddenly. Science is even capable of determining the approximate time when this matter first emerged. Consequently, this material universe must be a created entity. Since its creation, it has operated within a framework of fixed laws and cosmic principles, in which chance plays no role. If this material universe is incapable of creating itself or determining the laws that govern it, then its creation must have been brought about by a non-material being. All evidence points to this creator as possessing intellect and wisdom. Moreover, the intellect cannot operate in the material world, whether in medicine or psychological therapy, without the presence of will. And one who possesses will must exist in an essential, self-sustaining way. Therefore, the necessary and inevitable conclusion is not merely that this universe has a creator, but that this creator must be wise, all-knowing and all-powerful, capable of creating, organizing and governing this universe. This creator must also be eternally existent, with his signs manifesting everywhere. Thus, there is no escape from submitting to the existence of God, the creator and sustainer of this universe, as we indicated at the outset of this discussion. The progress made by science since the days of sustainer Kelvin allows us to affirm with unprecedented certainty what he once said: if we think deeply, science will inevitably lead us to belief in God. Frank Allen, a biologist, writes in his article, The Origin of the Universe, Coincidence or Design, also published in God, Revealed in an Age of Science, it is often claimed that this material universe has no need for a creator. But if we acknowledge that this universe exists, how can we explain its existence? There are four possible answers to this question. Either this universe is a mere illusion and a figment of our imagination, which contradicts our acknowledgement of its existence, or it brought itself into existence out of nothing, or it has existed eternally with no beginning, or it has a creator. The first possibility creates no real problem apart from the issue of perception. It implies that our awareness of this universe and our understanding of its events are nothing more than illusions, with no basis in reality. Sir James Jeans recently revived this view in natural sciences, proposing that the universe has no actual existence and is merely a construct of our minds. According to this view, we live in a world of illusions, where the trains we ride and touch are mere phantoms, carrying imaginary passengers, crossing non-existent rivers, and travelling on immaterial bridges. Such a notion is so absurd that it hardly warrants discussion or debate. As for the second opinion, which claims that this world with all its matter and energy has come into being on its own, out of nothing, it is no less absurd and foolish than the first. It too does not deserve to be considered or discussed. The third opinion, however, which asserts that this universe is eternal and without beginning, shares one element with the view that proclaims the existence of a creator for this universe, namely the concept of eternity. Thus, we are faced with two possibilities. Either we attribute eternity to a lifeless universe, or we attribute it to a living God who creates. And there's no greater intellectual difficulty in accepting one of these possibilities over the other. Yet, the laws of thermodynamics indicate that the components of this universe are gradually losing their heat and are certainly headed toward a day when all bodies will reach an extremely low temperature, approaching absolute zero, a day when energy will cease and life will become impossible. This state of energy depletion is inevitable as time passes and as temperatures of all matter approach absolute zero. The blazing sun, the shining stars, and the earth teeming with life, all these phenomena are clear evidence that the origin of the universe is tied to a specific moment in time. It is, therefore, an event that occurred, and this means that the universe must have an eternal creator, without beginning, all-knowing and all-encompassing, whose power knows no limits. This creator must be the one who brought this universe into existence with his own hands. God, glorified and exalted, is the creator of all things. There is no deity but he. This is the fundamental principle upon which the Quranic discourse establishes the necessity of worshipping God alone and recognizing his sustainership in its fullest sense, his authority, his nurturing, his guidance, and his supreme oversight. That then is God, your sustainer. There is no deity but he, the creator of all things. So worship him, for he is the guardian of all things. 6:102. This guardianship extends not only over human beings, but over all existence as well. For he is the creator of all things, and this is the essence of affirming this principle, a principle that even the polytheists in their Jahiliyyah did not deny. Yet they did not submit to its implications, which call for yielding to God's sovereignty alone and acknowledging his authority without any partner. Then comes a description of God Almighty, a description that fills the heart and soul with shadows of awe, which I doubt human language can ever adequately capture. Let it, therefore, cast its shadows with gentleness and grace, painting a scene that veils the overwhelming majesty of God's attributes, with a reassurance that soothes and comforts, shining with the purity of light. No vision can encompass him, but he encompasses all vision, for he is subtle, all-aware. 6:103. Those who in their simplicity demanded to see God, and those who in their brazenness demanded material evidence of him, both groups failed to grasp the meaning of their own words. For human sight, human senses, and even human intellect are all but tools created for engaging with this universe and fulfilling the task of stewardship on earth. These faculties were designed to perceive the signs of God's existence scattered throughout his creation, but they were not endowed with the capacity to perceive the essence of God himself. How could the finite, ephemeral being ever hope to behold the eternal and everlasting? Moreover, such a vision is not necessary for fulfilling humanity's role as stewards of the earth, a task for which they have been equipped and assisted. One can understand the simplicity of the earlier generations, but it is hard to comprehend the brazenness of later ones. These same people speak of the atom, the electron, the proton, and the neutron, yet not one of them has ever seen an atom, nor electricity, nor a proton, nor a neutron in their entire lives. No device has yet been invented to directly capture these entities. Instead, they accept their existence as a hypothesis, and they consider this hypothesis validated when they observe certain effects attributed to these entities. When these effects are observed, they declare with certainty that the entities causing them must exist, even though their experiments can only ever approximate the likelihood of these entities existing in the manner hypothesized. Yet when it is said to them that God exists through the undeniable signs of his existence, which impose themselves upon the intellect, they argue against God without any knowledge, guidance, or enlightening scripture. They demand material proof visible to the eyes, as if this entire creation, with all its grandeur, and life itself, with all its wonders, were not sufficient evidence of his existence. Thus, the Quranic discourse concludes its reflections on the signs of God in the pages of creation and in the depths of human souls, and its affirmation of God's transcendence. No vision can encompass him, but he encompasses all vision, for he is subtle, all-aware. 6:103. It then follows this description of God so sublime that human language cannot hope to delineate or explain it with the words, "Now there has come to you a clarity from your sustainer. Whoever chooses to see does so for his own good, and whoever chooses blindness, it is to his own loss. And I am not a keeper over you." 6:104. What has come from God is clarity, insight, and these insights guide and illuminate. This very message is, in itself, clarity and guidance. Whoever chooses to see and comprehend does so to their own benefit, finding light and guidance. Beyond this there is only blindness, and none but the blind, those who shut their senses, close their hearts, and extinguish the light within their souls, will persist in misguidance after such clear signs and insights. The prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, is then instructed to declare his disassociation from their fate and its consequences, and I am not a keeper over you. 6. 104. Notice the harmony in tone, imagery, and phrasing between "no vision can encompass him, but he encompasses all vision, for he is subtle, all aware." 6. 103. And now there has come to you a clarity from your sustainer. Whoever chooses to see does so for his own good, and whoever chooses blindness, it is to his own loss. 6. 104. The interplay of sight and insight, vision and blindness, is woven seamlessly into a coherent and harmonious discourse. The Quranic narrative then turns its focus to the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, commenting on the manner in which these signs are presented on a level that is entirely beyond the capacity of an unlettered man in his specific environment. This in itself is an indication of its divine origin for those whose hearts are open. But the disbelievers had no desire to be convinced by these signs. Instead, they claimed, "He has studied these matters with someone from among the people of the book." 6. 105. Little did they realize that the people of the book themselves knew nothing of this level of discourse. Neither they nor anyone on earth, then or now, has ever reached this sublime level of understanding. Thus, the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was instructed to follow what was revealed to him and disregard the disbelievers' accusations. Thus we expound our revelations in various ways so that they might say, "You have studied this," and so that we might make it clear to those who have knowledge. Follow then what has been revealed to you from your sustainer. There is no deity but he, and turn away from those who associate partners with him. Had God so willed, they would not have committed shirk. But we have not appointed you as their keeper, nor are you their guardian. 6. 106, 107. God reveals his signs on a level that was entirely foreign to the Arabs of the prophet's time, indeed, foreign to humanity as a whole. And this revelation leads to two contrasting responses. On the one hand, those who seek the truth and strive for knowledge recognize the divine source of these signs and acknowledge them. On the other hand, those who reject the truth fabricate baseless accusations, claiming that the prophet studied and learned these ideas from others. But none of the prophet's life, before or after his mission, was hidden from them. They knew full well that he had no teacher, no access to such knowledge, and no contact with the people of the book that could explain the miraculous depth of the Qur'an. Even the scriptures of the people of the book available at that time and still available today bear no resemblance to the Quranic discourse. The Old Testament consists largely of unverified historical accounts of prophets and kings, intermixed with myths and legends invented by unknown individuals. The New Testament, too, is little more than a collection of stories narrated by Christ's disciples decades after his time, edited and altered over centuries by church councils. Even its ethical and spiritual teachings have not been spared from distortion, addition, and omission. How then could they compare such literature to the Quran? And yet the disbelievers of that time made such claims. What is even more astonishing is that disbelievers of our time, Orientalists and self-proclaimed Muslims, repeat these same claims under the guise of scholarship, research, and critical analysis. But those who truly know realize that the manner in which these signs are expounded is in itself evidence of the truth, leading them to recognize it as such. And so we expound these messages so that it may become clear to people of knowledge. 6. 105. Thus is the division made between a people who can see and know and a people who are blind and jahili. And so the divine command comes to the noble prophet after God has expounded his signs, and humanity has split into two camps in response to them. The divine command directs the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to follow that which has been revealed to him and to turn away from the polytheists. He is not to concern himself with their feeble words, nor burden his heart with their denial, obstinance, or contentiousness. His path is to adhere to what has been revealed by his sustainer, and to mould his entire life upon its foundation, as well as to shape the hearts of his followers upon this same foundation. As for the polytheists, they are of no consequence to him, for he follows the revelation of God, he who is the One, without partner. What weight, then, do mere servants carry in the face of the commands of the one true Sustainer? Follow what has been revealed to you from your Sustainer. There is no deity but He, and turn away from those who associate partners with Him. 106. If God had so willed, He could have compelled them to be rightly guided. Indeed, He could have created them from the very beginning as beings who know nothing but guidance like the angels. But in His infinite wisdom, He created humankind with the capacity for both guidance and misguidance, granting them the freedom to choose their path, and to bear the consequences of their choice within the bounds of His absolute will. For nothing occurs in this universe except by His will. Yet His will does not coerce any human being into guidance or misguidance. He has created humankind in this way for a purpose that He alone knows, so that each may fulfill their designated role in this existence according to the abilities and choices God has bestowed upon them. And if God had so willed, they would not have associated partners with Him. 107. The prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, is not held accountable for their actions, for he has not been entrusted with their hearts. The one entrusted with their hearts is none other than God Himself. And we have not made you a guardian over them, nor are you responsible for their deeds. 107. This divine directive to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, defines the scope of his mission and the boundaries of his responsibilities. It also sets forth the same parameters for his successors and those who call to God's path in every land and every generation. The one entrusted with God's message must not attach his heart, his hopes or his efforts to those who turn away from the call, to those who reject it with obstinance, and whose hearts remain closed to the signs of guidance and the intimations of faith. Instead, his heart must be free, and his hopes and efforts directed toward those who have heard and responded to the call. These are the ones in need of building their entire being upon the foundation of the faith they have embraced, the foundation of belief. They are in need of developing a complete and profound understanding of existence and life, rooted in this faith. They require the cultivation of their morals and behavior and the construction of their small, cohesive community upon these same foundations. This great task demands effort, and it is worthy of all effort. As for those who remain on the other side, their recompense is to be left alone and turned away from after the message has been conveyed to them. For when the truth grows in its fullness, God enacts His divine law. He hurls the truth against falsehood, and it smashes its head, leaving it to perish. The truth must first exist in its genuine and complete form. Once it does, falsehood is powerless, and its duration is but brief. Even as the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, is commanded to turn away from the polytheists, the believers are instructed to do so with dignity, with grace, and with a lofty restraint befitting their status as believers. They are commanded not to insult the deities of the polytheists, lest such insults provoke the polytheists to revile God Himself out of enmity and jahiliyyah of His majesty and might. And do not insult those whom they invoke besides God, lest they insult God out of enmity without knowledge. Thus we have made alluring to every community their deeds. Then to their sustainer is their return, and He will inform them of all that they used to do. 108. It is within human nature, as God has created it, that every person finds his own deeds pleasing and defends them. If one performs good deeds, they see them as good and defend them. If one commits evil deeds, they too perceive them as good and defend them. If one is guided, they see their guidance as right, and if one is misguided, they see their misguidance as right as well. Such is human nature. These polytheists invoke partners besides God, even though they know and acknowledge that God alone is the creator and sustainer. Yet if the believers were to insult their deities, they would be roused to anger and would lash out, abandoning even their admission of God's divinity in defense of the falsehood that has been made alluring to them, their worship, their perceptions, their traditions, and their ways of life. Therefore, the believers are to leave them to their state. Then to their sustainer is their return, and he will inform them of all that they used to do. 6:108. This is a conduct befitting the believers serene in their faith, confident in the truth they uphold, tranquil in heart, and disinclined to engage in that which bears no fruit. Insulting the deities of the polytheists will not lead them to guidance. It will only increase their obstinance. What concern, then, do the believers have with actions that bear no benefit? Indeed, such actions might even provoke the polytheists into uttering words of blasphemy against God Most High, which the believers would hate to hear. Finally, this lesson, which has traversed the signs of creation, rich with miracles and wonders at every moment of night and day, concludes by addressing the oaths of the polytheists. They swear by God with all earnestness that if a sign, a material miracle like those of the previous messengers were to come to them, they would surely believe. This prompted some Muslims, upon hearing their oaths, to suggest to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that he ask his sustainer to bring forth the sign they demanded. The decisive response, however, comes to the believers, clarifying the nature of these deniers and their rejection. And they swear by God with their most solemn oaths that if a miraculous sign were to come to them, they would surely believe in it. Say, signs are in the power of God alone. But what will make you believers realize that even if it did come, they would still not believe? And we shall turn their hearts and their sight away from the truth, as they refuse to believe in it in the first instance, and we shall leave them to wander blindly in their arrogance. 6:109-110. Even if we sent down angels to them, and the dead spoke to them, and we gathered before them every single thing as proof, they would still not believe unless God so willed. Yet most of them are jahili of this truth. The heart that fails to believe in the signs of God, spread throughout the vastness of creation after being directed to them in the wondrous manner afforded by this miraculous book, is a heart that has been overturned. What prevented these people from believing in the first place would prevent them still, even if the miraculous sign they demanded were to appear. God alone knows the true condition of these hearts, and God leaves the deniers to wander blindly in their arrogance, for he knows that they deserve the recompense of their denial. He knows too that they will not believe even if angels were sent to them, or the dead were raised to speak to them, or every conceivable proof were brought before them. They will not believe unless God so wills. Yet God's will does not compel belief, for they themselves do not strive toward him, that he may guide them. This is the truth of hearts, a reality unknown to most people. It is not that those who stray into error lack evidence and proofs before them. What they lack is a malady in the heart, a corruption in their innate nature, and an obscuration of their conscience. Indeed, guidance is a reward deserved only by those who actively seek it and strive for it with earnest effort. The seventh part concludes here, and the eighth part follows, beginning with the words of God Most High, and even if we had sent down angels to them. This eighth part is composed of two sections. The first is the continuation of Surah Al-An'am, whose first section was covered in the seventh part, and the second is from Surah Al-Araf. An introduction to Surah Al-An'am has already been provided in the seventh part, and here we shall endeavour to connect the reader of this part with the introduction given therein. As for the discussion of Surah Al-Araf, it will, God willing, be presented in its proper place when we take up that surah. The remainder of Surah Al-An'am proceeds along the same thematic lines as outlined in its introduction in the seventh part, which we shall briefly summarize here in concise points. The introduction to the surah described it as follows. In its entirety, it presents the truth of divine oneness and sustainership. It unveils this truth in the vast realms of creation and life, in the inner world of the soul and conscience, in the mysteries of this observable universe, and in the hidden realms of the unseen. It reveals this truth in the origins of the cosmos, the genesis of life and the emergence of humanity, in the fate of bygone nations and the succession of those who inherit the earth after them. It showcases this truth in the scenes of innate human nature as it faces the cosmos, confronts events, and responds to both blessings and afflictions. It manifests in the signs of divine power and sovereignty over the visible and hidden aspects of human life, in their current realities, and in what is yet to come. Ultimately, it culminates in the scenes of the day of resurrection, where humanity stands before its creator and sustainer. Thus, the surah takes the human heart on a journey through these vast horizons and profound depths, all while adhering to the methodology of the Meccan Qur'an discussed earlier in this work, and to the overarching methodology of the Qur'an itself. It does not aim to present a theoretical framework of belief, nor does it engage in theological disputation that preoccupies the mind with abstract debate. Rather, its aim is to introduce humanity to their true sustainer, so that this knowledge may lead to their devotion and servitude to Him alone. The devotion of their hearts and souls, the devotion of their endeavours and movements, the devotion of their traditions and rituals, and the devotion of their entire existence to this singular, unparalleled sovereign God, whose dominion in the heavens and the earth is unmatched by any other authority. The surah's entire thrust is directed toward this singular goal from its beginning to its end. God is the creator, the sustainer, the owner, the one with power, might, and authority. God is the knower of all that is hidden and all that is manifest. He is the one who turns hearts and eyes, just as He alternates night and day. Consequently, it is God alone who must be the arbiter in the lives of His servants. No one else has the right to command or prohibit, legislate or judge, declare lawful or unlawful. These are the exclusive prerogatives of divine sustainership, and no one may usurp them in the lives of humanity. None can create or provide sustenance, give life or cause death, bring harm or benefit, grant or withhold. No one owns anything for themselves or for others in this world or the hereafter. The Surah's discourse marshals its arguments for this case through awe-inspiring and compelling imagery, confronting the heart with an overwhelming array of evocative and suggestive signs from every direction and every door. The central issue addressed by the Surah is the question of divine oneness and human servitude on earth and in the heavens, in their vast expanse and all-encompassing scope. However, the immediate context in the life of the Muslim community at the time, the practical application of this great and comprehensive principle, was the issue of the pagan practices concerning the prohibition and permissibility of certain animals for food, as well as the regulation of rituals involving offerings of livestock, fruits, and children. These are the issues addressed in the closing verses of the surah. So eat of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, if you truly believe in His signs. And why should you not eat of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, when He has already made clear to you what He has forbidden, except when you are compelled by necessity? But indeed, many lead others astray through their whims, without any knowledge. Verily, your sustainer knows best those who transgress. And abandon all sins, both outward and inward. Verily, those who commit sin will be repaid for what they have earned. And do not eat of that over which the name of God has not been pronounced, for that is indeed sinful. And behold, the devils inspire their allies to argue with you, and if you were to obey them, you would indeed be among the polytheists. 6, 118, 121. And they assign to God a share of what He has created of crops and livestock, saying, "This is for God," according to their claim, "and this is for our partners." But what is for their partners does not reach God, while what is for God reaches their partners. How evil is their judgment! And in like manner, their partners have made the killing of their children seem pleasing to many of the idolaters, so as to lead them to ruin and to confuse them in their faith. If God had so willed, they would not have done so, so leave them and their fabrications. And they say, "These animals and crops are forbidden, none may eat of them, except whom we will by their claim." And they assign animals whose backs are forbidden to ride upon, and animals over which they do not pronounce the name of God, fabricating lies against Him. He will repay them for what they fabricated. And they say, "What is in the bellies of these animals is exclusively for our males and forbidden to our females, but if it is born dead, then all share in it." He will punish them for their ascription. Verily, he is wise, knowing. Lost indeed are those who kill their children foolishly, without knowledge, and forbid what God has provided for them, fabricating lies against God. Verily, they have gone astray and were not guided. 6. 136, 140. This was the immediate context in the life of the Muslim community and the surrounding Jahiliyyah of the pagan society that embodied this great issue, the issue of sovereignty and lawmaking, which in turn stems from the greater issue of divine oneness and human servitude that the entire surah seeks to address and that the whole Meccan Qur'an, as well as the Medinan Qur'an, repeatedly confronts whenever it discusses systems of governance and legislation. The surah's discourse comes forth with a torrent of affirmations and arguments, confronting the Jahiliyyah of the pagans and their practices regarding livestock, offerings and rituals. It connects these practices with the greater issue of faith and disbelief of Islam and Jahiliyyah. This torrent examples, of which we shall briefly examine in this introduction, and which will fully unfold in the detailed study of the text, impresses upon the heart the fundamental truth of this religion, that every single aspect of human life, no matter how small or seemingly trivial, must submit completely to the direct sovereignty of God, as represented in his revealed law. To deviate from this, even in the smallest of matters, is to step outside the fold of this religion entirely, for it constitutes a rebellion against the absolute sovereignty of God in that particular matter. Furthermore, this torrent underscores the profound importance that this religion places on liberating the entirety of human life from the shadows of human sovereignty in any matter whether great or small, significant or insignificant. It ties each of these aspects to the great foundational principle of this religion, the absolute sovereignty of God, which manifests his sustainership on earth just as it manifests his sustainership over the entire cosmos in its perfect, undivided governance. This immediate context in the life of the Muslim community and the surrounding Jahiliyyah of the pagan society, which the surah addresses in this manner, is the very subject of its remaining verses. After the first section of the surah expounds on the vast reality of divine oneness and human servitude, the discourse transitions to address this real-world context, linking it firmly and directly to the overarching truth. The Quranic discourse, in addressing these pagan traditions of declaring certain foods lawful or unlawful, and in regulating offerings of livestock, fruits, and even children, marshals a powerful array of affirmations and arguments, weaving them into the foundational truths and principles of this religion. It prefaces these discussions with grand introductions and follows them with profound conclusions, underscoring the immense importance this religion attaches to rescuing all of life from the grip of Jahiliyyah and returning it entirely to Islam, that is, to the sovereignty of God alone. Thus the discourse begins by affirming the all-encompassing will of God, which embraces all his servants, both human and jinn, and by demonstrating how events in these realms unfold according to his divine will and decree. He allows his enemies, whether from among human beings or jinn, to persist in their ways, granting them respite to commit whatever deeds they are destined to commit. Yet, had God willed, he could have compelled them toward guidance, restrained them from error by force, or opened their hearts to the truth and guided them to it. He could have withheld them from harming his messengers and their followers, rendering them powerless to oppose his messengers or commit the actions they do, for none can escape the dominion and will of God. They are far too weak to rebel against his sovereignty. It is the will of God to grant them the choice and ability to follow guidance or stray into error, even as they remain entirely within his grasp at all times. Thus, we have appointed for every prophet enemies from among devils of humankind and jinn, who inspire one another with ornate speech intended to deceive. Yet had your sustainer willed, they would not have done so, so leave them to their fabrications, and so that the hearts of those who do not believe in the hereafter may incline toward them, and that they may be pleased with it, and so that they may commit whatever deeds they are committing. 6. 112, 113. Once it is established that the enmity of devils, both human and jinn, toward the messengers, is a divine law decreed by God, and that these devils remain firmly within his power despite all they commit, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is reminded of the futility of seeking a judge other than God in any matter whatsoever. For to judge by other than God in the matter of permissible and forbidden foods is no different from judging by other than God in any other affair. It amounts to the establishment of a sustainership besides the sustainership of God, something the Prophet categorically rejects. Following this, it is established that the word of the sustainer has been perfected through this book and this divine law, leaving no room for any other authority or judgment by human beings. The Prophet is further warned against obeying people in matters of religion, for most of them follow nothing but conjecture, without any certainty of knowledge. Whoever obeys them will be led astray, for it is God alone who knows which of his servants are rightly guided and which are astray. All of this serves as a prelude to the command to eat only of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, if the believers truly have faith, and to refrain from eating anything over which the name of God has not been pronounced. They are further warned not to follow the allies of the devils in matters of prohibition and permissibility, for doing so would make them no different from those who associate partners with God. This section concludes with an explanation of the nature of disbelief and faith, and the motives that drive the disbelievers to commit such acts. Shall I seek a judge other than God, while it is He who has revealed to you the book, fully detailed? And those to whom we gave the Scripture know that it has been revealed by your Sustainer in truth, so do not be among the doubters. And the word of your Sustainer has been fulfilled in truth and justice. None can alter his words, for he is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. And if you obey most of those on earth, they will lead you astray from the path of God. They follow nothing but conjecture, and they do nothing but guess. Indeed, your Sustainer knows best who strays from his path, and he knows best those who are rightly guided. So eat of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, if you truly believe in his signs. And why should you not eat of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, when he has already made clear to you what he has forbidden, except in cases of necessity? But truly many lead others astray through their whims without knowledge. Verily your Sustainer knows best those who transgress and forsake all sin, both outward and inward. Verily those who commit sin will be repaid for what they have earned. And do not eat of that over which the name of God has not been pronounced, for indeed that is sinful, and truly the devils inspire their allies to argue with you. But if you obey them, you will indeed be among the polytheists. 6. 114, 121, is one who was dead, and whom we have brought to life, and for whom we have appointed a light to walk among people like one who is in darkness, never coming out of it. Thus the deeds of the disbelievers are made to seem pleasing to them. 6. 122. And thus we have appointed in every city its greatest criminals, so that they may plot within it. Yet they only plot against themselves, though they do not perceive it. And when a sign comes to them, they say, "We will not believe until we are given the like of what God's messengers were given." God knows best where to place his message, but those who commit sins will soon be stricken with humiliation before God and a severe punishment for their plotting. 6. 123, 124. The discourse then reaffirms that both the guidance of the guided and the misguidance of the misguided occur according to the decree of God. All are within his grasp and under his dominion, entirely encompassed by his will and decree. Whomever God wills to guide, he opens their breast to Islam, and whomever he wills to let go astray, he makes their breast tight and constricted, as though they were ascending into the sky. Thus does God place defilement upon those who do not believe. 6. 125. This section concludes with the affirmation that all the commands and prohibitions, as well as the beliefs and perceptions outlined, constitute the straight path of God. It ties these commands and prohibitions to the fundamental principles of belief in God's will and decree, presenting them as a unified whole. This straight path is what God commands his servants to follow, so that they may ultimately arrive at the abode of peace and security, with their sustainer, who is their protector and helper. And this is the path of your sustainer, perfectly straight. We have detailed the signs for a people who remember. For them is the abode of peace with their sustainer, and he is their protector because of what they used to do. 6, 126, 127. The discourse on commands and prohibitions concerning slaughtered animals does not end here. It proceeds further to address the ultimate fate of the devils, both human and jinn, who dispute with the believers regarding this matter. These devils remain entirely within the grasp of God, the supreme sovereign and judge of all destinies. The discourse also highlights God's authority over those whom he appoints as successors on this earth and his power to remove whomever he wills. Those who persist in arrogance, abusing the freedom God has granted them as a test, are warned of the inevitable end of their respite and the reckoning for their deeds during this period of trial. And on the day when he will gather them all together, he will say, O assembly of jinn, you have taken many of humankind. And their allies among mankind will say, Our sustainer, we benefited from one another, and we have now reached the term you appointed for us. He will say, The fire is your abode, wherein you will remain, except as God wills. Verily, your sustainer is wise, all-knowing. 6, 128. Thus, with this rich array of foundational truths of faith, vivid scenes, and profound insights into the realities of divine will, cosmic existence, and human nature both manifest and hidden, the Quranic methodology confronts a single aspect of pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah, the matter of eating or abstaining from certain slaughtered animals. But what is this matter? It is none other than the central issue of this faith, the issue of sovereignty and to whom it belongs, or expressed in parallel terms, the issue of divinity and sustainership and who they belong to. This is why this seemingly minor issue commands such remarkable attention and emphasis. Likewise, similar attention is given to the matter of vows in pre-Islamic traditions concerning fruits, livestock, and even children. The Jahiliyyah of the Arabs did not deny the existence of God, nor did they equate their deities with him. Instead, they assigned lesser gods as intermediaries, claiming these would bring them closer to God. In this lay their polytheism. Their polytheism also manifested in their fabrication of laws and customs which they falsely attributed to God. They did not openly claim independent authority to legislate apart from God, as the idolaters of today do. Yet even in this, their actions constituted shirk. Among these fabricated customs was the dedication of portions of their crops and livestock to God and their idols, only to manipulate these offerings according to their whims. What was for their partners did not reach God, but what was for God reached their partners. 6, 136. Among these practices was their dedicating some of their children to their false deities, and their killing of daughters in adherence to tribal custom. Among them too was their setting apart certain cattle and crops, claiming that none might partake of them except those whom they deemed worthy by the will of God, though it was they themselves who falsely attributed such prohibitions to him. And it was they who decided who, in their view, were the ones God had willed to partake of them. And among their fabrications was the prohibition of riding certain kinds of livestock, such as the bahira, the sa'iba, the wasila, and the hami. And among their practices was their forbidding the mention of God's name over certain slaughtered animals, falsely claiming that this prohibition was ordained by God. And among their customs was their declaring that the offspring of livestock within their wombs was reserved for their males alone, and forbidden to their females, except when the offspring was stillborn, in which case both males and females could share it. And so they would declare some things forbidden and others permissible, arbitrarily distinguishing between what they deemed lawful and unlawful. And then there was the case of carrion, which they deemed lawful, claiming that it was slaughtered by God himself, and thus permissible to consume because it was slain by the hand of God. The Qur'an confronts all these fabrications with a clear and uncompromising challenge, drawing upon the foundational truths of faith, the vivid realities of existence, and the compelling evidence of divine wisdom in order to expose the absurdity of their claims. This challenge is consistent with the overarching theme of the surah, the eternal conflict between polytheism and faith. For these practices are but manifestations of the same core issue, the issue of faith versus idolatry, now expressed in the specific lived realities of that time. Through this unrelenting critique, it becomes evident that the matter at hand transcends mere customs and laws. It is, in essence, the issue of religion itself and the essence of faith. These traditions and legislations were but illusions beautified for the idolaters by their so-called partners, those who legislated for them and led them to ruin, obscuring the truth of their faith. For the distortion of religion and the destruction of life are inextricably linked. Either one adheres to God's law, which is the clear truth and the path to wholesome living, or one follows man-made laws, which lead to confusion in faith and destruction in life. Thus, many of the idolaters were lured by their supposed partners into the killing of their children, so as to ruin them and confuse them in their faith. And it is made clear that it is none other than the devils who are behind this deviation from God's law to the false laws of their partners. For Satan, the manifest enemy, leads the idolaters step by step toward ruin and perdition. Eat, then, of what God has provided for you, and do not follow in Satan's footsteps, for verily he is your open foe. It becomes clear, too, that declaring things lawful or unlawful without God's sanction is equivalent to associating partners with him. It is but another form of idolatry, and for the idolaters to attribute these fabrications to God's will is but a hollow claim, one repeated by idolaters throughout all ages. For God's will has decreed that humankind be endowed with a measure of free will as a test and trial for them. Thus there is no compulsion to commit idolatry or to follow misguided paths. It is but a test, and none can escape God's grasp, no matter how much they stray. Those who ascribe partners to God will say, had God so willed, neither we nor our forefathers would have associated partners with him, nor would we have declared anything unlawful. Thus did those before them deny the truth until they tasted our punishment. Say, have you any knowledge that you can produce for us? You follow nothing but conjecture, and you do nothing but guess. Say, God's is the final, conclusive argument. Had he willed it, he would have guided you all. Then the Qur'an calls upon them to bear witness, challenging them to produce evidence that God has indeed forbidden what they claim he has forbidden. This evokes the earlier scene in the surah, where the testimony concerning God's oneness was invoked. For in truth, this is the same issue. Whoever assumes the power to legislate claims for themselves an attribute of divinity. Thus the Qur'an declares, say, bring forth your witnesses who can testify that God has forbidden this, and if they bear witness, do not bear witness with them, nor follow the desires of those who reject our signs and who do not believe in the hereafter, and who ascribe equals to their sustainer. The use of the phrase, ascribe equals here, reminds us of its earlier usage in the surah, underscoring the connection between the denial of God's sole right to legislate and the denial of his oneness. The Quran concludes this challenge by affirming that the laws God has ordained concerning livestock, crops, children, and all other matters constitute his straight path. It uses the same term, straight path, that was previously used in the context of the prohibition and permissibility of slaughtered animals, as well as in the affirmation of God's oneness at the beginning of the surah. This is my straight path, so follow it, and do not follow other paths, lest they cause you to deviate from his way. This he has enjoined upon you, so that you may be conscious of him. Yet the discourse does not end here. It continues, addressing the scriptures revealed to Moses, detailed and comprehensive, a source of guidance and mercy, so that the children of Israel might believe in their meeting with their sustainer. And it speaks of this blessed book, revealed by God, so that the Muslims might follow it, be conscious of their sustainer, and receive his mercy. Thus, no argument remains for those who claim that only the Jews and Christians received divine scriptures, while they themselves were left without guidance. The Qur'an then warns those who refuse to follow the Prophet, peace be upon him, and insist on adhering to the laws of the age of Jahiliyyah, falsely attributing them to God while demanding miraculous signs to compel them to believe. They are warned that such signs, when they do come, will be decisive, marking the end of all opportunity for repentance and bringing about destruction. Are they waiting for the angels to come to them, or for your sustainer to come, or for some of your sustainer's signs to appear? On the day when some of your sustainer's signs appear, no soul will benefit from its faith if it had not believed before or earned goodness in its faith. Say, wait then, we too are waiting. Then comes a decisive declaration of separation between the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the faith he brought on the one hand, and those who legislate without God's authority and ascribe their fabrications to him on the other. Indeed, those who have divided their religion into sects, you have nothing to do with them. Their affair is with God, and he will inform them of what they used to do. Thus the line is drawn clear and unmistakable. You have nothing to do with them. Finally, the Surah concludes this discourse, which began with what seemed a minor issue concerning food and drink, by encompassing the entire scope of faith and religion, both in this world and in the hereafter, in life and death, in worship and behavior. All of this is brought together under the divine way of life, which culminates in the majestic declaration, say, indeed my sustainer has guided me to a straight path, an upright religion, the way of Abraham, inclining toward truth, and he was not of those who associated others with God. Say, verily my prayer, my sacrifice, my living and my dying are for God alone, the sustainer of all worlds without partner. This I have been commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. Say, shall I seek a sustainer other than God, while he is the sustainer of all things? No soul earns but for itself, and no bearer of burdens shall bear the burden of another. Then to your sustainer is your return, and he will inform you of that wherein you differed. And he it is who has made you successors upon the earth, and raised some of you above others in rank, to test you through what he has given you. Verily your sustainer is swift in punishment, yet he is most forgiving, most merciful. These are the ultimate truths of faith and religion, encompassing all of life and death, action and judgment, devotion and conduct. All of this is unified under the divine system, which concludes with this awe-inspiring and profound declaration. It ties the question of legislation and governance manifested even in the simplest aspects of daily life, such as food and drink, to the grandest and most consequential matters of divinity and sustainership. This then is Islam, as revealed by its noble and divine source. Even if we were to send down angels to them, and the dead were to speak to them, and we were to gather before them all things face to face, they would not believe unless God so willed, but most of them are Jahili. And so it is that we have appointed, for every prophet, enemies from among the devils of humankind and jinn, who whisper to one another specious words, deceptively adorned. Yet, had your sustainer so willed, they would not have done it. So leave them to their fabrications. And let the hearts of those who do not believe in the hereafter incline towards such falsehood. Let them be pleased with it, and let them commit what they are destined to commit. This verse connects to the preceding passage at the end of the 7th part of the Qur'an, and addresses the objections raised by the polytheists of Arabia against the Prophet, peace be upon him. They demanded miraculous signs, claiming they would believe if such signs were shown to them. They swore solemn oaths in the name of God, again and again, that if the signs they demanded were granted, they would surely believe. So much so that even some of the Muslims began to wish that God would answer their demands, and they urged the Prophet, peace be upon him, to petition his sustainer for these signs. Thus the Qur'an recounts their claim, and they swear by God with their most solemn oaths that if a sign comes to them, they will surely believe in it. Say, signs are only at the disposal of God. And what will make you realize that even if they were to come, they would not believe? And so we shall turn their hearts and their eyes away from the truth, as they did not believe in it the first time, and we shall leave them to stumble blindly in their rebellion. Even if we were to send down angels to them, and the dead were to speak to them, and we were to gather before them all things face to face, they would not believe unless God so willed, but most of them are jahili. This issue regarding their demand for signs has already been addressed at the end of the seventh part of the Quran. But now we move to reflect on the universal truths that these verses embody, truths which were not fully explored in that earlier discussion. The first truth is this: faith or disbelief, guidance or misguidance are not dependent on external proofs or evidence. For the truth by its very nature carries its own proof. It possesses an innate authority over the human heart, an authority that compels the heart to accept it, find peace in it, and submit to it. However, what prevents the heart from embracing the truth are other obstacles, barriers that God, exalted is He, points out to the believers, and what will make you realize that even if they were to come, they would not believe. And so we shall turn their hearts and their eyes away from the truth, as they did not believe in it the first time, and we shall leave them to stumble blindly in their rebellion. Thus, whatever prevented them from being guided the first time will reappear, preventing them from being guided again, even if the signs were to descend. The source of faith lies within the heart itself. It is embedded in the very nature of the truth. It is not contingent on external factors. Therefore, efforts must be directed toward curing the heart of its afflictions and removing the obstacles that prevent it from perceiving the truth. The second truth is this: the ultimate arbiter of guidance and misguidance is God's will. God has willed that humankind be tested by granting them a degree of freedom to choose and act. This freedom is itself the arena of trial and examination. Whoever uses this freedom to turn their heart toward guidance, to seek it, and yearn for it even if they do not yet know where it lies, will find that God's will has decreed to take them by the hand, to assist them, and to guide them to His path. But whoever uses this freedom to turn away from guidance, to reject its signs and inspirations, will find that God's will has decreed to leave them astray, to remove them from the path and to let them wander in darkness. And so, God's will and decree encompass humankind in every state, and the ultimate end of all things rests with Him. This truth is underscored in the verse. And so we shall turn their hearts and their eyes away from the truth, as they did not believe in it the first time, and we shall leave them to stumble blindly in their rebellion. And again, even if we were to send down angels to them, and the dead were to speak to them, and we were to gather before them all things face to face, they would not believe unless God so willed. But most of them are jahili. It is also alluded to in an earlier verse of the same surah. Follow what has been revealed to you from your sustainer, there is no deity but Him, and turn away from those who associate partners with Him. Had God so willed, they would not have associated others with Him. But we have not made you their guardian, nor are you responsible for their deeds. And again it is echoed in the verse that immediately follows. And so we have appointed for every prophet enemies from among the devils of humankind and jinn, who whisper to one another specious words deceptively adorned. Yet had your sustainer so willed, they would not have done it, so leave them to their fabrications. Thus all matters are subject to God's will. It is He who has willed not to guide them, because they have not taken the path of guidance. It is He who has willed to grant them this degree of freedom as a test, and it is He who guides those who strive for guidance and leaves astray those who choose misguidance. In the Islamic worldview, there is no contradiction between the boundless freedom of God's will and the limited scope of human choice. The third truth is this: the obedient and the disobedient alike are subject to God's dominion and power. Neither can of their own accord bring about anything outside the scope of God's decree. Yet the believers harmonize the realm of compulsion, where they are subject to God's authority in their very being, in the movement of their cells, and in their physical and psychological makeup, with the realm of choice, where they willingly submit to God's guidance and law. This harmony creates peace within their very selves, for the involuntary and voluntary aspects of their existence follow the same divine law, under the same authority, and within the same governance. As for those who disbelieve, they are compelled to follow God's natural law. which governs their physical being and innate needs. Yet, in the realm of choice, they rebel against the authority of God as represented in his guidance and law. This creates a rift in their very souls, leaving them wretched in their state of dissonance. But even so, they remain within God's grasp. They cannot escape his power, nor can they bring about anything outside his decree. This third truth holds particular significance in light of the themes addressed in the remainder of the surah. It recurs in various forms throughout, for this portion of the surah, as we have previously noted, deals with the sovereignty of God over human life and the laws by which they live. Thus, the Quranic discourse repeatedly emphasizes that all authority belongs to God over both the obedient and the rebellious. Even those who defy God's guidance and law cannot harm his allies except by his leave. They lack any authority of their own, so how could they hold sway over the believers? It is only by God's will that anything occurs, whether it involves the obedient or the disobedient. Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabari remarked in his commentary on the divine words, "And even if we had sent down angels to them, and the dead had spoken to them, and we had gathered together everything before their eyes, they would not believe unless God so willed. But most of them are Jahili." 6:111. The Almighty addresses his Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, "O Muhammad, abandon all hope for the success of these idolaters who have equated idols and graven images with their sustainer. They declare to you, if only you would bring us a sign, we would surely believe in you. Yet even if we were to send down angels for them to behold with their very eyes, and the dead were to speak to them by our bringing them back to life as proof for your prophethood and a sign of the truth of your message, and if these resurrected dead were to testify that you are truthful and that what you have brought is indeed from God, and if we had gathered everything before them and placed it in plain sight for them, still they would not believe. They would neither affirm you nor follow you except for those whom God wills to guide. But most of them are Jahili." He continues explaining, "Most of these polytheists are utterly Jahili of this reality. They delude themselves into believing that faith is within their own grasp, and unbelief is under their control, that they can believe whenever they wish and disbelieve whenever they desire. But that is not the case. Faith and disbelief are in my hands alone. None of them will believe unless I guide him and grant him success. And none will disbelieve except those whom I abandon to their own misguidance and forsake, leaving them to stray from the path of truth." This foundational principle established by Ibn Jarir is sound and correct. However, it requires further clarification, which we have already provided by invoking the entirety of the Quranic verses that speak of guidance, misguidance, God's will, and human effort. Faith is an event, and misguidance is an event, and no event occurs in this existence except by God's decree. For he has said, "Indeed, we have created everything according to a measure." 54:49. Yet the divine law that governs how this decree operates, the law by which the faith of one person and the misguidance of another come to pass, is elucidated through the collective Quranic texts. This law reveals that the human being is tested with a degree of free will in choosing his path. If he turns toward guidance and strives for it, God will guide him, and his guidance will occur as an act of God's decree. But if he turns toward misguidance and detests the truth, God will allow him to stray, and his misguidance will occur as an act of God's decree. In both cases, he remains under God's dominion and authority. His life unfolds according to God's decree, in accordance with his boundless will and the laws established by his infinite wisdom. Following this, two verses appear in the continuation of the surah. They are, on the one hand, a complement to the meanings and truths targeted by the preceding passage, which we have just discussed. On the other hand, they serve as a prelude to the theological issues of divine authority, law, and governance which dominate the remainder of the surah. The two verses are, "And thus we have assigned to every prophet enemies, devils from among men and jinn, who inspire one another with alluring but deceptive words. And had your sustainer so willed, they would not have done so. So leave them and their fabrications." and so that the hearts of those who do not believe in the hereafter may incline toward it, and so that they may be pleased with it, and so that they may commit the sins that they are committing. 6. 112, 113. In a manner akin to what was decreed for those idolaters who demand miracles, yet turn away from the signs of guidance evident in the universe and within themselves, it has also been ordained that every prophet shall face enemies, devils from among both mankind and the jinn. It has been decreed that they inspire one another with deceptive and ornate words to mislead and beguile people into opposing the messengers and rejecting the truth. It has also been decreed that the hearts of those who do not believe in the hereafter will incline toward this alluring deception, that they will find satisfaction in it, and that they will commit the sins they commit, sins of hostility toward the messengers and the truth, and sins of straying and corrupting the earth. All of this unfolds by God's decree, in accordance with his will, and had your sustainer so willed, they would not have done any of it. His will could have prevailed differently, and his decree could have unfolded in another manner altogether. None of this occurs by chance, nor is it the result of any human power or authority. Once it is established that this perpetual conflict on earth, the unceasing struggle between the messengers and the truth they bear on one side, and the devils of mankind and jinn with their falsehood, allurements and deceptions, on the other, is willed by God and decreed by him, the believer must turn his attention to contemplating the wisdom of God behind all that occurs on this earth. He must grasp the nature of what is unfolding and recognize the power behind it. And thus we have assigned to every prophet enemies, devils from among men and jinn, who inspire one another with alluring but deceptive words. 6:112. By our will and decree, we have assigned to every prophet enemies. These enemies are the devils of mankind and jinn. Devilry, defined as rebellion, seduction, and a pure commitment to evil, is a quality that may afflict both humans and jinn. Just as the rebellious among the jinn, wholly devoted to evil and seduction, are called devils, so too are the rebellious among humanity, who are similarly devoted to evil and seduction. Even animals in certain contexts may be described in this way when they become vicious, rebellious, and destructive. Hence the saying, "The black dog is a devil." These devils, whether human or jinn, whom God has decreed to be enemies to every prophet, deceive one another with their alluring and deceptive words. They inspire each other through internal influence and the subtle transmission of thoughts with words designed to mislead, incite, and promote rebellion, seduction, and sin. The devils of mankind are well known and observable in this world. Their enmity toward every prophet, their opposition to the truth, and their hostility toward believers are evident to all and can be recognized in every era. As for the devils of the jinn, they and the entirety of the jinn are part of the unseen realm known only to God. We know of them only through what God has revealed to us, for it is He alone who holds the keys to the unseen. From the perspective of their existence as beings distinct from humanity and other known life forms on earth, we affirm, based on God's word, that they exist. We accept this truth as it has been conveyed to us. Those who deny this reality under the guise of science have no firm foundation for their denial. Human knowledge does not claim to encompass all the varieties of life forms on this very planet, let alone beyond it. Science does not know what exists in the vast expanse of the cosmos. At best, it can hypothesize about whether life similar to that on Earth might exist elsewhere. But even if such hypotheses were confirmed, they could not negate the possibility of entirely different forms of life inhabiting realms unknown to science. To dismiss such possibilities in the name of science is both arrogant and unfounded. As for the nature of this creation called jinn, and the fact that some among them are devils wholly devoted to evil and seduction like Iblis and his progeny, while others among them are righteous believers, we know of their reality only through the truthful reports revealed by God and conveyed by his messenger. Peace and blessings be upon him. We know that they were created from a smokeless flame of fire, that they possess the ability to live on the earth, within it and beyond it, and that they can move through these realms with a speed surpassing that of humans. We know that they include both believers and rebels, that they see humanity in their original form while humans cannot see them, and that among them are those who are appointed to mislead and whisper suggestions to human beings in ways beyond our comprehension. However, these devils have no power over believers who remember God. When a believer remembers God, the devil retreats and withdraws. When the believer becomes heedless, the devil advances and whispers. A believer's remembrance of God is stronger than the devil's feeble schemes. We also know that the jinn will be gathered alongside humanity on the day of judgment, held accountable and rewarded or punished in paradise or hell, just as humans will be. Compared to the angels, however, the jinn appear as weak and powerless beings. In these verses, we learn that God has decreed enemies for every prophet, devils from among men and jinn. God, in his omnipotence, could have willed that they do none of this. He could have prevented them from rebelling, from devoting themselves to evil, from opposing the prophets, from harming the believers, or from leading humanity astray. He could have coerced them into guidance or deprived them of the ability to oppose the prophets, the truth, and the believers. Yet in his infinite wisdom he granted them this degree of freedom. He allowed their hands to reach his chosen ones with harm only to the extent decreed by his will. He ordained that his chosen ones would be tested by the harm inflicted upon them by their enemies, just as he ordained that their enemies would be tested by the degree of freedom and ability granted to them. Thus they cannot harm God's chosen ones except as God has decreed, and had your sustainer so willed, they would not have done so. 6:112. What then do we conclude from all these insights? We conclude, first and foremost, that those who stand as adversaries to every prophet and who harm the followers of the prophets are none other than devils. Devils, both human and jinn, serve a single purpose. They, both human and jinn devils, undertake together the same function of rebellion, misguidance, and enmity toward God's chosen ones. They collaborate, deceiving one another, misleading one another, and yet all the while fulfilling their shared role of opposing the truth and leading astray the servants of God. From this emerges our first realization, that these devils, despite their efforts, do not possess an independent power of their own to oppose the prophets or harm their followers. They are entirely within God's grasp, and he uses them to test his chosen ones for a purpose he alone wills. Through their trials, God refines the hearts of his servants, purifies them, and tests their steadfastness upon the truth they have been entrusted to bear. When they endure this trial with strength and resolve, God lifts the test from them. He restrains their enemies and prevents them from inflicting harm beyond what he has decreed. And so the enemies of God retreat in weakness and disgrace, bearing the full burden of their sins upon their backs. And if God had so willed, they would not have done so. 6:112. From this we also derive a second truth, that God's perfect wisdom has decreed that these devils, both human and jinn, be allowed to act as such, to immerse themselves in their rebellion and devilry. God tests them within the bounds of the freedom and ability he has granted them. Likewise, he permits them to harm his chosen ones for a time, testing his servants to see, will they remain steadfast? Will they hold firmly to the truth they carry, even as falsehood rises against them and seeks to overpower them? Will they purify their motives and dedicate themselves wholly to God, selling their lives to him in both prosperity and adversity, in both ease and hardship? For if God had so willed, none of this would have come to pass. Thirdly, we come to understand the inherent weakness of these devils, both human and jinn, and the impotence of their schemes and harm. They do not act with any inherent strength of their own, nor are they capable of exceeding what God has permitted for them. The believer who knows that his sustainer is the one who decrees and permits all that unfolds should not fear his enemies, no matter how great their apparent might or claimed authority. This is the essence of the divine command to the noble messenger of God. So leave them and their fabrications. 6:112. Leave them to their fabrications and deceptions, for I stand behind them, fully capable of seizing them and reserving their recompense for them. Another wisdom behind this enmity and deception exists. Beyond the testing of the devils and the believers, God has decreed this enmity, these delusions, and this adornment of falsehood for another purpose. so that the hearts of those who do not believe in the hereafter may incline toward it, and so that they may be pleased with it, and so that they may commit what they are committing. 6. 113. Thus, the hearts of those who deny the hereafter listen to this deception and delusion. These individuals are entirely preoccupied with this worldly life. They witness the devils of both mankind and jinn lying in wait for every prophet and harming their followers, while adorning one another's words and deeds with false beauty. They submit to these devils, enamored by their false glitter, seduced by their deceptive power. In this state, they earn their share of sin, wickedness, and corruption under the influence of these delusions and through their own willingness to listen. This too is something God has willed, and it unfolds according to his decree, serving as a means of testing, refining, and giving everyone the opportunity to act according to what their hearts incline toward, so that they may receive their due recompense in justice and fairness. Moreover, through this ongoing struggle, life itself is purified through the clash of opposing forces. Truth distinguishes itself through its separation from falsehood, and goodness becomes pure and refined through perseverance. On the day of judgment, the devils will bear the full weight of their sins, and all matters will unfold in accordance with God's will, whether concerning his enemies or his chosen ones. For all of it is encompassed by the will of God, and God does whatever he wills. The Quranic depiction of this perpetual conflict is profound. The Quran paints a vivid picture of the struggle between the devils of mankind and jinn on one side, and the prophets and their followers on the other, with God's sovereign will and decree reigning supreme over all. This scene, with all its dimensions, deserves our reflective pause. It is a battle in which the forces of evil across the cosmos, human and jinn devils alike, unite in coordinated efforts to wage war against the truth embodied in the messages of the prophets. Their plan is deliberate and their means are clear. They inspire one another with alluring, deceptive words. 6. 112. They supply one another with tools of delusion and misguidance, while simultaneously leading one another astray. This phenomenon is evident in every alliance of evil waging war against the truth and its people. The devils collaborate, aiding one another in rebellion and falsehood. They never guide one another to the truth, but instead adorn and glorify their mutual enmity toward it, urging one another to persist in their long struggle against it. Yet all of this scheming is not without bounds. It is encompassed within God's will and decree. The devils can accomplish nothing beyond the limits God has set for them. Thus, despite its apparent magnitude and the gathering of all the world's forces of evil, their plotting is ultimately constrained. It does not proceed unchecked, nor does it succeed without oversight or accountability. This is contrary to what tyrants would have people believe, that they hold ultimate authority, that their will is absolute, and that they exercise power without restriction. Such notions are false. Their will is subjugated to God's will, their power is limited by God's decree, and they cannot harm God's chosen servants except within the bounds of the test God has willed. Ultimately, all matters return to God. The coordinated plan of the devils calls for vigilance. The deliberate alliance of the devils, their meticulous scheming, and their shared hostility toward the truth demands awareness from the people of truth. They must recognize the nature of this plan and its methods. At the same time, the assurance that God's will and decree encompass the devil's schemes and machinations fills the hearts of the believers with trust, tranquility, and certainty. It redirects their focus to the absolute sovereignty of God, the one whose power is irresistible and whose decree is final. It liberates their hearts from concern over what the devils or their human agents may will or desire. With this clarity, the believers press forward on their path, building the truth in the world of creation, just as they have built it within their own hearts and lives. As for the enmity and plotting of the devils, the believers leave it to the all-encompassing will of God and his unfailing decree. And if your sustainer had so willed, they would not have done so, so leave them and their fabrications. 6. 112. The matter of divine authority and sovereignty. The Surah now transitions to address the issue that occupies its concluding passages, a matter extensively prepared for throughout its verses. This preparation culminates in the last theological foundations laid in the preceding verses. The absolute authority of God in the conflict between the devils of mankind and jinn and the prophets, and the divine laws governing guidance and misguidance, as we've explored in detail. The issue at hand is the question of what is lawful and unlawful, specifically regarding what has been slaughtered in God's name versus what has not. This matter holds great significance because it establishes the foundational Islamic principle, the absolute sovereignty of God alone. It strips human beings of any claim to this authority or its practice in any form. When the issue concerns this fundamental principle, the smallest matter is as significant as the greatest. It does not matter whether the issue is the permissibility of consuming a particular animal or the establishment of a state or societal system. Both involve either the recognition of God's sole divinity or the rejection of it. The Quranic method leans heavily upon this principle, affirming it at every possible occasion. It tirelessly reiterates it wherever it finds relevance, be it in the smallest or the greatest of matters, because this principle forms the very foundation of faith, the essence of religion, and the core of Islam. Beyond it, all else in this religion is but application and elaboration. In this passage of the Surah, as in the remainder of it until its conclusion, we find this principle being repeatedly emphasized in various forms, especially when addressing the pagan traditions and customs of the pre-Islamic era. The connection between these traditions and customs and the rejection of divine unity becomes clear. They stem from the arrogant refusal to submit to Islam, from the establishment of other deities as equals to God's sovereignty. Therefore, the Quran directs its powerful and multifaceted attacks against them, linking these attacks to the very foundations of belief, faith, and submission to God. The discourse begins by establishing the sole authority of God in all matters that concern his servants, as a prelude to addressing the question of divine legislation in matters of what is lawful and unlawful, specifically in the context of sacrificial offerings. This issue highlights how the polytheists arrogate to themselves the right to legislate, ascribing it falsely to God and transgressing against his divine sovereignty. The Quran carefully prepares the ground for this discussion, as we can observe in the progression of the verses in this section. Shall I seek a judge other than God, when it is He who has revealed to you this divine writ clearly spelled out? Those who were given the scripture before know that it has been sent down from your sustainer in truth. Be not, then, among those who doubt. Perfected is the word of your sustainer in truth and justice. None can change his words, for he alone is all-hearing, all-knowing. And if you were to obey most of those on earth, they would lead you astray from the path of God. They follow nothing but conjecture, and they do nothing but guess. Verily, your sustainer knows best who has strayed from his path, and he knows best those who are rightly guided. This prelude precedes the discussion of the immediate issue at hand, weaving it into the broader narrative of faith and disbelief. So eat of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, if you truly believe in his messages. And why should you not eat of that over which God's name has been pronounced, when he has clearly spelled out for you what he has forbidden you, except when you are compelled by necessity? Before concluding the discussion on what is lawful and unlawful, following this extensive prelude, the Quran intersperses the discourse with additional directives and admonitions, rich in commands, prohibitions, clarifications, and warnings. And indeed, many lead others astray through their desires without knowledge. Verily, your sustainer knows best those who transgress, and shun all sin, whether open or secret. Behold, those who commit sin shall be requited for all that they have earned. The discourse then resumes the discussion on the legality of food, tying it directly to the fundamental issues of Islam and polytheism. And do not eat of that over which God's name has not been pronounced for. Behold, that would be sinful. And verily the devils do inspire their allies to contend with you, and if you should obey them, you would indeed be among those who ascribe divinity to aught beside God. The discourse then transitions to yet another dimension of the nature of faith and disbelief, as if to provide a reflection on the implications of divine legislation. From this seamless progression, this intricate interweaving, and this constant emphasis, the Quranic perspective on the issue of legislation and divine sovereignty in the affairs of daily life becomes evident. Shall I seek a judge other than God when it is He who has revealed to you this divine writ clearly spelled out? Those who were given the scripture before know that it has been sent down from your sustainer in truth. Be not then among those who doubt. This rhetorical question placed on the lips of the prophet, peace be upon him, is a statement of astonishment, an astonishment that anyone could seek a judge other than God in any matter whatsoever. It affirms the exclusive authority of God in all affairs and denies the legitimacy of turning to anyone else for judgment in the matters of life. Shall I seek a judge other than God? The verse elaborates on this astonishment by pointing out the guidance God has provided, which leaves no ambiguity and renders the need for any other source of judgment both strange and unnecessary. It is He who has revealed to you this divine writ, clearly spelled out. This book was sent down to establish justice among people in their disputes, to manifest God's sovereignty and divinity. It contains the fundamental principles upon which the entire system of life is built, as well as detailed rulings for specific matters that God has deemed essential for the human community, regardless of its varying levels of economic, scientific or social development. Thus, this book suffices as a source of law, leaving no need for recourse to any authority other than God's. This is what God has declared about His book. Whoever claims that humanity, at some stage of its development, cannot find its needs fulfilled in this book is, in effect, declaring God forbid disbelief in this religion and rejection of the word of the sustainer of all worlds. Furthermore, the surrounding context reinforces the absurdity of seeking judgment outside of God's authority. Those who had been given the scripture before are fully aware of the divine origin of this book, for they are the people of the book. And those who were given the scripture before know that it has been sent down from your sustainer in truth. This was a living reality in Makkah and throughout the Arabian Peninsula. God addresses the polytheists in light of this reality, whether the people of the book openly acknowledged it as some of them did when God opened their hearts to Islam, or whether they concealed and denied it as others did. In either case, God's statement remains true. The people of the book know that this book has been sent down from your sustainer in truth. Its truth is both inherent in its content and manifest in its divine origin. Even today, the people of the book know that this book is from God and that the strength of this religion lies in the truth it embodies and the truth it conveys. It is this knowledge that drives them to wage relentless war against this religion and this book. Their most insidious and harmful weapon is the diversion of sovereignty away from the law of this book to other laws devised by human beings, thereby establishing other deities in lands that once recognized God's exclusive sovereignty. These lands were once governed solely by God's law as revealed in His book, without the intervention of any other source of legislation. Today, however, books authored by human beings compete with the book of God, shaping society's structures and laws and being cited as authoritative texts, much like Muslims cite the Qur'an and its verses. Behind all this are the people of the book, both crusaders and Zionists, working to establish systems and rulings designed to undermine and destroy this religion. The Quranic discourse, after asserting that this book was sent down in detailed form and that the people of the book know its divine origin, turns to address the prophet, peace be upon him, and through him the believers, offering them solace amidst the denial and contention they face from the polytheists and the concealment and rejection they encounter from some of the people of the book. Be not then among those who doubt. The prophet, peace be upon him, never doubted, nor did he waver. It is reported that when the verse, "And if you are in doubt about what we have sent down to you, then ask those who have been reading the book before you," was revealed, the prophet, peace be upon him, said, "I do not doubt, nor do I ask." Such admonitions and reassurances, however, indicate the immense challenges and hostility that the prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions faced the relentless scheming, denial, and hardship. They reflect God's mercy in offering them strength and steadfastness. The discourse continues in this vein, affirming that God's decisive word has been perfected and that nothing can alter it, regardless of human scheming. Perfected is the word of your sustainer in truth and justice. None can change his words, for he alone is all-hearing, all-knowing. God's word has been perfected in truth in what he has stated and decreed, and in justice in what he has legislated and judged. After this, no room remains for any argument concerning belief, doctrine, values, principles, or laws. No one can alter his judgment or escape his decree, for he alone is all-hearing, all-knowing. He hears all that his servants say and knows what lies behind their words. He knows what benefits them and what brings them harm. In addition to affirming that the truth lies solely in the book revealed by God, the discourse declares that human judgments and perceptions are nothing but conjecture, lacking certainty. Following such conjecture leads only to misguidance. Humanity cannot speak the truth or point to it unless they draw from that sole, divinely assured source. The prophet, peace be upon him, is warned against following the opinions of others, no matter how numerous they may be, for Jahiliyyah remains Jahiliyyah, regardless of how many adhere to it. And if you were to obey most of those on earth, they would lead you astray from the path of God. They follow nothing but conjecture, and they do nothing but guess. Indeed, most of those on earth, as was the case in the past, and as it remains today, are steeped in Jahiliyyah. They do not make God the sole arbiter in all their affairs, nor do they take God's law, as revealed in his book, as the ultimate code to govern their lives. They do not derive their concepts, thoughts, methods of reasoning, or ways of living from God's guidance and commands. Thus, they exist as they do today in the misguidance of Jahiliyyah. They are incapable of offering any opinion, judgment, or ruling that is rooted in truth or based on divine guidance, and they lead astray all those who follow and obey them, guiding none but into error and confusion. Just as they were in ages past, so are they today. Abandoning certain knowledge, they cling to conjecture and speculation. And conjecture and speculation lead only to error and misguidance. Therefore God warns his messenger against obeying or following them, lest he be led astray from the path of God. This warning is given in a general sense, even though the specific occasion at that time concerned the matter of declaring some forms of sacrificial meat lawful and others unlawful, as will be detailed in the context of the verses. God then establishes that he alone is the one who judges his servants, determining who is rightly guided and who has gone astray. For it is God alone who knows the true state of his creatures, and who alone decides what constitutes guidance and what constitutes misguidance. Verily, your sustainer knows best who has strayed from his path, and he knows best those who are rightly guided. There must therefore be a clear standard by which the beliefs, concepts, values, and actions of human beings are judged. There must be a criterion to determine what is true and what is false in all these matters, lest human whims and ever-changing conventions, which are not based on certain knowledge, become the arbiters of these fundamental principles. Furthermore, there must be an authority that establishes the measures for these principles and from which people derive their judgments concerning themselves and the values they uphold. Here God glorified and exalted be, he makes it clear that he alone is the one who possesses the right to establish this standard, and he alone has the right to weigh people against it and to determine who is rightly guided and who is in error. It is not society that has the authority to issue such judgments based on its fluctuating conventions. Societies, with their ever-shifting material conditions, alter their values and judgments accordingly. Thus, there are one set of values and ethics for an agrarian society, another for an industrial society, one set for a capitalist, bourgeois society, and another for a socialist or communist society. Consequently, the standards and criteria by which human beings and their actions are judged vary according to the conventions of these societies. Islam does not recognize or accept this principle. Islam establishes its own eternal values defined by God. Glorified be he, values that remain constant even as the forms of societies change. Any society that deviates from these divine values is, in Islamic terminology, not an Islamic society. It is a society of jahiliyyah, a society that associates partners with God, for it allows other human beings to establish values, principles, and concepts that are in conflict with what God has decreed. It permits human beings to legislate systems, morals, and structures that contradict what God has revealed. This is the sole division that Islam acknowledges in society and in values. Islamic and un-Islamic, monotheistic and jahili, regardless of the outward forms and appearances that societies may take. Following this long and foundational preamble, the Quran transitions into the matter of sacrificial meat, which is built upon the fundamental principle established in the preceding discussion. So eat of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, if you truly believe in his messages. And why should you not eat of that over which God's name has been pronounced, seeing that he has made clear to you what he has forbidden you, except in cases of necessity? But indeed, many lead others astray by their desires without knowledge. Verily, your sustainer knows best those who transgress, and shun all sin, whether open or hidden. Behold, those who commit sin shall be requited for all that they have earned. And do not eat of that over which God's name has not been pronounced, for behold, that would be sinful. And indeed the devils do inspire their allies to contend with you, and if you were to obey them, you would indeed be among those who ascribe divinity to aught beside God. Before delving into the details of these rulings from a jurisprudential perspective, it is important to highlight the fundamental principles of faith that these verses establish. God commands the believers to eat of that over which his name has been pronounced. The invocation of God's name establishes the direction of one's devotion and clarifies one's intent. It ties the act of eating directly to faith and makes obedience to this divine command a condition of belief. So eat of that over which the name of God has been pronounced, if you truly believe in his messages. The Qur'an then poses a rhetorical question, challenging the believers. What prevents them from eating of that over which God's name has been invoked, when God has made it lawful for them? He has clearly defined what is forbidden to them, except in cases of necessity. Thus, with this clarification, all debate concerning its lawfulness or unlawfulness, or the permissibility of eating it or abstaining from it, comes to an end. And why should you not eat of that over which God's name has been pronounced, seeing that he has made clear to you what he has forbidden you, except in cases of necessity? At that time, these verses addressed a specific issue in the Arabian environment. The polytheists refrained from consuming certain meats that God had made lawful while declaring lawful other meats that God had forbidden. They claimed that this was in accordance with God's law. The Quranic discourse exposes these fabrications, asserting that these self-appointed legislators were, in fact, following their desires without knowledge, misleading others with the laws they invented, and violating God's sovereignty by arrogating to themselves the attributes of divinity while remaining mere servants of God. But indeed many lead others astray by their desires without knowledge. Verily, your sustainer knows best those who transgress. The Quran commands them to abandon all forms of sin, both outward and inward, including this act of leading others astray through conjecture, jahiliyyah, and the imposition of man-made laws falsely attributed to God. It warns them of the dire consequences of such sin, and shun all sin, whether open or hidden. Behold, those who commit sin shall be requited for all that they have earned. The discourse then forbids the consumption of meat over which God's name has not been pronounced, whether it was sacrificed in the name of idols, used in divination through arrows, or taken from carrion. The polytheists would argue with the Muslims about carrion, claiming that God himself had slaughtered it, asking mockingly why the Muslims refrained from eating what God had killed while consuming what they themselves had slaughtered. This was but one of the many absurdities of their pagan logic, a reflection of the irrationality that characterizes all forms of jahiliyyah. The devils, whether human or jinn, whispered such arguments to their allies to dispute with the Muslims. And do not eat of that over which God's name has not been pronounced for, behold, that would be sinful. And indeed the devils do inspire their allies to contend with you. And if you were to obey them, you would indeed be among those who ascribe divinity to aught beside God. At this point, we pause to reflect on the clarity and decisiveness of this proclamation with regard to sovereignty, obedience, and submission in this religion. The Quranic text categorically states that if a Muslim obeys anyone in a matter of legislation that does not derive from God's law and does not rest upon the recognition of God's sole sovereignty, such obedience constitutes an act of associating partners with God. Ibn Kathir comments on this verse, "And if you were to obey them, you would indeed be among those who ascribe divinity to aught beside God." That is, when you turn away from God's command and His law to follow the opinions of others, placing their rulings above His, this is the essence of shirk, associating partners with God. As stated in the verse, they have taken their rabbis and monks as sustainers beside God. Ibn Kathir also narrates that Adi ibn Hatim asked the Prophet, peace be upon him, about this verse, saying, "O Messenger of God, but they did not worship them." The Prophet replied, "Indeed they did. They made lawful for them what God had forbidden, and they forbade for them what God had made lawful, and they followed them. This was their worship of them." Thus, Ibn Kathir and al-Suddi both affirm, drawing from the Quranic text, and the Prophet's explanation that obeying a human being in legislation that originates from their own desires, even in a minor matter, is an act of shirk. Even if one is a Muslim in name, such an act removes them from the fold of Islam into that of polytheism, no matter how much they continue to proclaim with their tongues, "There is no deity but God." For while their lips profess this, they turn to others besides God for guidance and submit to them in obedience. And when we look upon the face of the earth today, in the light of these decisive declarations, we see nothing but Jahiliyyah and polytheism, save for those whom God has sheltered by His grace. These are the ones who reject the earthly sustainers and their claims to the attributes of divinity, and who refuse to accept their authority or rulings except under compulsion. As for the legal ruling derived from the verse, "And do not eat of that upon which the name of God has not been mentioned, for indeed it is defilement," Surah Al-An'am 6:121, regarding the permissibility or prohibition of slaughtered animals based on whether the name of God is invoked or not, Ibn Kathir summarizes this matter in his commentary as follows. This noble verse is used as evidence by those who hold that the slaughtered animal is not lawful to consume if the name of God has not been mentioned over it, even if the one slaughtering it is a Muslim. The scholars, may God have mercy upon them, have differed on this issue, holding three opinions. 1. The first opinion is that the slaughtered animal is not lawful if the name of God is not mentioned, regardless of whether this omission was intentional or out of forgetfulness. This opinion is reported from Ibn Umar, Nafi his freedman, Amir al-Shabi, and Muhammad bin Sirin. It is also one narration from Imam Malik and Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, upheld by a group of their followers, both early and later. It was the choice of Abu Thawr, Dawood al-Zahiri, and Abu al-Futu Muhammad bin Muhammad al-Tai'i, a later Shafi'i scholar, in his book Al-Arba'in. They based their view on this verse and on the verse concerning hunting. So, eat of that which they catch for you, and mention the name of God upon it. Surah Al-Ma'idah 5:4. This is further reinforced by the statement, "Indeed it is defilement." 6:121, where the pronoun is said to refer either to the act of eating or to the act of slaughtering for other than God. They also cite the prophetic traditions that command invoking God's name when slaughtering or hunting, such as the hadiths of Adi bin Hatim and Abu Talaba. When you send your trained dog and mention the name of God upon it, eat what it catches for you, found in Bukhari and Muslim. Similarly, they cite the hadith of Rafi bin Khadij, "Whatever causes blood to flow and the name of God is mentioned upon it, eat it," Bukhari and Muslim. 2. Ibn Abi Hatim reports from his father, who narrated from Yahya bin al-Mughira, from Jarir, from Atta, from Sa'id bin Jubair, from Ibn Abbas regarding the verse, "And do not eat of that upon which the name of God has not been mentioned," 6:121, that it refers to carrion. Support for this view is also found in the Mursal Hadith, narrated by Abu Dawood from Thor bin Yazid, from Al-Salt al-Sudusi, a freedman of Suwaid bin Maimun, one of the trustworthy successors mentioned by Ibn Hibban in his Book of the Trustworthy. He said that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "The slaughter of a Muslim is lawful whether he mentions the name of God or not, for if he mentions anything, it will only be the name of God." This Mursal hadith is corroborated by what Al-Daraqutni narrates from Ibn Abbas. If a Muslim slaughters and does not mention the name of God, let him eat it, for the Muslim carries the name of God within him. 3. The third opinion is that omitting the invocation of God's name out of forgetfulness does not harm, but if it is omitted intentionally, the meat is not lawful. This is the well-known opinion of Imam Malik and Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, and it is also the view of Abu Hanifa and his companions, as well as Ishaq bin Rahway. It is reported from Ali ibn Abbas, Sa'id bin al-Musayyib, Atta, Tawus, al-Hasan al-Basri, Abu Malik, Abdul Rahman bin Abi Layla, Jafar bin Muhammad, and Rabia bin Abi Abdul Rahman. Ibn Jarir reports that the scholars have differed as to whether this verse was abrogated or not. Some say nothing in it was abrogated, and it remains decisive on the matter it addresses. This is the opinion of Mujahid and the majority of scholars. However, Al-Hasan al-Basri and Ikrimah narrate, as Ibn Hamid reports from Yahya bin Wadi, from Al-Husayn bin Waqid, from Ikrimah and Al-Hasan al-Basri, that God said, "So eat of that upon which the name of God has been mentioned, if you are believers in his signs." 6, 118. And he also said, "And do not eat of that upon which the name of God has not been mentioned, for indeed it is defilement." 6, 121. Then this was abrogated and exempted by the verse, "And the food of those who were given the scripture is lawful for you, and your food is lawful for them." 5:5. Ibn Abi Hatim recites from Abbas bin al-Walid bin Yazid, from Muhammad bin Shu'aib, from Al-Numan bin al-Mundir, from Makhul, God revealed in the Qur'an, "Do not eat of that upon which the name of God has not been mentioned." Then the Sustainer abrogated it by his mercy upon the Muslims, saying, "This day all good foods have been made lawful, and the food of those who were given the scripture is lawful for you." Ibn Jarir concludes, "The correct view is that there is no contradiction between the permissibility of the food of the people of the book and the prohibition of that upon which the name of God has not been mentioned." What he said is accurate. When the early scholars spoke of abrogation here, they meant specification, and God, exalted is He, knows best. Following this, the Quran embarks upon an extended discourse about the nature of disbelief and faith, about God's decree to place in every society its greatest criminals so that they may scheme within it, and about the arrogance which festers in the hearts of these criminal leaders and prevents them from embracing Islam. This discourse culminates in a vivid and truthful depiction of the state of faith, where God expands the breast for it, and the state of disbelief, where the breast becomes constricted and compressed as though climbing into the heavens. This entire discourse is intricately tied to the subject of what is lawful and unlawful in slaughter, illustrating the profound connection between foundational principles and practical applications. "And is one who was dead, and we gave him life, and made for him a light by which to walk among the people, like one who is in darkness, never to emerge therefrom. Thus it has been made pleasing to the disbelievers that which they were doing, and thus we have placed within every city the greatest of its criminals to conspire therein. But they conspire not except against themselves, and they perceive it not. And when a sign comes to them, they say, 'We will not believe until we are given like that which was given to the messengers of God.' God is most knowing of where he places his message. There will afflict those who committed crimes debasement before God, and severe punishment for what they used to conspire. So whoever God wills to guide, he expands his breast for Islam, and whoever he wills to misguide, he makes his breast tight and constricted as though he were climbing into the sky. Thus does God place defilement upon those who do not believe." Surah Al-An'am 6, 122. 125. These verses, in their depiction of the nature of guidance and faith, express a profound and truthful reality. What appears as metaphor and imagery is simply the Quranic mode of rendering this truth into an evocative and impactful form. Yet the statements themselves are truth in their essence. The type of truth conveyed here demands such vivid imagery. It is truth, yes, but it is a spiritual and experiential truth, a truth that is tasted through experience. Words can only evoke its taste, but only for those who have truly experienced it. This faith revives the heart after death. It unleashes within it light after darkness. It is a life that allows one to re-experience everything, to perceive everything, to evaluate everything with a new sensitivity unknown before this life. And it is a light that casts everything beneath its rays in an entirely new aspect, as if nothing before had ever appeared to that heart in the way it now does, illuminated by faith. This experience cannot be transmitted through words. It is known only by those who have tasted it. And the Quranic expression is the most potent language to convey this truth, for it paints it in colours of its own essence and nature. Disbelief is a severance from the eternal undying life, the life that neither wanes nor decays. It is death, a separation from the vital force that animates the entire cosmos. It is death, a blinding of the innate faculties of perception and response. It is death. Faith, on the other hand, is connection, sustenance and receptivity. It is life. Disbelief is a veil over the spirit, barring it from aspiration and insight. It is darkness, a sealing of the faculties and senses. It is darkness, a wandering in confusion and error. It is darkness. Faith, by contrast, is illumination, vision, understanding and uprightness. It is light with all that light encompasses. Disbelief is constriction and rigidity. It is narrowness. It is estrangement from the natural, facilitated path. It is hardship. It is deprivation of the tranquility found in the secure embrace. It is anxiety. Faith is openness, ease, tranquility, and a shade that stretches far. And what is the disbeliever but a lost seedling without any roots to anchor it in the soil of existence? What is the disbeliever but a severed individual, cut off from the creator of existence and thus severed from existence itself? Such a person is tied to this world only by the frailest of bonds, the bonds of individual, limited existence, confined to the narrowest bounds, those in which animals live, the bounds of sensory perception and whatever the senses can grasp from the surface of existence. The bond with God and the bond for the sake of God connects the ephemeral individual with the eternal past and the everlasting future. It links him to the transient universe and the visible life, and then binds him to the caravan of faith, to the one nation deeply rooted in the annals of time, connected throughout the ages. Thus, he finds himself enriched with ties, abundant in bonds, and immersed in the overflowing, expansive, luminous existence that transcends his finite, individual lifespan. Man finds this light in his heart, and with it the truths of this faith and its path of action and movement are unveiled to him in wondrous clarity. It is a truly magnificent, awe-inspiring scene that unfolds within him when he feels this light. It is the scene of the profound and astonishing harmony within the nature of this faith and its truths. It is the scene of the beautiful, precise integration within its method of action and way of life. This religion ceases to be a mere collection of beliefs, rituals, laws, and instructions. Rather, it reveals itself as a single, interwoven, harmonious, and cohesive design, a living entity that resonates with human nature and with which human nature resonates in deep intimacy, in close friendship, and in loving affection. Man finds this light in his heart, and with it, the truths of existence, the truths of life, the truths of people, and the truths of the events unfolding in this universe and within the realm of humanity are unveiled to him. These truths become manifest in a similarly magnificent and awe-inspiring scene, the scene of the precise laws of causality, whose causes and effects unfold in an intricate yet natural and effortless order. It is the scene of the omnipotent will that lies behind these ongoing laws, propelling them to operate while itself remaining boundless, encompassing, and free. It is the scene of people and events, all moving within the framework of these divine laws, which themselves operate within this all-encompassing framework. Man finds this light in his heart, and therein he discovers clarity in every matter, in every affair, and in every event. He finds clarity within himself, in his intentions, reflections, plans, and movements. He perceives clarity in all that unfolds around him, whether it stems from the immutable laws of God or from the visible and hidden actions, intentions, and plans of people. He finds an interpretation for events and history within himself, his mind, and the reality surrounding him, as though he were reading from an open book. Man finds this light in his heart, and with it he experiences radiance in his thoughts, emotions, and expressions. He finds peace in his mind, his state, and his destiny. He finds gentleness and ease in navigating matters, in welcoming events, and in bidding them farewell. He experiences tranquility, confidence, and certainty in every condition and at every moment. And so, the unique Quranic expression captures this reality with its evocative rhythms. Is he who was dead and we gave him life and provided for him a light by which to walk among people like one who is as he were in darkness, never to emerge from it? This was the state of the Muslims before this faith breathed life into their souls, awakening them and unleashing within them this immense energy of vitality, movement, aspiration, and striving. Their hearts were lifeless, their spirits shrouded in darkness. Then faith touched their hearts, and they quivered with life. Their spirits were illuminated with light, and they shone. From their hearts this light overflowed, and they walked among people, guiding the lost, gathering the scattered, reassuring the fearful, liberating the enslaved, charting the path for humanity, and proclaiming upon the earth the birth of a new human being, the emancipated, enlightened human being who emerges from servitude to his fellow man into servitude to God alone. Is he to whom God has breathed life into his soul and upon whose heart he has poured light, like one whose state is that of being in darkness, unable to emerge from it. These are two different worlds vastly apart, utterly distinct. What then holds back one who remains in darkness while the light overflows all around him? Thus, to those who deny the truth, their deeds have been made to seem fair to them. This is the secret. There is an embellishment of disbelief, darkness, and death. And it is God's will that has instilled in the nature of this human being the dual potential to love light or to love darkness, testing him with the choice between the two. If he chooses darkness, it is adorned for him, and he plunges deeper into error, unable to emerge from the darkness or return to the light. Then there are the devils, both human and jinn, who whisper to one another with alluring speech, deceiving one another, and adorning for the disbelievers the actions they commit. The heart that is severed from life, faith, and light listens to these whispers in the darkness, unable to see, feel, or discern guidance from error within that dense gloom. Thus, to those who deny the truth, their deeds have been made to seem fair to them. In the same way and for the same reasons, and based on this principle, God has made every community's elite criminals its schemers, so that the test may be complete, the divine decree fulfilled, the wisdom realized, and each one proceeds along the path for which he has been made, ultimately receiving his due recompense. Thus, in every community, we have made the greatest of its criminals its schemers, yet they scheme only against themselves, and they are not aware. This is a recurring law, that in every community, whether it be a major city or a capital, there rises a group of the most prominent criminals, taking a stance of enmity toward the religion of God. For God's religion begins by stripping these elite of the authority they wield over people, the sustainership they impose upon them, and the sovereignty by which they subjugate their necks. All of this is returned to God alone, sustainer of all people, sovereign of all people, God of all people. It is a law rooted in human nature that God sends his messengers with the truth, and this truth strips those who claim divinity of their supposed divinity, sustainership, and sovereignty. Thus, these individuals openly declare hostility toward the religion of God and his messengers. They plot their schemes in the communities, whispering to one another with alluring speech, deceiving one another, and collaborating with the devils of the jinn in their battle against truth and guidance. They spread falsehood and misguidance, seeking to delude and manipulate people with their overt and covert schemes. It is a recurring law, and the battle is inevitable, for it arises from the complete contradiction between the first principle of God's religion, returning all sovereignty to God, and the ambitions of the elite criminals in communities, indeed, between their very existence itself. It is a battle the prophet cannot avoid, and the believers who follow him cannot escape, but must fight to the very end. Yet God reassures his allies that the schemes of the elite criminals, no matter how vast and far-reaching, will ultimately recoil upon themselves. Indeed, the believers do not fight this battle alone, for God is their ally, and he suffices them, and he turns the schemes of the plotters back upon them. They scheme only against themselves, and they are not aware. Let the believers rest assured. The Quranic narrative then reveals the nature of the arrogance within the hearts of the enemies of God's messengers, and his religion the arrogance that prevents them from submitting to God, fearing that they will be reduced to mere servants of God, like all other servants. They seek to preserve a personal distinction that guarantees their superiority over their followers. It is unbearable for them to believe in a prophet and submit to him, for they are accustomed to a position of sustainership over their followers, legislating for them and finding obedience and subjugation in return. For this reason they utter their absurd and jahili statement, "We shall never believe until we are given the like of what God's messengers were given." And when a sign comes to them, they say, "We shall never believe until we are given the like of what God's messengers were given." Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira said, "If prophethood were true, I would be more deserving of it than you, for I am older than you and wealthier than you." Abu Jahl said, "By God, we will never accept him or follow him unless revelation comes to us as it comes to him." It is clear that their psychological arrogance, their accustomed privilege over their followers, and their first manifestation of this privilege, commanding and being obeyed, are among the reasons for disbelief being adorned in their souls, and their antagonism toward the messengers and the religion of truth. God responds to their absurd and jahili statement by first affirming that the matter of choosing messengers is entrusted to his encompassing knowledge of those who are best suited for this immense cosmic task. Then he responds to them with a threat, a denunciation, and a promise of a grievous destiny. God knows best where to place his message. Those who sin will be afflicted with humiliation before God and a severe punishment for their scheming. The message is a profound and momentous matter. It is a cosmic affair in which the eternal, infinite will connects with the movement of a mere servant. It is an affair in which the highest realm connects with the human world, in which heaven connects with earth, and in which the temporal world connects with eternity. It is an affair in which absolute truth manifests in the heart of a human being, in the reality of people, and in the movement of history. It is an affair in which a human being is stripped of all attachment to self, dedicating himself entirely to God, not merely in intention and action, but also in the very essence of his being, which becomes the vessel for this tremendous task. The self of the messenger, peace be upon him, becomes directly and completely connected to this truth and its source. This connection can only be made if his very nature is prepared to receive direct and complete revelation without barriers or obstacles. And God alone, glory be to him, knows where to place his message and chooses the soul that is to be entrusted with this immense and significant task from among the countless millions. To such a one, it is said, "You are appointed for this tremendous and momentous task." Those who aspire to the station of prophethood, or who demand to be given what the messengers have been given, are first and foremost of a nature completely unfit for this task. They place themselves at the center of existence, taking themselves as a pivot for the cosmic order. But the messengers are of a different nature, a nature that receives the message in complete surrender, dedicating themselves entirely to it, forgetting their own selves and being chosen without aspiration or expectation. And you did not hope that this book would be conveyed to you, but it is a mercy from your sustainer. Moreover, they are jahili of the gravity of this tremendous task, unaware that it is God alone who, with his knowledge, determines who is fit for such a role. Thus, they are met with the decisive response, "God knows best where to place his message." Indeed, he has placed it where his knowledge has deemed fit, and he has chosen for it the noblest of his creation and the most sincere among them. He has selected the messengers from this noble group until the message reached Muhammad, the best of God's creation and the seal of the prophets. Then comes the warning of abasement and utter disgrace before God, coupled with the promise of a severe and humiliating punishment. Those who have sinned shall be afflicted with abasement before God and with a grievous suffering for all the devious schemes they contrive. This abasement before God stands in stark contrast to the arrogance displayed by followers toward their leaders, to their haughtiness in rejecting the truth, and to their audacious attempts to rival the station of God's messengers. As for the grievous suffering, it mirrors their cunning schemes, their enmity toward the messengers, and their persecution of the believers. The passage then concludes this thematic cycle by offering a profound depiction of the states of guidance and faith as they manifest within the hearts and souls of humankind. Whomever God wills to guide, he opens their heart to Islam, but whomever he wills to let go astray, he makes their heart tight and constricted, as if they were climbing up into the sky. Thus does God lay abomination upon those who do not believe. Whomever God, in accordance with his eternal law, decrees guidance for based on their willingness to accept it and their orientation toward it, as befits the measure of choice granted to them as a test, he opens their heart to Islam. Their heart expands to receive it with ease and eagerness, engaging with it, finding tranquility in it and resting in its embrace. And whomever he decrees to let go astray, based on their turning away from guidance and their shutting off their nature from it, he makes their heart tight and constricted, as if they were climbing up into the sky. Their heart becomes sealed and veiled, incapable of accepting faith, and they experience hardship and great difficulty in embracing it. This state is described as if they were physically ascending into the heavens, a psychological reality vividly embodied in a sensory image. The suffocating tightness, the oppressive constriction, and the excruciating strain of struggling to ascend. The very sound of the word yasadu, ascending, as in the Quranic recitation of Hafs, evokes this labor, this heaviness, and this effort, with its rhythm harmonizing perfectly with the depicted scene, the actual condition it describes, and the linguistic expression all unified in a single resonant cadence. And so the scene concludes with the fitting commentary, "Thus does God lay abomination upon those who do not believe." In this way, God's decree manifests itself, opening the hearts of those whom he wills to guide, and burdening with constriction and toil those whom he wills to let go astray. And so too does he lay abomination upon those who persist in disbelief. The word ries, abomination, carries layered meanings. It signifies punishment, but also conveys the sense of defilement or being cast down into degradation, both of which colour this punishment with the imagery of a soul plunged into torment, trapped within it, unable to escape its grasp. This is the intended shadow evoked by the term. Yet the mind lingers on the profound statement, whomever God wills to guide, he opens their heart to Islam, but whomever he wills to let go astray, he makes their heart tight and constricted, as if they were climbing up into the sky. Thus does God lay abomination upon those who do not believe. To fully grasp the truth conveyed in this verse and in others like it throughout the Qur'an, which speak of the interplay between God's will and human inclinations, of how guidance and misguidance unfold, and of the subsequent rewards and punishments, requires engaging an entirely different realm of human understanding, one that transcends the limits of mere intellectual reasoning. All the debates that have arisen around this issue, whether within the history of Islamic thought, particularly between the Mu'tazila, the al-Sunnah, and the Murji'ah, or in the traditions of theology and philosophy, bear the unmistakable hallmark of intellectual reasoning. Yet, to truly comprehend this truth, one must go beyond the realm of the intellect. It requires engaging not with abstract conceptual issues, but with the actual reality of existence, as the Quran presents it. For the Quran portrays the actual truth of human existence and the universal order as they truly are. Within this reality, we perceive the intricate interweaving of God's will and decree with human will and action, in a manner that cannot be fully grasped by intellectual reasoning alone. If one were to claim that God's will compels a person toward guidance or misguidance, this would not reflect the actual reality. Similarly, if one were to assert that human will alone determines their fate, this too would fail to capture the true reality. The actual truth consists of delicate and ultimately unseen proportions between the absolute freedom and sovereignty of God's will and the voluntary choice and direction of the human being. There is no contradiction, no clash between the two. However, this actual truth cannot be fully grasped within the confines of intellectual reasoning, nor can it be reduced to conceptual propositions or expressed in human language. The nature of this truth dictates the methodology and mode of expression appropriate to it, and this truth is not suited to the methods of logical reasoning or dialectical argumentation. Rather, understanding this reality as it exists requires a complete inner experience, blending spiritual and intellectual insight. When a person's nature inclines toward Islam, they find their heart opened to it, an opening that is undoubtedly the work of God, for such an expansion of the heart can only occur through His will and creative power. Conversely, when a person's nature inclines toward misguidance, they find their heart tightened and constricted, a condition that is likewise undoubtedly the work of God, for such constriction can only occur through His will and decree. In both cases, God's will is enacted upon the individual, but not as a form of compulsion. Rather, it is the will that has established the universal law, that human beings are tested by being granted this degree of volition, and that God's decree unfolds in accordance with how they exercise this volition, whether toward guidance or misguidance. When abstract propositions are set against one another, and when these issues are approached solely as mental exercises, without the inner engagement with the truth or the lived experience of encountering it, it becomes impossible to attain a complete and accurate understanding of this profound reality. This is precisely what occurred in Islamic theological debates and elsewhere as well. What is needed is a different methodology, a direct and experiential approach to engage with this sublime truth. And now we return to the Quranic context. This entire passage serves as a commentary on the issue of sacrificial offerings, which was previously addressed. The two themes are intertwined, forming a single thread in the Quranic discourse, a single thread in the consciousness of the believer, and a single thread in the structural framework of this religion. For the issue of sacrificial offerings pertains to law, and law pertains to sovereignty, and sovereignty pertains to faith. Thus, the discussion of faith in this manner is entirely appropriate and fitting. The final commentary in this passage ties these themes together in the ultimate knot. Both themes converge upon the straight path of God. To deviate in either is to stray from this straight path, while adherence to both faith and law is to remain steadfast upon the path that leads to the abode of peace, where God becomes the guardian of those who remember Him. And this is the path of your sustainer, straight and true. We have made plain the signs for those who remember. For them shall be the abode of peace with their sustainer, and he shall be their guardian by virtue of what they used to do. This is the straight path, the path of your sustainer. The phrase brims with reassurance, inspiring confidence and promising the ultimate fulfillment. It conveys God's law concerning guidance and misguidance, as well as His legislation regarding what is lawful and unlawful. Both stand equal in God's measure, and both are seamlessly woven into the Qur'an's discourse. God has expounded His signs, making them clear and distinct. But only those who remember, who neither forget nor neglect, are able to benefit from this clarity and distinction. For the believing heart is ever mindful, never heedless. It is a heart that is open, expansive, and receptive, alive and responsive to the call of truth. Those who remember shall have the abode of peace with their sustainer, a dwelling of tranquility and security, guaranteed by their sustainer, who neither neglects nor forsakes. He is their guardian, their helper, their protector, and their sustainer. This is the reward for their success in the test of life. Once again, we stand before one of the great truths of this faith. The straight path of God emerges in both sovereignty and law, and beyond them in faith and creed. Such is the nature of this religion, as defined by the sustainer of all worlds. And on the day when He will gather them all together, He will say, "O assembly of jinn, you have taken many followers from among humankind." And their human allies will say, "Our sustainer, we did enjoy one another's company, and we have now reached the term that you had appointed for us." Whereupon He will say, "The fire is your abode, therein to abide save as God wills otherwise. Verily, your sustainer is wise, all-knowing. And thus do we cause the wrongdoers to become the allies of one another, as a consequence of what they used to do. O assembly of jinn and humans, did there not come to you messengers from among yourselves, who conveyed to you my messages and warned you of the meeting of this day of yours? They will say, we bear witness against ourselves. And they were deluded by the life of this world, and now they bear witness against themselves that they were deniers of the truth. This scene is not detached from the preceding discourse, but rather flows as an extension of it, akin to the successive waves that this surah unfurls. On one hand, it continues the exposition of the fate of the devils, both of humankind and the jinn, after outlining the destiny of those who walk steadfastly on the path of God. On the other hand, it elaborates on the central theme of faith and disbelief, which is highlighted in this part of the surah in connection with the issue of sovereignty and lawmaking, tying this fundamental question to the core truths of Islamic belief. Among these truths is the certainty of recompense in the hereafter for deeds performed in this world after receiving both warnings and glad tidings. There is also the truth of God's absolute power to remove the devils and their allies, and indeed all of humanity, and replace them with others of his choosing. And there is the truth of humanity's inherent weakness in the face of God's overwhelming might. These are fundamental tenets of faith, mentioned here in the context of the discourse on what is lawful and unlawful in the matter of sacrificial offerings. This is then followed by discussions in the next section concerning vows made with crops, livestock and children, along with the traditions and perceptions of pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah in these matters. All these themes are seamlessly interwoven, presented as part of the natural structure of this religion. For they are all, in essence, matters of belief, equal in weight before God's scale, as established in his noble book. The previous section had spoken of those whose hearts God opens to Islam, hearts that remain constantly mindful, never heedless, and who are destined for the abode of peace under the guardianship and care of their sustainer. Now, this passage presents the opposite side of the picture, a frequent feature of the Quranic method of portraying the scenes of resurrection. Here the devils of humankind and the jinn are presented, those who spent their lives whispering to one another, adorned words of delusion, deception and misguidance. They stood united in mutual support, as adversaries to every prophet, inspiring each other with arguments to dispute the believers over what God had made lawful or unlawful for them. They are depicted in a vivid living scene, brimming with confrontation, confession, reproach, judgment and commentary, a scene alive with the dynamic energy that fills the Quranic portrayals of the day of resurrection. And on the day when he will gather them all together. The scene begins by speaking of a future event, the day when he will gather them all together. But it is transformed into a present reality for the listener, an immediate confrontation. This transformation is achieved by the omission of just one word. The intended phrasing is, and on the day when he will gather them all together, he will say. But the omission of he will say propels the narrative from a future awaiting fulfillment to a vivid reality unfolding before the listener's eyes. This is one of the miraculous features of Quranic imagery. Let us follow this striking and vivid scene as it unfolds. O assembly of jinn, you have taken many followers from among humankind. You have increased your numbers with followers from humankind, those who listened to your whispers, obeyed your suggestions, and followed in your footsteps. This is not a question posed for information, for the jinn already know how many they have led astray. Rather, it is a statement meant to record their crime, the crime of leading astray this vast multitude, which we can almost see gathered in this depicted scene. It is also meant to rebuke them for this crime, as the evidence of their guilt comes alive in the gathering of this throng. And so the jinn remains silent before this rebuke, offering no response. Instead, it is the naive and heedless followers from among humankind, those who succumbed to the whispers of the devils, who respond. And their human allies will say, Our sustainer, We did enjoy one another's company, and we have now reached the term that you had appointed for us. This response reveals their thoughtlessness and their frivolity. It also sheds light on how the devils found their way into their hearts through the door of pleasure and gratification. They enjoyed the seduction of the jinn, who adorned for them false ideas and concepts, arrogance, recklessness, and sins both outward and inward. It was through this enjoyment that the devils gained entry into their souls. At the same time, the devils enjoyed their sway over these gullible and foolish followers. They manipulated them, played with them, and exploited them to serve the purposes of Satan in the human realm. These naive followers, however, thought they were engaged in mutual enjoyment, that there was an exchange of benefit between them and the devils. Hence they say, "Our sustainer. We did enjoy one another's company, and we have now reached the term that you had appointed for us." The enjoyment lasted throughout the span of their earthly lives until the appointed term arrived, a term they only now realized was set by God, and that they had remained within his grasp all along during their fleeting pleasure. At this point, the decisive judgment is pronounced. He will say, "The fire is your abode, therein to abide save as God wills otherwise. Verily your sustainer is wise, all-knowing." The fire is their final refuge, their permanent home except for what God wills, for the image of divine will must always remain dominant in the believer's consciousness. The unrestricted freedom of God's will is a fundamental principle of this faith. His will is never bound or constrained, not even by his own decrees. Verily, your sustainer is wise, all-knowing. His decree concerning humanity proceeds from wisdom and knowledge, attributes that belong to God alone, the wise, the all-knowing. Before resuming the dialogue to complete the scene, the narrative shifts to offer a reflective commentary. And thus do we cause the wrongdoers to become the allies of one another as a consequence of what they used to do. Just as the alliance between the jinn and humankind was based on shared wrongdoing, so too do we cause wrongdoers to be allies of one another, united by their deeds and their nature. Some of them become the protectors and supporters of others, bound by their similar inclinations, their shared goals, and their common destiny. This is a universal truth that extends far beyond the immediate context of this scene. It applies to the nature of alliances between the devils of humankind and the jinn in general. The wrongdoers, those who ascribe partners to God in any form, naturally come together in opposition to truth and guidance. They assist one another in their hostility toward every prophet and those who follow them. Beyond their shared essence, no matter how varied their forms, they also share a common interest: the usurpation of God's exclusive right to sovereignty over humanity and the pursuit of desires unrestrained by God's law. In every age we witness this alliance, a unified front of the devils of humankind, whether crusaders, Zionists, idolaters, or communists, despite their internal rivalries and conflicts of interest. When the battle is against God's religion and his faithful servants, they become a single block, supporting one another. Their shared essence and their common goal bind them together. And the evil they earn unites their destinies in the hereafter, as vividly portrayed in this scene. Even in our own time and for centuries past, we have witnessed an immense coalition of the devils of humankind from various camps, united against Islam and the revivalist movements striving to bring it back to life on this earth. It is indeed an awe-inspiring gathering, a confluence of the expertise of countless centuries in waging war against Islam, coupled with material and cultural forces, and aided by the mechanisms employed within the very region to act in accordance with the objectives of this cunning and diabolical coalition. It is a gathering that vividly manifests the words of God, the Most High, and thus do we make the wrongdoers allies of one another because of what they used to earn. 6. 129. Equally, it reflects the reassurance given by God to his prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him. And if God had so willed, they would not have done so leave them alone with their fabrications. 6. 112. Yet this reassurance requires that there exist a believing community, steadfast upon the path of the messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him, aware that they stand in his place in this fierce battle against this religion and its followers. And so we return with the narrative to the latter part of the final scene. O assembly of jinn and humans, did not messengers come to you, reciting my signs to you and warning you of the meeting of this day of yours? They will say, we bear witness against ourselves. The life of this world deceived them, and they will bear witness against themselves that they had been disbelievers. 6:130. This is a question of affirmation and record-keeping, for God, glorified and exalted is He, already knows what transpired in their worldly lives. Their response is an acknowledgement of their deserving this recompense in the hereafter. The address is directed to both jinn and humans alike. But does this mean that God sent messengers to the jinn as He sent to the humans? Only God knows the reality of this unseen creation, hidden from human perception. However, the text may allow for the interpretation that the jinn would overhear the revelations sent to the messengers and then convey them as warnings to their own kind. This is akin to what the Qur'an relates in Surah Al-An'am. And mention when we directed to you a few of the jinn listening to the Qur'an, and when they attended it they said to one another, be silent. And when it was concluded, they went back to their people as warners. They said, O our people, we have heard a book revealed after Moses, confirming what was before it, guiding to the truth and to a straight path. O our people, respond to the caller of God and believe in him. He will forgive you your sins and protect you from a painful punishment. But he who does not respond to the caller of God will not cause failure to him upon earth, and he will have no protectors besides him. Those are in manifest error. 46:29-32. Thus, it is plausible that the question and response addressed to the jinn and humans alike are based on this premise. Ultimately, the matter belongs to God alone, and delving beyond this point is futile. In any case, the responsible ones among the jinn and humans realize that the question is not one of inquiry, but rather of affirmation and record-keeping, as well as reproach and rebuke. Thus, they concede fully and they testify against themselves their deserving of the fate they face. They said, we bear witness against ourselves. 6:130. Here the narrator of the scene interjects and adds, and the life of this world deluded them, and they will bear witness against themselves that they had been disbelievers. 6:130. This is a comment that affirms the reality of their state in the world. They were deceived by the allure of this worldly life, and this deception led them to disbelief. Now here they are, bearing witness against themselves, at a moment when denial and pretense are of no avail. What fate could be more wretched than for a person to find themselves in such a predicament, unable to deny, unable to defend, and utterly helpless? Let us pause for a moment to marvel at the extraordinary Quranic style in portraying scenes as though they are present before the eyes, bringing the unseen future into vivid reality, and rendering the present as though it were a distant past. This Quran is being recited to people in the present world on this familiar earth. Yet it presents the scenes of the hereafter as though they are near and observable, while portraying the events of this world as though they are part of some distant history. We forget that this scene is one that will occur on the day of judgment, and instead we feel as though it is unfolding before us at this very moment. Likewise, the events of this world are narrated as though they belong to a bygone age, and the life of this world deluded them, and they will bear witness against themselves that they had been disbelievers. 6:130. Such is one of the wonders of the Quranic imagery. As the scene draws to a close, the narrative turns its address to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and by extension to the believers who follow him as well as to humanity at large. It reflects upon the judgment pronounced upon the devils from among the jinn and humans, condemning this vast throng to the fire, having acknowledged that messengers had indeed come to them, reciting God's signs and warning them of this day of theirs. The conclusion emphasizes that God's punishment does not befall anyone except after due warning, and that God does not seize his servants for their wrongdoing, namely, their associating partners with him without first awakening them from their heedlessness, reciting his signs to them and sending them warnings. That is because your sustainer would not destroy the cities for wrongdoing while their people were unaware. 6. 131. God's mercy toward humankind has decreed that he does not hold them accountable for their disbelief and denial until he has sent them messengers. Despite the innate disposition he has placed in their nature, inclining them toward their Creator, this innate disposition can sometimes be obscured. Despite the intellect he has granted them, enabling them to discern the truth, this intellect can sometimes be overwhelmed by desires. Despite the signs he has spread across the open book of the universe, human faculties can sometimes fail to perceive them. To the messengers and their messages is entrusted the task of rescuing human nature from its obscurities, the intellect from its deviations, and the senses and perceptions from their blindness. Thus, God has made punishment conditional upon disbelief and denial after the message has been conveyed and the warning delivered. This reality not only illustrates God's mercy and grace toward humankind, but also highlights the limitations of human faculties such as innate disposition and intellect. Alone they cannot safeguard against error, nor can they lead to certainty, nor can they endure the pressures of desires without the support of faith and the discipline of religion. The narrative then affirms another truth regarding recompense, be it for the believers or for the devils alike, and for all are degrees according to what they have done, and your sustainer is not unaware of what they do. 6. 132. For the believers there are ranks one above the other, and for the devils there are ranks one below the other. All this is in accordance with deeds, for every deed is recorded, and nothing escapes God's knowledge. And your sustainer is not unaware of what they do. 6. 132. Indeed, God sends his messengers out of mercy to his servants. He is self-sufficient, needing nothing from them or their worship. If they do good, they do so for their own benefit in both this world and the next, and his mercy extends even to the sinful and disbelieving generations, whom he sustains despite his power to destroy them and replace them with others. And your sustainer is the self-sufficient possessor of mercy. If he wills, he can do away with you and bring after you whomever he wills, just as he produced you from the descendants of another people. 6. 133. Let humankind never forget that their existence is due solely to God's mercy, and their continuance depends entirely on his will. Whatever power they wield is but a trust bestowed by God, not an inherent authority of their own. Their existence, their faculties, and their dominion are all gifts from God, and he can withdraw them at will, replacing them with others. This he can do as easily as he brought them forth from the remnants of a bygone generation. What forceful admonitions and stirring rhythms these are, striking terror in the hearts of the wrongdoers from among the devils of jinn and humans, those who plot and scheme, legislate and prohibit, disputing the law of God with their own fabrications. Yet they remain within the grasp of God, who sustains them as he wills, removes them as he wills, and replaces them as he wills. And for the believing community, these verses bring reassurance, steadfastness, and confidence that these scheming devils, despite their tyranny and plotting, are weak and powerless in the grip of God. Then comes another chilling warning. Indeed, what you are promised is coming, and you will not escape. 6. 134. You are in the hand of God, under his dominion, and subject to his will and decree. You cannot escape him nor resist him. The day of resurrection, of which you have just witnessed a glimpse, awaits you. It is inevitable, beyond any doubt. On that day you will neither elude God nor render him powerless. The narrative concludes with yet another threatening admonition, this time veiled yet profoundly impactful. Say, "O my people, work according to your position. Indeed, I am working. And you are going to know who will have the best outcome in the hereafter. Indeed, the wrongdoers will not succeed." 6. 135. This is the warning of one who is confident in the truth of what he holds, confident in the truth of the one who supports him, and confident in the ultimate outcome of his path. It is the warning of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who declares himself absolved of their affairs, certain of the truth he follows, and certain of their falsehood and the destiny to which they are inevitably heading. Indeed, the wrongdoers will not succeed. 6. 135. This is an unfailing law. The polytheists who take protectors other than God will never prosper, for there is no protector besides God, no guide nor helper apart from him. Those who do not follow his guidance are left with nothing but manifest error and utter loss. Before we proceed with this new segment of the Surah's narrative, let us pause briefly to reflect upon this intermediary portion that lies between the preceding discussion on the laws of slaughter, what is permissible when God's name has been invoked upon it, and what is prohibited when his name has not, and the subsequent discourse on vows concerning produce, livestock, and offspring. This intermediary segment weaves together fundamental truths of pure, unadulterated faith, interspersed with vivid images, profound declarations, and striking depictions of the nature of belief and disbelief, as well as the eternal struggle between the devils of humankind and jinn on one side, and God's prophets and their followers on the other. It also contains a multitude of evocative elements, harmonizing with similar motifs throughout the surah, as it elucidates the great truths of faith within the broader, all-encompassing framework of existence. This brief pause allows us to perceive the Quranic method's profound focus on practical realities and the intricate details of human life, as it insists upon their alignment with God's law and the fundamental principle upon which all laws must rest, the sovereignty of God, or expressed differently, his sustainership over all creation. But why does the Quranic method place such profound emphasis on this issue? It does so because at its core, it encapsulates the essence of Aqidah, faith in Islam, as well as the essence of Din, religion. For faith in Islam is built upon the testimony of La ilaha illa God, there is no deity except God. Through this testimony, the believer removes from his heart any vestige of servitude to any of God's creation, affirming that all divinity belongs to God alone. Consequently, the believer rejects the sovereignty of any created being, acknowledging that all sovereignty, whether in great matters or small, belongs solely to God. For even the smallest act of legislation is an exercise of sovereignty, just as the greatest act of legislation is. Both are in essence exercises of divinity, which the believer refuses to ascribe to anyone but God. Religion in Islam, therefore, is not confined to the inner realm of belief, but extends to the practical, lived reality of human life. It is the submission of all aspects of one's being, both inner and outer, to the sole divinity of God, rejecting every other claim to servitude or authority made by self-deified human beings. Legislation, then, is an expression of divinity, and to submit to it is to submit to the one exercising that authority. Thus, the believer dedicates his submission, his servitude to God alone, rejecting and renouncing submission to any other power among God's creation. This explains the Quran's consistent and emphatic affirmation of these foundational principles of faith, as exemplified here in this Makkan surah. As we have previously noted in the introduction to this surah, the Makkan Quran did not yet address the detailed laws governing the life of a Muslim community, as there was no Islamic state at that time to implement those laws. Instead, its focus was on the core of faith and the worldview it shapes. Yet even in this context, the surah devotes considerable attention to affirming the principle of God's sovereignty in legislation, underscoring its profound significance. This emphasis carries profound implications, and they assign to God a share of what he has produced in the form of crops and livestock, saying, "This is for God," according to their claim, "and this is for our partners." But what is for their partners does not reach God, while what is for God reaches their partners. How evil is their judgment. 6. 136. And likewise their partners have made killing their children seem pleasing to many of the polytheists, in order to lead them to ruin and to obscure their religion for them. And if God had willed, they would not have done so. So leave them and what they fabricate. 6. 137. And they say, "These animals and crops are forbidden. None may eat of them except those we will," according to their claim. And there are animals whose backs are forbidden for riding, and animals over which they do not mention God's name, falsely attributing such practices to him. He will repay them for what they have fabricated. 6. 138. And they say, what is in the wombs of these animals is exclusively for our males, but forbidden to our wives. But if it is stillborn, then they are partners in it. He will punish them for their false assertions. Indeed, he is wise, all-knowing. 6:139. Surely lost are those who, in their jahiliyyah, kill their children and forbid what God has provided for them, falsely attributing such practices to him. They have gone astray and were never rightly guided. 6:140. It is he who brought forth gardens, trellised and untrellised, and palm trees and crops of different tastes, and olives and pomegranates, similar yet different. Eat of their fruit when they bear fruit, and give their due on the day of harvest, but do not be wasteful. Verily, God does not love the wasteful. And of livestock, some are for burden, and some are for meat. Eat of what God has provided for you, and do not follow the footsteps of Satan. Surely he is an open enemy to you. 6:142. 8 pairs, 2 of sheep and 2 of goats. Say, has he forbidden the 2 males or the 2 females, or what the wombs of the 2 females contain? Inform me with knowledge, if you are truthful. 6:143. And of camels 2, and of cattle 2. Say, has he forbidden the 2 males or the 2 females, or what the wombs of the 2 females contain? Or were you witnesses when God enjoined this upon you? Then who is more unjust than one who fabricates lies against God to mislead people without knowledge? Surely God does not guide the wrong-doing people. 6:144. Say, I do not find in what has been revealed to me anything forbidden to one who eats it except dead animals, spilled blood, the flesh of swine, for indeed it is impure, or that which has been sacrificed to other than God. But whoever is forced by necessity, neither desiring it nor exceeding the limit, then your sustainer is forgiving, merciful. 6:145. And to those who are Jews, we prohibited every animal with claws, and of cattle and sheep. We prohibited to them their fat, except what adheres to their backs or intestines, or what is mixed with bone. This we repaid them for their rebellion, and indeed we are truthful. 6:146. But if they deny you, say, your sustainer is of vast mercy, but his punishment cannot be repelled from the criminal people. 6:147. Those who associate partners with God will say, if God had willed, we would not have associated partners, nor would our fathers, nor would we have forbidden anything. Likewise, those before them, denied until they tasted our punishment, say, do you have any knowledge that you can produce for us? You follow nothing but assumption, and you do nothing but lie. 6:148. Say, to God belongs the ultimate argument. Had he willed, he would have guided you all. 6:149. Say, bring forward your witnesses who will testify that God has forbidden this. And if they testify, do not testify with them, and do not follow the desires of those who deny our signs and who do not believe in the hereafter and equate others with their sustainer. 6:150. Say, come, I will recite what your sustainer has forbidden to you, that you do not associate anything with him, and to parents, good treatment, and do not kill your children out of poverty we provide for you and them, and do not approach immoralities, what is apparent of them and what is concealed, and do not kill the soul which God has forbidden, except by right. This he has enjoined upon you that you may reason. 6:151. Thus, this long journey like the one preceding it and the commentary upon it is part of a Makkan Surah, a Quranic revelation addressing the essence of faith. It does not concern the details of law, except insofar as they establish the foundational principles of belief. At that time, Islam had no state to implement its laws, and so God preserved his Sharia from becoming mere words on tongues or theoretical debates, awaiting the establishment of a society that would enter into submission wholly, surrendering itself entirely to God, worshipping him through obedience to his laws. Only then would the detailed rulings of Sharia become manifest in a state capable of enforcing them, ensuring that knowledge of the law was always accompanied by its implementation. Such is the nature of this religion, and such is its method, which ensures its vitality, gravity, and dignity. This long journey in a Makkan surah, addressing the issue of legislation and sovereignty, reveals the nature of this issue. It is a matter of faith, and it underscores the seriousness of this matter in Islam. It is its central issue. Before we proceed to engage with the detailed examination of the texts, we wish to dwell for a moment under the shade of the Quranic context as a whole, so that we may perceive its content in a broad, comprehensive manner and grasp its deeper implications and subtle allusions. The discourse begins with an exposition of the pagan beliefs and claims concerning their practices regarding crops, livestock, and offspring, that is, matters pertaining to wealth and social structure during the era of pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah. These beliefs and claims are manifested in the following ways. 1. They would divide the sustenance which God had provided for them, the crops and livestock he had created, into two shares. One share they would designate for God, falsely claiming that this was prescribed by him, and another share they would allocate to their so-called partners, those imaginary deities whom they associated with God and to whom they ascribed a share in their lives, wealth, and children. And they assign to God a share of what he has created of crops and livestock, and they say, "This is for God," according to their claim, and "this is for our partners." 2. Yet, after making this division, they would encroach upon the share they had allocated to God, taking some of it and adding it to the share of their partners, while never doing the same in reverse. What was for their partners never reached God, but what was for God would reach their partners. 3. They would kill their children, enticed into such acts by their so-called partners who, in this instance, were none other than the priests and lawmakers among them, those who fashioned the social customs that individuals were compelled to follow, whether through social pressure or through the influence of mythic religious law. This infanticide often targeted daughters out of fear of poverty or dishonor, but sometimes it even extended to sons, as in the case of vows like that of Abd al-Muttalib, who had pledged that if God granted him 10 sons to protect him, he would sacrifice one of them to the idols. And so their so-called partners made killing their children seem pleasing to many of the polytheists, so as to lead them to ruin and to confuse them in their religion. 4. They would reserve certain livestock and crops, claiming that they could only be consumed with special permission from God, so they alleged. They also forbade the riding of certain animals or the invocation of God's name over them during slaughter or use. Some animals were not ridden during the pilgrimage because it involved mentioning God's name. All of this was done while asserting that these practices were divinely ordained. And they said, "These animals and crops are forbidden, none may eat of them except those we will according to their claim, and there are animals whose backs are forbidden, and animals over which they do not invoke the name of God, fabricating lies against him." 5. They assigned the unborn offspring of certain livestock exclusively to their males, declaring it forbidden to their females unless the unborn was stillborn, in which case both males and females would partake of it. They attributed this absurd and ludicrous custom to God. And they said, "What is in the wombs of these animals is reserved solely for our males and forbidden to our wives, but if it is stillborn, then they share in it. He will repay them for their false claims. Indeed, he is wise, all-knowing." Such were the beliefs, claims and traditions that characterized the fabric of Arab society in the era of Jahiliyyah, a society steeped in these practices which this extensive Quranic discourse, found in a Meccan surah, confronts with the aim of eradicating them, purifying hearts and minds, and invalidating their presence in the social order. The Quranic discourse adopts a deliberate, gradual, and meticulous approach in addressing these issues. It begins by declaring the utter loss of those who, in their jahiliyyah and without knowledge, killed their children and prohibited the sustenance which God had provided them, fabricating lies against God. It proclaims their absolute error in these beliefs and claims that they falsely ascribe to God without knowledge. Thereafter, it draws their attention to the fact that it is God alone who has created and provided them with the wealth they misuse in these ways. It is He who has brought forth gardens, trellised and untrellised, and it is He who has created livestock for their benefit. The one who provides is also the one who has authority over what he provides, and thus only he has the right to legislate regarding their use. This reminder is accompanied by vivid, evocative imagery of orchards, crops, fruits, and livestock of God's blessings upon them, which include animals that serve as carriers to bear their burdens, and others that provide sustenance, clothing, and comfort. The discourse also invokes the eternal enmity between humankind and Satan, asking how they could possibly follow his footsteps and heed his whispers when he is a manifest enemy. Following this, the Quranic discourse meticulously details the absurdity of their beliefs concerning livestock, exposing their lack of logic and reason. It shines a bright light upon the darkness of these notions, rendering them trivial, flimsy, and utterly baseless. At the end of this critique, it poses a question. Upon what do you base these rulings? Were you witnesses when God enjoined these laws upon you? It then censures them for their fabrication against God and their misleading of others without knowledge. This censure becomes one of the many persuasive tools employed in the discourse. At this juncture, the Quran establishes the sole authority entitled to legislate and clarifies what this authority has genuinely forbidden in matters of food, whether those prohibitions apply universally to Muslims or were specific to the Jews, with certain permissions granted to the Muslims. The discourse then addresses their claim that their polytheism and their prohibitions, both equally abhorrent in their implications and their status before God, were somehow willed by God. If God had willed, we would not have ascribed partners to him, nor would our forefathers, nor would we have forbidden anything. It declares that this argument is but the excuse of every disbeliever and rejecter of the truth throughout history. Thus did those who came before them give the lie to the truth until they tasted our punishment. Polytheism and the invention of prohibitions without divine sanction are equally marks of those who reject God's signs. The discourse then asks them in a tone of rebuke, "Do you have any knowledge that you can produce for us? You follow nothing but conjecture, and you do nothing but guess." The discussion concludes by inviting them to a decisive confrontation and a declaration of truth, just as the Surah had invited them to such a confrontation at its opening regarding the fundamental tenet of faith. The same expressions and phrases are used, even the same words, to emphasize that the issue at hand is one and the same: the oneness of God and the rejection of legislation without his permission. Say, "Bring your witnesses who testify that God has forbidden this." If they testify, do not bear witness with them, and do not follow the desires of those who deny our signs, who believe not in the hereafter, and who set up equals with their sustainer. Here, as throughout the surah, we see the unity of theme, expression, and terminology. Those who engage in such legislative acts are driven by their own desires, reject God's signs, and disbelieve in the hereafter. Had they believed in God's signs, the hereafter, and divine guidance, they would not have legislated for themselves and others without God's permission, nor would they have declared permissible or forbidden what he had not. At the conclusion of this discourse, the Quran calls them to recognize what God has truly forbidden, presenting a set of fundamental principles for social life. Foremost among these is the oneness of God. Some of these principles are commands and obligations, while others are prohibitions, of which there are more, and thus they serve as the framework for the discussion. God prohibits associating partners with him. He commands kindness to parents. He forbids the killing of children out of fear of poverty, reassuring them about sustenance. He forbids approaching any abomination, whether open or hidden. He forbids the taking of life, which God has made sacred, except for a just cause. He prohibits unjustly consuming the property of orphans, except to improve it, until they reach maturity. He commands fairness in weights and measures. He enjoins justice in speech, even if it concerns a relative. He commands the fulfillment of all covenants made with God. All of these are divine injunctions, repeated after each command or prohibition as a reminder of their sacred nature. This entire array, which encompasses the foundation of faith and the principles of law brought together, and intertwined in this discourse, presented as one whole, one indivisible entity, in a manner whose profound significance is unmistakable to anyone who approaches this Quran with the method we have outlined. This entire array is concluded with the following declaration: "And this is my path, straight, so follow it, and do not follow other ways, lest they separate you from his way. This he has enjoined upon you, so that you may be conscious of him." Thus, the meaning derived from the entire context is brought forth and crystallized into one clear, decisive affirmation. This religion, in its law and in its creed, treats the concepts of shirk, associating partners with God, and Islam, submission to him alone, in the same way, as one inseparable reality. Indeed, this religion's law is derived from its creed, as reflected in this context. Nay, its law is its creed, for it is the practical translation of that creed into reality. This fundamental truth is evident throughout the Quranic text and its method of presentation. And yet this truth that faith and law are one in this religion has been progressively displaced from the hearts of the followers of this faith over the course of centuries, through myriad, cunning, devilish schemes. As a result, even among the most ardent advocates of this religion, leaving aside its opponents and those indifferent to it, the matter of divine sovereignty, hakimiyah, has come to be perceived as separate from the matter of faith. Their hearts no longer tremble at the thought of the usurpation of God's sovereignty, as they do at the thought of violating faith itself. They no longer regard the abandonment of God's sovereignty as a departure from the religion, akin to the abandonment of faith or worship. This religion does not recognize any division between creed, worship, and law. The separation that has occurred is the result of long centuries of manipulation by trained agents, until the issue of God's sovereignty has been reduced to a pale shadow, even in the awareness of the most zealous advocates of this faith. And yet, it is precisely this issue of sovereignty that is at the heart of a Meccan surah, a surah whose subject is not the system of governance or the law, but the creed itself. And yet, it devotes all these powerful arguments, declarations and assertions to a single practical matter drawn from the traditions of social life. This is because that practical matter is tied to the great foundation, the foundation of sovereignty itself. For this great foundation is inseparable from the essence of this religion and its very existence. Those who deem the worshipper of idols to be guilty of shirk but do not extend the same judgment to those who turn to false authorities tagut for judgment, who shrink from declaring the latter a form of shirk, while readily declaring the former as such. These people do not truly read the Quran, nor do they understand the nature of this religion. Let them read the Quran as it was revealed by God, and let them take God's words seriously. If you obey them, you are indeed polytheists. And among those zealous for this religion, there are some who occupy themselves and others with debates over whether a particular law, procedure or statement conforms to God's law or does not conform to it. They are deeply concerned about certain violations here and there, as if Islam were already fully established, and its existence, survival and perfection depended only on the rectification of these specific violations. These well-meaning, zealous advocates, in their misplaced focus, unwittingly harm this religion. Indeed, they strike it a fatal blow by concerning themselves with such trivial side issues. They drain the remaining energy of faith in people's hearts through these insignificant peripheral concerns. In doing so, they implicitly affirm the legitimacy of the existing systems of jahiliyyah, testifying by implication that this religion is already present within these systems and only needs to have its minor violations corrected for it to be complete. But the truth is that this religion is entirely absent. It does not even exist so long as it is not manifested in a system and a social order where God's sovereignty, hakimiyah, is exclusive and absolute, free from any association with human authority. The existence of this religion is synonymous with the existence of God's sovereignty. If this foundation is absent, then the existence of this religion is negated. The real issue facing this religion in the world today is the domination of false authorities, tagut, that violate God's divinity, usurp his sovereignty, and claim for themselves the right to legislate in matters of human lives, property, and offspring. This is the very issue that the Quran confronts with such an overwhelming array of arguments, declarations, and assertions, tying it to the core of Tawheed, God's oneness, and servitude to Him, and making it the criterion of faith or unbelief, the measure of Jahiliyyah or Islam. The true battle that Islam waged to establish its existence was not a battle against atheism, as if mere religiosity were the ultimate goal of those zealous for this faith, nor was it a battle against social or moral corruption. Those are secondary battles, which follow the primary battle for the very existence of this religion. The first battle that Islam waged to assert its existence was the battle over sovereignty, to establish to whom it belongs. This is why this battle was fought in Mecca, fought at a time when Islam was establishing its creed and was not yet addressing systems or laws. It was fought to instill in the hearts of the believers that sovereignty belongs to God alone, that no Muslim may claim it for himself, nor may any Muslim accept the claim of another. And when this creed became firmly rooted in the hearts of the Muslim community in Mecca, God facilitated its practical implementation in Medina. Let those zealous for this religion reflect on their current state and what ought to be once they grasp the true meaning of this religion. And this suffices for now, as we turn to address specific texts in detail. And they assigned to God a share of what He created of crops and livestock. And they said, "This is for God," so they claimed, "and this is for our partners." But what was for their partners never reached God, while what was for God would reach their partners. Evil indeed is their judgment. The Quranic discourse in describing the pagan beliefs and practices regarding crops and livestock affirms that it is God who created these plants and animals. None besides God provides sustenance for humanity from the earth and the sky. After this affirmation, the Quran recounts what they did with what God had provided. They allocated one portion to God and another to their idols and false gods. Naturally, the portion for their idols would ultimately end up in the hands of the priests who served them. Yet even with this division, they would still wrongfully encroach upon the share they had set aside for God, as the verse describes. Ibn Abbas said, "When they brought in food and divided it into bundles, they assigned a portion to God and a portion to their idols. If a wind blew some of what they had assigned to their idols into what they had assigned to God, they would retrieve it and return it to their idols. But if a wind blew some of what they had assigned to God into what they had assigned to their idols, they left it there and did not return it. Thus, God says, evil indeed is their judgment." Mujahid said, "They assigned a share of their crops to God and a share to their idols and false gods. Whatever the wind carried from God's share to the idol's share, they left it. But whatever the wind carried from the idol's share to God's share, they retrieved it, saying, 'God is self-sufficient.'" Qatada said, "Some people of misguidance divided their crops and livestock, assigning one share to God and another to their idols. If anything from God's share mixed with the idol's share, they would leave it. But if anything from the idol's share mixed with God's share, they would retrieve it for the idols. And if they suffered hardship, they would use what they had allocated to God while leaving untouched what they had allocated to their idols. God says, evil indeed is their judgment." Al-Sudi said, "They would divide their wealth, assigning one portion to God and another to their idols. They would plant crops, assigning one portion to God and another to their idols. Whatever came out for the idols, they spent on them. But whatever came out for God, they gave in charity. If what they set aside for their idols was destroyed, and what they set aside for God increased, they would say, 'Our idols cannot be left without provision.' And they would take from God's share to support their idols. But if what they set aside for God was destroyed, and what they set aside for their idols increased, they would say, 'If God had willed, He would have blessed His share.' And they would not touch what they had reserved for their idols. Thus God rebukes them, saying, evil indeed is their judgment." And from Ibn Jarir, "As for his saying, evil indeed is what they judge, it is a statement from God, majestic is His glory, regarding the deeds of those idolaters whose traits He has described. It means, Almighty is He, they have wronged in their judgment, for they took from my share and gave it to their partners, yet they did not give me any share of what they had apportioned for their partners. This, then, is a declaration exalted be His mention of their jahiliyyah and their misguidance and their deviation from the path of truth. For they did not deem it sufficient to equate with their Creator, the one who nourished them and bestowed upon them countless blessings, those who could neither harm nor benefit them, but went so far as to prefer those false deities over Him in the distribution of their wealth. This was precisely what the devils among humans and jinn would whisper to their allies, urging them to dispute with the believers regarding cattle and crops. And it is evident that these notions and actions bore the imprint of the devil's self-serving interests in the deception they adorned for their followers. As for the interests of human devils, be they priests, custodians of idols, or tribal chiefs, they were twofold. First, they sought domination over the hearts of their followers, leading them as they wished, through the false perceptions and corrupt beliefs they embellished for them. Second, they pursued material gains derived from the oblations and sacrifices these deluded Jahili individuals offered to their idols. As for the interests of the devils among the jinn, they lay in the success of their whisperings and seductions, leading the children of Adam astray, corrupting their lives, ruining their faith, and driving them, submissive and subdued, toward destruction in this world and damnation in the hereafter. Such were the images of life in the pagan Jahiliyyah of the Arabs, a reflection of what occurred in other epochs of Jahiliyyah, whether among the Greeks, the Persians, or the Romans. And these same patterns remain alive today in India, Africa, and Asia. Yet these manifestations of Jahiliyyah in the management of wealth were not exclusive to the past, for the Jahiliyyah of the present day manifests similar attitudes in its dealings with wealth acts that God has not sanctioned. Thus, the modern-day Jahiliyyah aligns itself with those ancient Jahiliyyahs in their essence and foundation. For Jahiliyyah, in its essence, is any condition in which the affairs of humanity are conducted by laws other than those revealed by God. And it matters not how different the outward forms of this condition might appear, they are but superficial variations. Thus, many among those who associate partners with God have been led to slay their children by those whom they associate with Him, so as to bring about their ruin and to confound them in their faith. Yet had God so willed, they would not have done so. Leave them, then, to their false inventions. Qur'an 6, 137. For just as these partners and devils adorned for them their mismanagement of wealth, so too did they beautify for them the idea of slaying their children. This was expressed in their burying of their daughters alive, out of fear of poverty or fear of capture and dishonour, and in the slaughter of some of their sons as offerings to their gods. It is narrated that Abdul Muttalib pledged to sacrifice one of his sons if God granted him 10 who would protect and defend him. Clearly these practices stemmed from the customs of Jahiliyyah, the norms established by people for themselves. The partners mentioned here are the devils among humans and jinn, priests, custodians and tribal chiefs from among humans, and the whispering companions from among the jinn, working together in mutual support and alliance. The Quranic text lays bare the ultimate purpose behind this adornment, so as to bring about their ruin and to confound them in their faith, Qur'an 6, 137, to destroy them and render their faith obscure and ambiguous, so they could not grasp a clear understanding of it. The destruction began with the killing of their children and culminated in the total corruption of their social life, reducing them to misguided cattle, driven by their corrupt shepherds wherever they pleased, according to their whims and interests. These shepherds controlled not only their lives but also the lives of their children and the management of their wealth, leading to utter destruction and ruin. These misguiding beliefs, cloaked in the guise of religion and faith, though they were far removed from either, intertwined with the social customs that arose from them, creating a weight so immense that the masses could not resist it. Unless they sought refuge in a clear and definitive faith, grounded in an unwavering standard, they could not hope to free themselves from this crushing burden. Such ambiguous notions, these oppressive social norms, and their overwhelming weight were not confined to the manifestations of ancient Jahiliyas. Indeed, we witness them today even more vividly in the Jahiliyas of the modern age. These customs and traditions, which impose severe hardship upon people's lives, leave them no escape. These dress codes and ceremonial practices that dictate their lives, often demanding financial outlays beyond their means, consume their energies and corrupt their morals and existence. Yet they find themselves helpless but to submit to them. Morning garments, afternoon garments, evening garments, short dresses, tight dresses, ridiculous fashions. All these forms of adornment, beautification and styling this degrading enslavement who crafts it and who stands behind it. Houses of fashion, production companies, financiers in banking houses and industries, all of whom reap the profits from these burdensome customs. And behind it all stand the Jews, working to destroy humanity so they may dominate it. Yet they do not fight with open weapons or visible armies, but rather through the values and concepts they propagate. They establish these through theories and ideologies, embedding them into systems of governance, societal structures and social norms that weigh heavily upon the people, so entangled that they cannot discern their roots or untangle their branches. This is the work of devils among humans and jinn. The Jahiliyyah of the past and the Jahiliyyah of the present may differ in form and appearance, but their roots and origins are the same, as are their principles and foundations. We would indeed diminish the value of the Qur'an if we were to read it, understanding it merely as a discourse about Jahiliyyahs that once were. It is, rather, a discourse about all Jahiliyyahs throughout the ages of human existence, a confrontation with perpetual deviation, constantly calling it back to the straight path of God. And despite the enormity of their schemes and the weight of their reality, the Quranic narrative diminishes the significance of Jahiliyyah and unveils the ultimate truth that may be obscured by its apparent enormity, that these devils and their allies are within the grasp of God's power and dominion. They act not by their own inherent might, but because God, in his wisdom, has allowed them a measure of freedom as part of his trial of humankind. Had he willed, they would not have been able to do what they do. Yet he has willed this as a test. Hence, neither the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, nor the believers need to be perturbed. Let them continue on their path and leave the devils and their fabrications to God's judgment. Had God so willed, they would not have done so. Leave them then to their false inventions. Quran 6, 137. And we must not forget that these people dare not claim that these notions and practices are of their own making. Rather, they falsely attribute them to God, claiming that he has ordained them. Thus they ascribe them to the faith of Abraham and Ishmael, so they allege. And so it is today with the devils of modern Jahiliyahs. Most of them do not dare to openly deny God's existence, as the brazen communists do. Instead, they resort to the same methods as the devils of pagan Arabia. They claim to respect religion and assert that what they legislate for humanity has its roots in that religion. This is a more insidious and treacherous approach than that of the atheistic communists, for it numbs the vague religious sentiment that still resides in the depths of human souls, though this sentiment is far from true Islam. For Islam is a clear, practical and living system, not a vague, indistinct emotion. This cunning strategy channels the innate religious energy into pagan, not Islamic moulds. This is the most treacherous of deceptions and the most despicable of methods. And then come the enthusiasts for this religion, who waste their efforts in denouncing trivial, marginal practices that do not appeal to them within these polytheistic usurping systems that have stolen God's sovereignty in its entirety. Through their foolish zeal, they unwittingly lend legitimacy to these polytheistic systems, granting them implicit testimony that they are, in some way, rooted in the religion of truth, albeit flawed in these minor, trivial aspects. And these enthusiasts play their role in fortifying these conditions and purging them. It is the same role performed by the professional religious institutions that don the guise of religion, though Islam, in its essence, knows no such guises, nor does it allow any priest or custodian to speak in its name. And they say, "These cattle and crops are forbidden. None may eat of them except whom we will, so they claim. And some cattle they forbid from riding, and some they do not pronounce God's name over fabricating lies against him. He will requite them for all that they invent." Qur'an 6, 138. Abu Ja'far ibn Jarir al-Tabari has said, "This is a statement from God exalted, be his mention about those Jahili idolaters, that they would deem some things lawful and others unlawful by their own whims, without God's permission for any of it. The forbidden, ihijja, that they imposed these transgressors upon God's authority, who nonetheless claimed that what they legislated was God's law, resulted in them designating certain crops and cattle solely for their idols, as previously mentioned. They said, "These cattle and these crops are forbidden. None may eat of them except those whom we will," so they claimed. And naturally the ones deciding these matters were the priests, the custodians, and the chieftains. They also designated certain cattle, likely those mentioned in the verse from Al-Ma'idah. God has not ordained the dedication of Bahira, Sa'iba, Wasila or Ham, Quran 5, 103, forbidding their backs to be ridden, and they forbade the mention of God's name over other cattle, not at the time of riding, milking or slaughtering, but instead dedicated them solely to their idols. All of this, as the verse says, was fabricated lies against God. Quran 6, 138. Abu Ja'far ibn Jarir further comments, "As for his saying, fabricating lies against God, it means that these idolaters did what they did, forbidding what they forbade, and said what they said falsely, attributing it to God and concocting falsehoods against him. For they claimed that what they forbade, as described in God's book, was indeed forbidden by God, but he, exalted is he, refuted their claims and exposed their lies, informing his prophet and the believers of their falsehood." Here again we see the methods of Jahiliyyah which repeat themselves in various forms across different ages of Jahiliyyah. This was long before some among humanity dared to claim the materiality of existence, and before others who do not outright deny God boldly proclaimed that religion is merely a belief system and not a comprehensive order encompassing society, economics and governance. Yet we must always recognize that the method of Jahiliyyah, which establishes earthly systems where sovereignty belongs to humans rather than God, and then claims to respect religion and derive its laws from it, is the most insidious and devious of methods. This very method has been employed by global crusaderism and Zionism in the lands that were once the domain of Islam, governed by God's law. After their failure with the Turkish experiment led by the hero they had created, they revised their tactics. That experiment had served them well in dismantling the caliphate, the last vestige of Islamic unity on earth. However, its overt secularism rendered it incapable of serving as a model to influence the rest of the region. By severing all ties with religion, it became alien to the masses, among whom religion still lingered as a vague, deep-seated sentiment. Thus, in subsequent experiments aimed at the same goal, global crusaderism and Zionism sought to avoid the mistake of the Turkish Kemalist experiment. They cloaked these new experiments in a veneer of religion, establishing religious institutions that lent them an aura of piety, whether through direct propaganda or by objecting to minor, petty issues, creating the illusion that everything else was sound. This has been among the most insidious deceptions devised by the devils of humanity and jinn against this faith. At present, the Crusader Zionist apparatus operates with all its might, uniting its forces, leveraging its experience and drawing on its extensive history. It strives to rectify the failures of the Turkish experiment itself, now claiming that even that experiment was a revivalist Islamic movement. They insist that we must not believe the Turkish experiment's own declaration of secularism, nor its explicit rejection of religion. Orientalists, the intellectual tools of Crusader Zionist colonialism, exert immense effort to absolve the Kemalist experiment of the charge of atheism. For the exposure of its atheism limited its role to the destruction of the last symbol of Islamic unity on earth. It failed, however, to fulfill the other role, that of emptying religious concepts and zeal of their true meaning, replacing them with pagan forms and structures, distorting religion in the name of religion, corrupting morality and innate human values under the guise of religion, and dressing Jahiliyyah in the garb of Islam. Through this guise, these forces aim to achieve what the Crusades and Zionism could not accomplish throughout 13 centuries of scheming against Islam, to lead those lands where a vague religious sentiment still lingers into the embrace of Crusaderism and Zionism, deceived by this counterfeit bridle of religion. He will requite them for all that they invent. Quran 6, 138. And they say, what is within the wombs of these cattle is reserved exclusively for our males and forbidden to our females. But if it is stillborn, then they are all partners in it. He will requite them for their assertions. Verily, he is wise, all-knowing. Quran 6, 139. They indulged in fanciful notions and practices born of the distortions of polytheism and idolatry, and of granting men the authority to legislate what is lawful and unlawful, all the while claiming that human legislation was divinely ordained. They declared that the unborn offspring of certain cattle, likely those classified as Bahira, Saiba, Wasila or Ham, were reserved exclusively for their males and forbidden to their females, except if they were stillborn, in which case both genders shared in it. This they decreed without reason, evidence or justification, merely the whims of men, fashioned into an obscure and convoluted religion. The Quranic narrative follows with a stern warning to those who fabricated these laws and attributed them to God. He will requite them for their assertions. Verily, he is wise, all-knowing. Quran 6, 139. God knows the reality of all matters and acts with wisdom, unlike these Jahili idolaters who fabricate lies. As one reflects on these delusions, as detailed in the Quranic narrative, one cannot help but marvel at the burdens, losses and sacrifices borne by those who deviate from God's law and his path. The cost of straying from God's straight path is staggering, laden with the weight of superstition, ambiguity and illusion. The chains of corrupt belief weigh heavily on both society and individual conscience. Indeed, one marvels at how deviant beliefs demand the ultimate sacrifice, human offspring, on top of the confusion, chaos and lawlessness they impose, guided only by blind imitation and capricious whims. And yet, before them lies the simplicity and clarity of monotheism, which liberates the human conscience from illusion and superstition, the human mind from blind imitation, and human society from Jahiliyyah and its burdens. It frees humanity from servitude to created beings, whether in the form of laws they invent, values they impose, or standards they fabricate, and replaces all of this with a clear, comprehensible, and comforting creed. This creed offers a profound, comprehensive vision of existence and life, elevating humanity to the station of servitude to God alone, the station that reaches its loftiest heights in the prophets. Truly, it is the ultimate loss here in this world before the hereafter, when humanity turns away from God's straight path, plunging into the abyss of Jahiliyyah and reverting to the humiliating servitude of human oversustainers. Lost indeed are those who in their Jahiliyyah slay their children and forbid what God has provided for them, falsely attributing it to God. They have gone astray, and they are not rightly guided. Quran 6, 140. They have suffered absolute loss. They have lost in this world and the hereafter. They have lost their children and their own souls. They have lost their intellects and their spirits. They have forfeited the dignity God granted them by liberating them from servitude to others, only to surrender themselves to the sustainership of human beings, accepting human authority in place of divine sovereignty. Above all, they have lost guidance by losing their creed, suffering the ultimate irremediable loss. They have gone astray, and they are not rightly guided. Quran 6, 140. After this, the Quranic discourse takes them back to the primal truth they have strayed from, hinted at earlier in this discussion by the words, and they assign to God a portion of what he has created of crops and cattle. It redirects them to the true source of these crops and cattle over which they exercise authority, and to which they listen regarding their allocation from the whispers of devils, both human and jinn, who neither created nor brought these things into being. It is God alone who has brought forth the crops and cattle as sustenance and blessing for mankind. He created them so that people might be grateful to him and worship him, though he has no need whatsoever for their gratitude or worship, being the self-sufficient, the most merciful. Rather, their gratitude and worship are for their own well-being, both in the realm of their faith and their worldly lives. So how could they then place the judgment of those who have created nothing over what God has brought forth of crops and cattle? And how could they assign to God one portion and to these others another portion? Worse still, they do not stop there, but under the sway of self-serving devils begin to tamper with even that portion they had supposedly set aside for God. The Creator and Sustainer is the true sustainer and owner, and it is not permissible for anyone to dispose of these resources except with his permission, as expressed through his law. And his law is represented solely in what his messenger has brought from him, not in the false claims of those who usurp God's authority and attribute to themselves the power to legislate in his name. It is he who has brought forth gardens, both trellised and untrellised, and the date palms, and the fields of crops with their varying taste and produce, and the olive and the pomegranate similar and yet not alike. Eat of their fruit when they bear fruit, and give their due on the day of harvest, but do not waste, for truly he does not love the wasteful. And he has created cattle, some of them fit for carrying burdens and others low to the ground. Eat of what God has provided for you, and do not follow in the footsteps of Satan, for indeed he is a clear enemy to you. Indeed, it is God exalted is he who has created these gardens in the first place, bringing forth life from lifelessness. Among these gardens are those cultivated by human hands, tended with trellises and supports, and those which grow wild, untamed by human effort, emerging solely by God's decree and flourishing without human intervention. And it is God who has brought forth the date palms and the crops, diverse in their colours, tastes and forms. He is the one who created the olive and the pomegranate, varied in their types, some alike, some different. And it is he who created the cattle, some tall and strong, fit for bearing loads, and others smaller and closer to the ground, from whose wool and hair bedding and coverings can be fashioned. He alone has infused life into this earth and diversified its forms in accordance with the needs of human life upon it. So how is it that people in the face of these signs and realities turn to other than God for judgment in matters of crops, cattle and wealth? The Quranic method frequently underscores the reality of sustenance, which God has exclusively granted to humankind, using it as evidence for the necessity of devoting all sovereignty and authority to God alone in human life. For the Creator, the Sustainer, the Provider and the Guardian is the only being worthy of sustainership, governance and authority without contest. Here the discourse gathers vivid scenes of crops and fruit-bearing, as well as the blessings of cattle, using these powerful images to address the issue of sovereignty, just as it previously employed them to affirm the oneness of God. It demonstrates that both issues are in truth a single and indivisible matter within Islamic belief. When mentioning crops and fruits, the Quran states, "Eat of their fruit when they bear fruit, and give their due on the day of harvest, but do not waste, for truly he does not love the wasteful." The command to give their due on the day of harvest is what led some reports to claim that this verse is Madinan. However, as we mentioned in the introduction to this surah, this verse is Makkan, for the context of this part of the surah would be interrupted without it. What follows would be disconnected from what precedes it if this verse were delayed until its supposed revelation in Medina. The command to give the due of the crops on the day of harvest need not necessarily refer to the zakat tax. There are reports that it refers to an unspecified form of charity. As for zakat with its fixed proportions, it was only defined later through the Sunnah in the second year after the Hijrah. And the statement, "Do not waste, for truly he does not love the wasteful," applies both to giving and to eating. It has been reported that some people competed in giving away so much that they squandered their resources, prompting God to say, "Do not waste, for truly he does not love the wasteful." When the Quran mentions cattle, it says, "Eat of what God has provided for you, and do not follow in the footsteps of Satan, for indeed he is a clear enemy to you. This is to remind them that these are provisions and creations of God and that Satan has created nothing. So how could they follow him in matters concerning God's provisions? It is also to remind them that Satan is a clear enemy to them. So how could they follow his footsteps when he is their manifest adversary? The discourse then embarks on a precise confrontation, exposing the roots of their Jahili superstitions, laying them bare in the light, and examining them point by point, piece by piece. It reveals the absurdity of these beliefs, so irrational that even their proponents might feel shame when exposed to their full emptiness beliefs that are utterly unsupported by knowledge, guidance, or any enlightening scripture. 8 pairs of sheep 2 and of goats 2 say, is it the 2 males that he has forbidden or the 2 females? Or is it what the wombs of the 2 females contain? Inform me with knowledge if you are truthful. And of camels 2, and of cattle 2 say, is it the 2 males that he has forbidden or the 2 females? Or is it what the wombs of the 2 females contain? Or were you witnesses when God enjoined this upon you? Who then is more unjust than one who fabricates lies against God to mislead people without knowledge? Truly, God does not guide the unjust people. These cattle, over which the debate revolves, were mentioned in the preceding verse as creations of God for humankind. They comprise 8 pairs, each male and female together, being referred to as a pair when they exist as counterparts, a pair of sheep and a pair of goats. Which of these did God forbid? Or did he forbid their unborn offspring? Inform me with knowledge if you are truthful. Matters such as these cannot be decided by mere conjecture or speculation, nor legislated without clear and authoritative guidance. Then there are the other pairs, a male and female camel and a male and female cow. Which of these 2 has God forbidden? Or is it their unborn offspring that he has forbidden? And from where did this prohibition originate? Or were you witnesses when God enjoined this upon you? Were you present and witnesses to God's specific commandment regarding this prohibition? For there can be no prohibition except by God's clear and certain command, one that is not based on guessing or conjecture. In this way, the Qur'an returns all matters of legislation to a single source. They used to claim that God himself had ordained these rules they invented. Thus the Qur'an swiftly warns and threatens them. Who then is more unjust than one who fabricates lies against God to mislead people without knowledge? Truly, God does not guide the unjust people. Indeed, there is no one more unjust than one who attributes to God a law he did not sanction, claiming falsely that it is divine law with the intent of misleading people while devoid of knowledge or guidance. Such a person provides only misguidance, based on conjecture and delusion. These individuals sever their ties to guidance and attribute partners to God without any authority revealed by him. Truly, God does not guide the unjust people. And now, having exposed the weakness, absurdity, and hollowness of their beliefs, and having demonstrated that these ideas are unsupported by knowledge, evidence, or foundation, the Qur'an brings them back to reflect upon the origins of the crops and cattle they tamper with creations of God, that they deal with as if their own hands or the whispers of their devils had brought them forth. Yet these devils created nothing for them. It is God who has created these things, and it is to him alone that sovereignty belongs over all that he creates, provides, and bestows upon his servants. Now the Quranic discourse makes clear to them what God has truly forbidden, prohibited by clear evidence and divine revelation, not by conjecture or delusion. For God alone is the source of all legislative authority. When he declares something forbidden, it is forbidden. When he declares something lawful, it is lawful without interference or participation from humans. No one may share in or amend his authority in legislation and governance. And in this context, the Qur'an also recalls what God specifically forbade the children of Israel, a prohibition that was a punishment for their transgressions and departure from divine law, while making clear that these same things were made lawful for the believers. Say, I do not find in what has been revealed to me anything forbidden to be eaten by one who desires to eat, save carrion, or blood poured forth, or the flesh of swine, for verily all of this is unclean, or a sinful offering over which any name other than God's has been invoked. But if anyone is driven by necessity, neither desiring it nor exceeding what is necessary, then surely your sustainer is much forgiving, a dispenser of grace. And to those who follow Judaism, we forbade all beasts that have claws. And of cattle and sheep, we forbade their fat except what their backs carry, or the fat around their intestines, or what is mixed with bone. Thus did we requite them for their wrongdoing, and verily we are truthful. But if they give you the lie, say, your sustainer is limitless in his mercy, yet his punishment cannot be averted from people who sin. Abu Ja'far ibn Jarir al-Tabari explains, God, limitless is his glory, commands his prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to say to those who assigned to God a share of what he created of crops and cattle, while assigning an equal share to their false gods and partners, and to those who declared certain cattle and crops to be forbidden, saying, none shall eat of this save those whom we will, and who forbade the riding of certain cattle and omitted God's name over others. To those who prohibited some of what was in the wombs of their cattle for their women, but permitted it for their men. To those who claimed that these prohibitions were ordained by God. God tells his prophet to ask them, has a messenger from God brought you a revelation to prohibit these things for you? Then make it known to us. Or did God ordain this for you so that you witnessed it yourselves and heard him declare these things forbidden? But you are liars if you claim such a thing. You cannot assert it, for if you do, people will know your falsehood. Then the Qur'an declares, I do not find in what has been revealed to me anything forbidden to be eaten by one who desires to eat, save carrion or blood poured forth, or the flesh of swine, for verily all of this is unclean, or a sinful offering over which any name other than God's has been invoked. These are the only things forbidden by God in his book revealed to his prophet. Carrion refers to animals that died without proper slaughtering, and blood poured forth refers to flowing blood. The flesh of swine is declared unclean, and the Qur'an explains that offerings dedicated to idols or gods other than God are acts of rebellion against him, forbidden for consumption by those who believe in him. Such offerings are considered fasik, a term that connotes sinful disobedience and turning away from God's command. This is a declaration from God limitless. Is he, in his glory, addressed to the idolaters who disputed with the Prophet and his companions over the prohibition of carrion, insisting that their own invented prohibitions were divinely ordained. The Quran counters their false arguments and affirms that what they claim God has forbidden is in fact lawful, and that they are liars in attributing such prohibitions to him. Regarding the verse, but if anyone is driven by necessity, neither desiring it nor exceeding what is necessary, then surely your sustainer is much forgiving, a dispenser of grace, Abu Ja'far explains. This verse refers to those compelled by necessity to eat what God has forbidden, be it carrion, blood, the flesh of swine, or offerings dedicated to other than God. If such a person consumes these things without seeking pleasure or indulging beyond what is necessary to preserve life, then there is no blame upon them. God is Ghafur, forgiving, covering their action with his mercy and withholding punishment, even though he could have imposed it if he willed. And he is Rahim, merciful, for he has permitted such leniency in cases of necessity. If he so willed, he could have withheld this concession. As for the limits of necessity and the amount one is permitted to consume, there are differing opinions among the jurists. One opinion holds that only the amount necessary to preserve life is allowed, just enough to stave off death. Another view permits enough to achieve sufficiency and satiety. A third view allows for consuming even more enough to store for future meals if food is scarce and unavailable. However, we shall not delve into the details of these legal differences here, for the general principle suffices in this context. As for the children of Israel, God forbade them all animals with claws, such as camels, ostriches, geese, and ducks. He also forbade them the fat of cattle and sheep, except for the fat on their backs, the fat surrounding their intestines, or the fat mixed with bone. This prohibition was a punishment for their transgressions and their departure from divine law. And to those who followed Judaism, we forbade all beasts that have claws, And of cattle and sheep, we forbade their fat except what their backs carry, or the fat around their intestines, or what is mixed with bone. Thus did we requite them for their wrongdoing, and verily, we are truthful. The Quranic text highlights the reason for this prohibition, making it clear that it was a specific punishment for the Jews. It confirms that this is the truth, not what they claim, which is that Israel, Jacob, their patriarch, forbade these things upon himself, and that they merely followed his restrictions. In reality, these things were lawful for Jacob. They were only made forbidden for the Jews after their transgressions, as a divine punishment for their wrongdoing. But if they give you the lie, say, your sustainer is limitless in his mercy, yet his punishment cannot be averted from people who sin. Say to them, your sustainer is vast in mercy, to us and to all who believe in him, and even to others among his creation. His mercy encompasses both the righteous and the sinner. He does not hasten to punish those who deserve it, showing forbearance and mercy, for some among them may yet turn back to him. But his punishment is severe, and none can avert it from the wrongdoers, except by his forbearance and the respite he grants them until their appointed time. This statement inspires both hope in God's mercy and fear of his punishment. God, who created the human heart, addresses it with both encouragement and warning so that it might tremble, awaken and respond. At this point, the Quranic discourse tightens the argument against them, cutting off every avenue of escape. It confronts their final excuse, the one they use to justify their idolatry, their false beliefs, and their misguided practices. They claim that they are compelled, not free, in their actions, that their idolatry and deviation are the result of God's will, and that if he had willed otherwise, they would not have gone astray. Those who associate partners with God will say, if God had willed, neither we nor our forefathers would have associated partners with him, nor would we have declared anything unlawful. Even so, those who came before them also denied the truth until they tasted our punishment. Say, do you have any knowledge that you can bring forth for us? You follow nothing but conjecture, and you do nothing but lie. Say, God's is the final argument. Had he so willed, he would have guided you all aright. The question of predestination and free will has long been a matter of debate in Islamic thought between the al-Sunnah, the Mu'tazila, the Jabriya, and others. Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and Aristotelian logic all influence this discourse, complicating it in ways foreign to the clear and practical Islamic mindset. Had this matter been approached through the Quranic method, direct, simple, and profound, this debate would not have taken the path it did. When we examine the Quran's response to the idolater's claim, we find a straightforward and decisive refutation. The idolaters attribute their idolatry, their forefathers' idolatry, and their invented prohibitions to God's will, saying that if God had willed otherwise, they would not have done so. The Quran responds by likening them to those who came before them, who denied the truth and persisted in falsehood until they tasted God's punishment. Even so, those who came before them also denied the truth until they tasted our punishment. This warning is meant to shake their hearts, awaken them from heedlessness, and guide them toward reflection and repentance. And the second touch was to correct the method of thought and perception. God had commanded them with clear injunctions and prohibited them from certain transgressions. This much they could grasp with certainty. But as for God's will, it is part of the unseen, beyond their grasp or ability to comprehend. How then could they claim to know it? And if they did not know it with certainty, how could they justify relying on it? Say, do you have any knowledge that you can bring forth for us? You follow nothing but conjecture, and you do but guess. Indeed, God has laid down commands and prohibitions that are absolutely certain. Why then do they abandon this clear certainty to follow mere speculation and guesswork, wandering into realms of the unknown? This is the decisive word on this matter. God does not burden people with the knowledge of his unseen will or decree, so that they might shape their lives according to it. Instead, he tasks them with adhering to his clear commands and prohibitions, so that they might align themselves with his guidance. When they strive to do this, God exalted is he has promised to guide them further, opening their hearts to Islam. and this suffices them in the matter, which then, in its practical reality, becomes simple, clear, and free from the confusion and arbitrariness of speculative debates. God, if he so willed, could have created the children of Adam with an innate nature that knows nothing but guidance. Or he could have compelled them to follow the path of righteousness, or even cast guidance into their hearts so that they would be rightly guided without compulsion. But he glorified be he willed otherwise. He willed to test the children of Adam, granting them the ability to choose either the path of guidance or that of error, so that he might aid those who choose guidance to increase in it, and allow those who choose error to persist in their blindness and misguidance. Thus, his law unfolded in accordance with his will. Say, God's is the final argument, for had he so willed, he would indeed have guided you all. It is a clear matter, framed in the simplest way for human understanding. As for the complications and debates that arise around it, they are alien to the Islamic consciousness and to the Islamic methodology. No philosophy, no theological discourse has ever reached a comforting conclusion on this issue, for such debates approach the matter in ways that do not align with its nature. The nature of any truth determines the method by which it must be approached and the manner in which it can be expressed. Material truths are explored through laboratory experiments. Mathematical truths are approached through mental postulates. But truths beyond these realms must be approached by a different method, a method, as we have said before, of actual experience and direct taste within their own domain. Any attempt to express them through mental constructs, like those used in past and present debates, is bound to fail. And so this religion came to establish a practical reality, defined by clear commands and prohibitions. Turning to God's unseen will is a plunge into a maze where the mind has no guide, and a waste of the effort that ought to be spent on positive, tangible, and visible action. Finally, God exalted as he directs his messenger, peace be upon him, to confront the idolaters in a decisive stance regarding the issue of legislation, just as he had earlier directed him to confront them regarding the matter of God's divinity at the beginning of the surah. At the beginning of the surah, he said to him, "Say what is the greatest testimony. Say, God, he is witness between me and you, and this Qur'an has been revealed to me so that I may warn you and whomever it reaches. Do you truly bear witness that there are other deities besides God? Say, I do not bear witness. Say, he is but one God, and I am innocent of what you associate with him." And here he says to him, "Say, bring forth your witnesses who testify that God has prohibited this or that. And if they bear witness, do not bear witness with them. And do not follow the whims of those who deny our signs, and do not believe in the hereafter, and who equate others with their sustainer." This is a tremendous confrontation, one that is also decisive. Its implications for the nature of this religion are unmistakable. This religion equates explicit and open polytheism, the worship of other deities alongside God, with another form of polytheism, the usurpation of God's exclusive right to legislate and govern human affairs without his permission. This is so, regardless of the claim that such legislation represents God's law. Those who commit this act are branded as deniers of God's signs, disbelievers in the hereafter, and as those who equate others with their sustainer, setting up rivals to him. This is the same expression used at the beginning of the surah to describe the disbelievers. All praise is due to God, who created the heavens and the earth and made darkness and light, yet those who disbelieve equate others with their sustainer. This is God's judgment upon those who usurp his authority by legislating for others without his permission, regardless of their claim that their legislation is inspired by God's law. And after God's judgment, there is no room for human opinion in this grave matter. If we wish to understand why God exalted is he has issued this judgment, and why he has declared such individuals to be deniers of his signs, disbelievers in the hereafter, and polytheists who equate others with him, then we are free to reflect and seek understanding. It is commendable for a believer to ponder the wisdom of God's decrees. God has judged those who legislate for others from their own authority, regardless of their claim that it represents God's law, as deniers of his signs. If his signs refer to his cosmic signs, then all of creation testifies that he alone is the creator and sustainer. And the creator and sustainer is the sole master, and thus must be the sole authority in human affairs. Whoever does not single him out in this authority is denying these signs. If his signs refer to his revealed verses, then the Quranic texts are decisive, explicit, and clear in affirming that he alone has the right to legislate for human life. He alone must be obeyed in this sphere, and all people must submit to his ruling authority. Likewise, God has judged them to be disbelievers in the hereafter. For whoever truly believes in the hereafter and is certain of meeting his sustainer on the day of judgment could never usurp God's exclusive authority, nor claim for themselves the right to legislate which belongs solely to him. Such a person would also never accept this authority being claimed by others. Finally, God has judged them as those who equate others with their sustainer as polytheists. For if they were truly monotheists, they would not share God's exclusive authority by legislating alongside him. Nor would they accept this from any human being while remaining complacent. This, as it appears to us, is the reason behind God's judgment against those who usurp his authority and legislate without his permission, declaring them as deniers of his signs, disbelievers in the hereafter, and polytheists, qualities that constitute outright disbelief. As for the judgment itself, no true Muslim can dispute it, for the decisive word of the Almighty has been spoken, leaving no room for contestation. Let every Muslim consider carefully how to humble themselves before the word of the All-Wise, the Almighty. After this confrontation, and the rejection of their claims about what is prohibited, God then presents them with his divine commandments, which include what he has truly prohibited. Alongside these prohibitions, there are positive obligations that serve as their counterparts. The prohibitions begin with the greatest of all, associating partners with God, for this is the foundational principle upon which all other prohibitions and obligations rest for those who submit to him. Say, "Come, let me recite to you what your sustainer has truly forbidden. Do not associate anything with him, and be good to your parents. And do not kill your children out of poverty. We provide for you and for them. And do not approach immoral deeds, whether openly or in secret. And do not kill the soul that God has sanctified, except with just cause. This is what he enjoins upon you, so that you may understand. And do not approach the property of the orphan except in a way that is best, until they reach maturity. And give full measure and weight with justice. We do not burden any soul beyond its capacity. And when you speak, be just, even if it concerns a close relative, and fulfill the covenant of God. This is what he enjoins upon you, so that you may remember, and know that this is my straight path, so follow it, and do not follow other paths, lest they lead you away from his path. This is what he enjoins upon you, so that you may be conscious of him. When we reflect upon these commandments given here in the context of addressing pre-Islamic notions of prohibitions regarding livestock and crops, we find that they form the very foundation of this religion. They are the foundation of the human conscience through monotheism, the foundation of family life through successive generations, the foundation of societal life through mutual responsibility and purity in dealings, and the foundation of human dignity through the safeguarding of rights, all anchored in God's covenant. Just as these commandments begin with the oneness of God, they are ultimately tied to the fulfillment of his covenant. And as we reflect upon the conclusion of these commandments, we find that God exalted and sublime is he declares this to be his straight path. All other paths, without exception, lead people astray from his one true way. It is a tremendous matter contained in these 3 verses, a matter of profound significance that follows what may appear to be a fleeting glimpse into the pre-Islamic practices of Jahiliyyah. Yet in reality it touches upon the very essence of this religion, as evidenced by its connection to these sweeping, all-encompassing commandments. Say, "Come, let me recite to you what your sustainer has forbidden you." Say, "Come, let me recount what your sustainer has truly forbidden for you, not what you falsely claim he has forbidden. Indeed, it is your sustainer, the one who alone possesses the right of sustainership, which includes authority, nurturing, direction, and governance. Thus, it is his exclusive domain to declare what is lawful and what is forbidden. The one who declares something forbidden must be the sustainer, and God alone must be acknowledged as the sole sustainer. Do not associate anything with him. This is the foundation upon which the entire structure of faith rests, to which all obligations and duties return, and from which all rights and responsibilities derive. This is the cornerstone that must be firmly established before delving into commands and prohibitions, before engaging with obligations and duties, before instituting systems and structures, and before enacting laws and rulings. First and foremost, people must acknowledge God's exclusive sustainership over every aspect of their lives, just as they affirm his sole divinity in their beliefs. They must not associate anyone with him in his divinity, nor in his sustainership. They must recognize him alone as the disposer of all affairs in the realm of causality and decree. They must acknowledge him alone as the arbiter of their judgment and recompense on the day of resurrection, and they must recognize him alone as the lawgiver and sovereign in all matters of governance and legislation, without exception. This is a purification of the conscience from the impurities of idolatry, a cleansing of the intellect from the stains of superstition, a liberation of society from the traditions of Jahiliyyah, and a freeing of life itself from the enslavement of human beings to other human beings. Indeed, idolatry in any of its forms is the foremost prohibition, for it leads to all other prohibitions. It is the gravest evil against which all rejection must be directed until people acknowledge that they have no deity but God, no sustainer but God, no sovereign but God, and no lawgiver but God. Just as they do not direct acts of worship towards anyone but God, they must also not accept governance from anyone but him. Monotheism in its absolute sense is the first and foremost principle, without which nothing else, neither worship nor morality nor deeds, can suffice. For this reason, all the commandments begin with this foundational principle. Do not associate anything with him. We must also turn our attention to the context preceding these commandments so that we may fully grasp the meaning of the idolatry that is prohibited at the outset of these injunctions. The entire preceding discourse centers on a specific issue, the question of legislation and the exercise of authority in issuing laws. Just one verse earlier, we encountered the scenario of bearing witness, which we should recall. Say, "Bring forth your witnesses who testify that God has forbidden this or that. And if they bear witness, do not bear witness with them. And do not follow the whims of those who deny our signs, who do not believe in the hereafter, and who equate others with their sustainer." We must remember this verse along with our earlier reflections on it to understand the Quranic context here and the type of idolatry that is being prohibited first and foremost. It is idolatry in belief just as it is idolatry in governance. The context is clear and the occasion is unmistakable. This constant reminder is necessary because the efforts of the devils to distort the essential concepts of this religion have, unfortunately, borne fruit. They have caused the issue of governance to be displaced from its proper place within the realm of belief, severing it in people's minds from its theological foundation. As a result, we find even those who are deeply devoted to Islam addressing the correction of acts of worship, the condemnation of moral degeneration, or the violation of legal prohibitions, while remaining silent about the fundamental issue of governance and its place in Islamic belief. They denounce peripheral, secondary transgressions, but fail to denounce the gravest transgression of all: the establishment of life on a foundation other than monotheism, on a basis that does not single out God. Exalted is he alone in governance. Before God enjoined any other commandment, he first enjoined that people associate nothing with him, and in this Quranic context, the type of idolatry being prohibited is made explicit. It is the foundation upon which all other commandments rest. It is the principle by which individuals are connected to God with clear insight, and by which communities are bound to a stable criterion that governs all relationships, as well as to the fundamental values that regulate human life. Without this principle, human life becomes prey to the whims of desires and impulses, and to human conventions which fluctuate with these whims and impulses. And show kindness to parents, and do not kill your children out of poverty. We provide for you and for them. This is the bond of the family across successive generations, a bond that comes after the bond with God and the unity of purpose. God exalted is he knows that he is more merciful to people than parents are to their children, or children to their parents. Thus he commands children to honor their parents and parents to care for their children. He links this command to the acknowledgement of his sole divinity and the recognition of his exclusive sustainership. And he reassures them that he alone provides sustenance, so they need not fear the burdens of caring for their elderly parents or their dependent children. Nor should they fear poverty and want, for God provides for all. And do not approach immoral deeds, whether openly or in secret. After commanding them to uphold the family, he enjoins upon them the principle upon which the family and society as a whole rests, the principle of purity, chastity, and moral cleanliness. He prohibits them from committing immoral deeds, whether manifest or hidden. This prohibition is directly connected to the preceding commandment and to the foundational commandment upon which all others are built. Neither the family nor society can thrive amidst the filth of immoral deeds, whether openly displayed or concealed. There must be purity, chastity, and cleanliness for families to flourish and societies to remain upright. Those who desire the spread of immorality are the very ones who seek to destabilize the foundations of the family and bring about the collapse of society. Immorality includes all that is shameful and obscene, anything that exceeds the bounds of decency. Sometimes, however, the term is used specifically to denote the immorality of fornication and adultery. It is likely that this is the intended meaning here, given the context of enumerating specific prohibitions. Thus, it becomes one distinct prohibition among others. That said, murder is an immorality, as is consuming the property of orphans, and the gravest immorality of all is associating partners with God. Yet in this context, immorality is best understood as referring specifically to fornication and adultery, in line with the nature of the discourse. The plural form of the term suggests that this sin encompasses many aspects and preliminary acts, all of which are immoral in themselves. These include immodest dress, indecent behavior, provocative mingling, flirtatious speech, suggestive gestures, and seductive actions, all of which surround and lead to the ultimate immorality. These acts can be both public and private, hidden within the conscience or displayed outwardly. They can be concealed or openly revealed. All of them undermine the foundations of the family, corrode the fabric of society, and tarnish the purity of individual souls, distracting them from higher aspirations. Because such immoral deeds are inherently tempting and alluring, the command is phrased as, "Do not approach them." This phrasing forbids even coming near such deeds, as a precautionary measure to block all avenues leading to them and to guard against their seductive pull, which can weaken the will. Thus, even a second glance after an unintentional first one is prohibited. Intermingling is permitted only to the extent of necessity. Displaying adornments, even through perfume in public, is forbidden. Suggestive movements, provocative laughter, and flirtatious gestures are all prohibited in this clean and pure Islamic way of life. This religion does not expose people to temptation and then burden their nerves with the strain of resisting it. It is a religion of prevention, safeguarding hearts, minds, and senses before imposing penalties or enacting punishments. It is a religion that protects the purity of the soul and the sanctity of human relationships. And your sustainer knows best who he has created, for he is all subtle, all aware. And thus, we know well what those who adorn the temptations of life for mankind seek to achieve with this religion, with the life of society as a whole, and with the life of the family. They unleash the basest desires within people through word, image, story, film, mixed gatherings, and all the tools of influence and communication. And do not kill the soul which God has made sacred, except in justice. Time and again in the Quranic narrative, the prohibition of these three abominations is mentioned in succession: polytheism, adultery, and the taking of life. For indeed all three are, in truth, crimes of murder. The first is the murder of the innate human nature, fitra; the second, the murder of the collective society; and the third, the murder of the individual soul. A nature that does not live in the light of God's oneness is a dead nature. A society in which licentiousness and immorality are rampant is a dead society, doomed to inevitable destruction. The ruins of Greek, Roman, and Persian civilizations stand as testaments to this truth. And the signs of decay and impending collapse within Western civilization today foretell the same fate for nations corroded by such corruption. A community in which bloodshed and vengeance prevail is a community on the brink of ruin. Thus, Islam decrees the most severe punishments for these crimes, for it seeks to protect its society from the forces of destruction. Earlier, the Quran prohibited the killing of children out of fear of poverty. Now it extends the prohibition to the killing of any soul, suggesting that every individual act of murder is an affront to all of humanity. This understanding is affirmed by the verse, "Whoever kills a soul, unless it be in retribution for murder or spreading corruption on earth, it is as though he had slain all of mankind. And whoever saves a soul, it is as though he had saved all of mankind." For to violate the sanctity of life is to assault the very essence of existence and the dignity of human life itself. On this principle, God has enshrined the sanctity of life as inviolable. This foundational principle ensures peace and security for the Muslim society, allowing its members to live, work, and prosper without fear for their lives, except in accordance with justice as defined by God's law. The determination of justice has been clearly outlined in God's legislation. It is not left to the whims of human interpretation or arbitrary judgment. Yet, these laws were only fully elaborated once the Muslim state had been established and had acquired the authority necessary to uphold and implement divine law. This insight reveals the unique methodology of this religion in its development and application. Even these foundational principles for the life of society were not detailed in the Qur'an until the appropriate practical circumstances arose. Before the discourse continues with further prohibitions and obligations, it pauses to highlight God's command and his guidance. This is what he has enjoined upon you so that you might use your reason. This refrain, characteristic of the Quranic style, ties every command and every prohibition directly to God. It establishes the unity of the authority that commands and forbids, binding these directives to the divine power in a way that imbues them with weight and significance in the hearts of the believers. Here too is a call to reason, for reason demands that this singular authority, the creator, sustainer, and sovereign of human life, be the only one to whom humanity submits in obedience. As has already been emphasized, this authority belongs to the one who creates, provides, and governs the affairs of all creation. The coherence of the Quranic structure is evident in this passage. The first set of injunctions is unified in its theme, as is the second. The division into separate verses, with the rhythmic pause in between, underscores this thematic harmony. And do not approach the property of the orphan except in a manner that is best until he comes of age. The orphan is among the most vulnerable members of society, having lost the protecting presence of a parent who would nurture and defend him. This vulnerability places a communal responsibility upon the Muslim society, a society built on the foundation of social solidarity that Islam has established as the cornerstone of its social order. In pre-Islamic Arabia, the orphan was often neglected and exploited. The frequent and varied Quranic directives concerning the treatment of orphans, sometimes delivered with intense urgency, reflect the widespread mistreatment of orphans in that society. It is significant that God chose an orphan of noble lineage to bear the weight of the greatest mission in existence, to deliver his message to all of humanity. Among the ethical teachings of this religion is the care and protection of orphans, as exemplified in this directive. And do not approach the property of the orphan, except in a manner that is best until he comes of age. Whoever assumes responsibility for an orphan must handle the orphan's property in a way that ensures its preservation and growth, safeguarding it until the orphan reaches maturity both in physical strength and mental capacity, so that he may protect his property and manage it wisely. In this way, society nurtures a productive member who is given his full rights. There is a difference of opinion among scholars regarding the age of maturity. According to Abd al-Rahman ibn Zayd and Imam Malik, it is the age of puberty. Imam Abu Hanifa sets it at 25 years, while al-Sudi considers it to be 30. Scholars of Medina require both the onset of puberty and the demonstration of sound judgment, without specifying an exact age. And give full measure and weight with justice. We do not burden any soul beyond its capacity. This command pertains to commercial transactions requiring fairness and accuracy within the limits of human ability. The Quranic context ties this obligation to faith, for dealings in Islam are inseparably linked to belief. The one who commands fairness in trade is God himself. Thus, the act of fair dealing becomes an expression of servitude to God and an acknowledgement of his authority. This integration of commerce with faith reflects the essence of this religion, which unites belief, worship, and daily conduct into a single, harmonious framework. The Jahiliyyah of past societies, and of today separates belief and worship from law and transactions. The Quran recounts the words of the people of Shu'aib. They said, "O Shu'aib, does your prayer command you that we should leave what our forefathers worshipped, or cease doing whatever we wish with our wealth?" Thus, the Quranic narrative connects the principles of financial dealings with this broader discourse on faith, emphasizing the interconnectedness of belief and practice in Islam. In this religion, creed and law, worship and social interaction all form an indivisible whole that defines its unique nature. And when you speak, be just, even if it concerns a close relative. Here, Islam elevates the human conscience already anchored in God consciousness to the highest moral plane. It confronts one of the most challenging tests of human integrity, the bias that arises from familial ties. Human beings, limited and finite as they are, often find strength and support in their kinship bonds, which serve as an extension of their own frailty and mortality. The instinct to protect and favor one's relatives is deeply ingrained, particularly in matters of bearing witness or passing judgment. In this critical juncture, Islam upholds the ideal of truth and justice, guiding the human conscience to transcend the pull of family loyalty. It calls upon individuals to remain steadfast in their commitment to fairness, seeking refuge in God alone, who is closer to them than their own jugular vein. To reinforce this command and all the preceding injunctions, the Quran reminds the believers of their covenant with God and fulfill the covenant of God. This covenant encompasses the obligation to speak truthfully and act justly, even against one's own kin, to deal fairly in commerce, to safeguard the property of the orphan, to uphold the sanctity of life, and most importantly, to worship none but God. This is the primordial covenant inscribed upon human nature itself, binding every soul to its Creator in acknowledgement of his sovereignty. Finally, the Quran concludes this passage with a reminder. This is what he has enjoined upon you, so that you might remember. Remembrance stands in contrast to heedlessness. A heart that remembers is one that is alive, conscious of God's covenant, and mindful of his commands. Such a heart does not forget the divine trust, nor stray from the path illuminated by his guidance. These are the clear and foundational principles that summarize the essence of the Islamic creed and its social order, beginning with the oneness of God and ending with the covenant of God, and all that precedes it concerning sovereignty and legislation. These principles form the straight path of God, his path beyond which lie only the divergent ways that lead astray. And know that this is my straight path, so follow it, and do not follow the other ways, lest they cause you to deviate from his way. This is what he has enjoined upon you, so that you may be conscious of him. Thus concludes the long passage of the surah that began with the divine words, "Shall I seek a judge other than God, when it is he who has sent down to you the book, clearly explained?" And it ends with this profound, all-encompassing cadence, bringing together the opening and the conclusion with the theme of sovereignty and legislation. This theme is presented through issues such as crops, livestock, sacrifices, and vows, linking them to all the essential tenets of faith. This connection demonstrates that these matters, though they may seem mundane, are integral to the larger framework of belief. The Quranic discourse dedicates substantial attention to these matters, tying them to the preceding sections of the Surah, which expound the comprehensive nature of the Islamic creed and its unique treatment of divinity and servitude. Indeed, there is but one path, the path of God, and one way that leads to Him. It is the way of devoting oneself solely to God's sustainership, acknowledging His exclusive sovereignty and submitting to His supreme authority in all aspects of life. This is the path of God. This is His way. Beyond it lie only the divergent paths that lead those who follow them away from His way. This is what He has enjoined upon you, so that you may be conscious of Him. Thus, consciousness of God, taqwa, is the foundation of both belief and action. It is taqwa that inclines hearts toward the straight path. And we bestowed upon Moses the book, perfect for those who would do good, and clearly explained in all respects, and as guidance and mercy, so that they might believe in the meeting with their sustainer. 154. And this is a blessed book which we have sent down, so follow it and be conscious of God, so that you may be graced with His mercy. 155. This book was sent so that you would not say the Scripture was only sent down to two groups before us, and we were unaware of their teachings. 156. Nor so that you would say, if only the Scripture had been sent down to us, we would have been better guided than they. Now there has come to you a clear evidence from your sustainer and guidance and mercy. So who could be more unjust than one who denies God's signs and turns away from them? We shall requite those who turn away from our signs with a dreadful punishment for their turning away. 157. Are they waiting for anything other than that the angels should come to them, or that your sustainer himself should come, or that some of the signs of your sustainer should appear? But on the day when some of your sustainer's signs do appear, no soul will benefit from its faith if it had not believed before or earned good through its faith. Say, wait then, we too are waiting. 158. As for those who have divided their religion and become factions, you are not associated with them in anything. Their affair is with God alone. Then He will inform them of what they used to do. 159. Whoever comes with a good deed will have 10 times the like of it, and whoever comes with an evil deed will not be recompensed except the like of it, and they will not be wronged. 160. Say, indeed my sustainer has guided me to a straight path, a right religion, the way of Abraham, who turned away from all that is false and was not of those who associate others with God. 161. Say, truly, my prayer, my worship, my life, and my death are all for God, the sustainer of all worlds. No partner has He. Thus have I been commanded, and I am the first of those who submit to Him. 162, 163. Say, shall I seek a sustainer other than God, while He is the sustainer of all things? Every soul earns only against itself, and no bearer of burdens will bear the burden of another. Then to your sustainer is your return, and he will inform you about that over which you used to differ. 164. It is He who has made you successors on the earth, and raised some of you above others in degrees, so that He may test you through what He has given you. Indeed, your sustainer is swift in punishment, but He is also forgiving and merciful. 165. The flow of this Quranic discourse never diverges from the central theme of the latter part of this surah, the issue of sovereignty and legislation, and their connection to faith and creed. This section is an extension of the argument, an expansion of the evidence, and a reaffirmation of this fundamental truth. Here, the Quran expounds the basic principles of the creed, particularly regarding legislation and sovereignty, just as the earlier part of the surah elaborated on these principles in the context of faith and belief. This connection makes it clear that the issue of legislation and sovereignty is, in itself, a matter of faith and belief, presented with the same significance and methodology as the Quranic discourse treats matters of creed. It is notable that this latter part of the surah employs the same imagery, evocations, and expressions that were used in the earlier sections. It speaks of scriptures, messengers, revelation, and the signs that people demand. It speaks of destruction and ruin that follow the denial of these signs. It speaks of the hereafter, the principles of judgment, and the recompense therein. It speaks of the separation between the prophet, peace be upon him, and his people, who equate others with their sustainer, and take other sustainers beside him to legislate for them. It directs the prophet, peace be upon him, to proclaim the truth of his religion clearly, decisively, and unequivocally. It speaks of the one sustainership of the sustainer of all worlds, which makes it impermissible for a believer to acknowledge any other sustainership. It speaks of the ownership of the sustainer of all worlds over all things, his control over all affairs, and his authority to make one generation succeed another on the earth, and to take them away as he wills. These are the very same themes, truths, and evocations that the Surah presented at its beginning, within the broader context of divinity, servitude, and the relationships between them. There is no doubt that this repetition carries profound significance for anyone who reflects on the Qur'an and its method. This final section of the Surah begins by mentioning the scripture given to Moses, completing the earlier discourse on the straight path of God. And know that this is my straight path, so follow it, and do not follow the other ways, lest they cause you to deviate from his way. This suggests that this path is an extension of the messages of earlier messengers and their laws. The most recent of these was the law of Moses, upon whom God bestowed a scripture that detailed all matters, making it a guidance and mercy for his people, so that they might believe in meeting their sustainer. And we bestowed upon Moses the book, perfect for those who would do good, and clearly explained in all respects and as guidance and mercy, so that they might believe in the meeting with their sustainer. The discourse continues, mentioning the new blessed book, which is connected to the book revealed to Moses, encompassing both creed and law. It calls upon humanity to follow it and to observe God consciousness so that they may attain his mercy. And this is a blessed book which we have sent down, so follow it and be conscious of God so that you may be graced with his mercy. This book has been sent to remove any excuse from the Arabs lest they claim that no scripture had been sent to them, as it had been sent to the Jews and Christians. If they were to argue that they would have been better guided had they received a scripture, this book now refutes their argument and establishes their accountability. So that you do not say the scripture was only sent down to 2 groups before us, and we were unaware of their teachings, or that you do not say, if only the scripture had been sent down to us, we would have been better guided than they. Now there has come to you a clear evidence from your sustainer and guidance and mercy. Thus no excuse remains with the revelation of this book. Yet they persist in associating partners with God, fabricating laws and attributing them to him, even as his book remains, free of the falsehoods they invent. They continue to demand signs and miracles before they believe in this book. But if such signs were to appear, they would only hasten their doom. Are they waiting for anything other than that the angels should come to them, or that your sustainer himself should come, or that some of the signs of your sustainer should appear? On that day, belief will no longer avail those who had not believed before or earned good through their faith. Say, wait then, we too are waiting. At this juncture, God separates his prophet, peace be upon him, from the sects that have divided their religion into factions, lacking the unity of God's oneness in creed and law. Their affair is left to God, who will judge them and recompense them according to his justice and mercy. As for those who have divided their religion and become factions, you are not associated with them in anything. Their affair is with God alone. Then he will inform them of what they used to do. Whoever does good will be rewarded tenfold, and whoever commits evil will be recompensed only for what he has done. No soul shall be wronged. And here comes the final cadence in this section, the final cadence of the Surah, carried in a tender and harmonious hymn of praise, yet firm and decisive, encapsulating the profoundest depths of the truths of faith in this religion. Absolute monotheism, pure servitude to God, the gravity of the hereafter, and the individuality of responsibility and the test of life in this transient world. It proclaims God's sovereignty, manifest in his sustainership over all things and in his granting of stewardship to his servants over his dominion as he wills, without partner or challenger. This majestic hymn paints a dazzling portrait of the essence of divinity as it is reflected in the purest, most sincere and most radiant of hearts, the heart of God's messenger, Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It is a level of manifestation that no expression could capture except the Quranic word itself. Say verily, my sustainer has guided me to a straight path, an upright way, the way of Abraham, who turned away from all that is false, and was never of those who ascribe divinity to aught beside him. Say, verily, my prayer and my worship and my living and my dying are for God alone, the sustainer of all the worlds. No partner has he. Thus have I been commanded, and I am the first of those who surrender themselves unto him. Say, shall I seek a sustainer other than God, when he is the sustainer of all things? And no bearer of burdens shall bear another's burden. And in the end, unto your sustainer you all must return, and he will make you understand all that on which you were wont to differ. And he it is who has made you inherit the earth, and has raised some of you above others in rank, so that he might try you by means of what he has granted you. Verily your sustainer is swift in retribution, and yet behold, he is indeed much forgiving, a dispenser of grace. 6. 161, 165. Here we suffice with this general discourse so that we may proceed to engage with the text in detail. And we gave Moses the book, completing our favour upon him who excelled, and as an explanation of all things, and as guidance and mercy, so that they might believe in the meeting with their sustainer. 6. 154. This verse is connected to what precedes it. Its interpretation is tied to the command. Say, come, let me convey unto you what your sustainer has forbidden you, that you associate nothing with him. 6. 151. And to the statement, and know that this is my straight path. 6. 153. The words, and we gave Moses the book, are likewise connected to these commands, as part of the message that the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was instructed to convey to them. Thus, the flow of the discourse remains coherent, as we have previously explained. The phrase, completing our favour upon him who excelled, is interpreted, as preferred by Ibn Jarir, to mean, we gave Moses the Torah as a completion of our blessings upon him, and as an extension of the favours we had bestowed upon him before, crowning our grace upon him for his excellence in obedience to his sustainer, and his fulfilment of the responsibilities of the divine law entrusted to him. As for, and as an explanation of all things, Qatada interpreted this to refer to the lawful and the unlawful, and as guidance and mercy, so that his people might find direction and come to believe in the meeting with their sustainer, and thus be graced with his mercy, shielding them from his punishment. This, then, was the purpose for which Moses was given the book, the same purpose for which your book has been sent down. And this is a blessed book that we have revealed, so follow it and be conscious of God, so that you may be graced with his mercy. 6. 155. Indeed, it is truly a blessed book, as we have already explained when this statement appeared earlier in the surah. And this is a blessed book which we have revealed, confirming that which came before it, so that you may warn the mother of cities and those around it. And those who believe in the hereafter believe in it, and they are ever mindful of their prayers. 6. 92. There, the mention of this book occurred in the context of the discussion on faith in its comprehensive sense. Here, it is mentioned in the context of the discussion on law, with a similarly worded statement. They are commanded to follow it, and their receipt of God's mercy is made conditional upon their adherence to it. The discourse here is wholly in the realm of divine law, following the earlier part of the surah, which dealt with the realm of faith. Thus, your argument is invalid, and your excuses avoided, by the revelation of this blessed book to you, as an elucidation of all things. It leaves no need for any source beyond it, nor does it leave any aspect of life unaddressed, so that you might claim a need to legislate for yourselves. Lest you say, the book was sent down only to two groups before us, and we were indeed unaware of their teachings. Or lest you say, if the book had been sent down to us, we would surely have been better guided than they. 6, 156, 157. Now the clear evidence has come to you from your sustainer, as well as guidance and mercy. So, who could be more wrong than one who denies God's revelations and turns away from them? We shall requite those who turn away from our revelations with dreadful suffering for their turning away. God, in his wisdom, willed that every messenger be sent to his people in their own language. And when the final message was to be revealed, God sent Muhammad, the seal of the prophets, as a messenger to all of humankind. Being the last of God's messengers, it was fitting that he be sent to all peoples. God thereby cuts off the argument of the Arabs, who might have said, Moses and Jesus were sent only to their respective peoples, and we were unaware of their scriptures, having no knowledge or concern for them. Had a book come to us in our own language, addressing us and warning us, we would have been better guided than the people of the book. Now this book has come to them, and so has a messenger from among themselves, though he is a messenger to all of humanity, bringing a book that is in itself clear evidence of its truth. It conveys truths that are clear and unambiguous, providing guidance in the midst of their confusion and mercy for them in both this world and the next. If this is so, who could be more unjust than one who denies God's revelations and turns away from them, despite their call to guidance, righteousness, and success? Who could be more unjust than one who deprives himself and others of this great good, spreading corruption in the land with the misguided concepts and laws of Jahiliyyah? Such people have an inherent flaw in their nature that inclines them away from truth, like the ailment that causes a camel to lean to one side, unable to stand upright. Indeed, they turn away from the truth and rectitude, just as a diseased camel swerves away from balance and straightness. And they deserve dreadful suffering for their turning away. We shall requite those who turn away from our revelations with dreadful suffering for their turning away. 6, 157. The Quranic expression employs such terms, originally drawn from sensory experience, to evoke their original meaning in the listener's perception. Here the term turn away, SDF, is derived from the camel's swerve due to an ailment. Similarly, the term turns his cheek, YSKHDH, is associated with a condition affecting camels and humans alike, whereby the afflicted cannot easily move their neck. Another term, their deeds come to naught, HBTT-LHM, is rooted in the image of a camel that eats poisonous plants, causing its belly to swell until it perishes. Such examples abound. The discourse proceeds to another dire warning, addressing their demand for signs and miracles as a prerequisite for belief. A similar theme occurred earlier in the surah, in the context of their rejection of the fundamental truths of faith. Here it is repeated in the context of their refusal to follow and adhere to God's law. Are they waiting for the angels to come to them, or for your sustainer to come, or for certain of your sustainer's signs to appear? On the day when certain of your sustainer's signs appear, no soul will benefit from its faith unless it had believed before or had earned some good through its faith. Say, wait then, we too are waiting. 6, 158. This is a clear and decisive threat. God's way has always been that when the demanded miracles are shown and the deniers still do not believe, they are annihilated. God warns them that if some of the signs they demand were to appear, their annihilation would follow. And on the day when certain of God's signs appear, it will be too late for any soul to benefit from faith it had not professed before or from deeds it had not performed in faith. Righteous action is always the companion and expression of true faith in the balance of Islam. Numerous reports suggest that the term "some of your sustainer's signs" refers to the portents of the hour, beyond which neither faith nor good deeds will avail. Specific signs have been mentioned in certain traditions. However, interpreting this verse in light of God's established patterns in this world is more fitting, as a similar statement appears earlier in the surah. And they say, "Why has no angel been sent down to him?" But if we had sent down an angel, the matter would have been settled, and no respite would have been granted to them. 6.8. It is noteworthy that the Quranic discourse reiterates in the context of divine law what was said earlier about faith and belief. This deliberate repetition underscores a specific truth that God's laws and patterns are consistent and unchanging. And this suffices as an interpretation without needing to resort to distant, unknown references to the unseen. After this, the discourse turns to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, to single him out alone, along with his religion, his law, his way, and his path, separating him from all the creeds, sects, and divisions that exist on earth, including the creed of the Arab idolaters. Indeed, those who have divided their religion and become sects, you are not of them in anything. Their affair is with God alone, then he will inform them of what they used to do. Quran 6, 159. Here lies the clear divergence between the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, his religion, his law, and his entire way, and all other creeds and sects. Whether it be the idolaters who were torn apart by the illusions of pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah, their traditions, customs, vendettas, and tribal rivalries splitting into factions, clans, tribes, and sub-tribes. Or whether it be the Jews and Christians who were divided by sectarian disputes into creeds, sects, camps, and even states. Or whether it be others, those who once existed, or those who will come to exist with their philosophies, ideologies, theories, beliefs, systems, and orders until the end of time. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has nothing to do with any of them. His religion is Islam. His law is that which is revealed in the Book of God, and his path is a distinct, unique, and independent one. This religion cannot mix with any other beliefs or ideologies, nor can its law and system blend with any other traditions, systems, or theories. There can never be two descriptions for any law, system, or order, one being Islamic and the other being something else. Never. Islam is nothing but Islam. The Islamic law is nothing but Islamic law. The Islamic social, political, or economic system is nothing but purely Islamic. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has absolutely no connection whatsoever to anything else until the end of time. The Muslim's stance toward any belief system that is not Islam is one of complete disassociation and rejection from the very first moment. Likewise, his stance toward any law, system, or order in which sovereignty does not belong to God alone, or in other words, where divinity and sustainership are not exclusively for God, is one of rejection and renunciation from the very outset. This is before even attempting to seek similarities or differences between such systems and what is found in Islam. Verily, the religion with God is Islam. Quran 3:19, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, is not of those who have divided their religion and failed to unite upon Islam. Indeed, the religion with God is the path and the law ordained by him. And the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has no part in those who take a path other than God's path, or a law other than God's law. Such is the matter as a whole, and so it appears at first glance without delving into the details. The case of those who divided their religion into sects, from whom the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has declared himself free, is governed by the judgment of God Most High. Their ultimate reckoning lies with him alone, and he shall hold them accountable for all that they used to do. Their affair is with God, then he will inform them of what they used to do. Quran 6, 159. And on the occasion of reckoning and recompense, God exalted is he proclaims what he has decreed upon himself. Mercy in the judgment of his servants. Thus, whoever comes with a good deed while believing, for there can be no good deed alongside disbelief, shall have tenfold its like. And whoever comes with an evil deed shall be recompensed only with its like. Your sustainer does not wrong anyone nor diminish their due. Whoever comes with a good deed will have 10 times its like. And whoever comes with an evil deed will not be recompensed except with its like, and they will not be wronged. Quran 6, 160. At the conclusion of the surah and of the lengthy discourse on the matter of legislation and divine sovereignty, there comes a gentle, melodious glorification, flowing with a rhythm beloved to the soul, yet decisive in its proclamation. The repeated refrain of say in verse after verse brings a profound resonance, touching the depths of the human heart with delicate, penetrating strokes, each one affirming the unity of God, the unity of the path and creed, the unity of direction and purpose, the unity of sustainership and divinity, the unity of servitude and worship. All this is coupled with a comprehensive vision of existence, its order, and its fundamental truths. Say, verily my prayer and my devotion, my living and my dying are for God, the sustainer of all worlds. He has no partner. Thus have I been commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. Quran 6, 162, 163. Say, shall I seek a sustainer other than God, while He is the sustainer of all things? And no soul earns anything except against itself, and no bearer of burdens will bear the burden of another. Then to your sustainer is your return, and he will inform you regarding that over which you used to differ. Quran 6, 164. And it is he who has made you successors upon the earth, and has raised some of you above others in rank to test you through what he has given you. Indeed, your sustainer is swift in punishment, and indeed he is forgiving, merciful. Quran 6, 165. This final commentary, which harmonizes beautifully with the opening of the Surah, weaves a magnificent and cohesive melody. It concludes the discourse on the matter of sacrificial offerings, vows and produce, and the false claims of pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah surrounding them, claims falsely attributed to the law of God. What significance, then, does this conclusion hold? It offers a meaning so clear that no further explanation is required after all that has preceded. Say, indeed, my sustainer has guided me to a straight path, a right religion, the way of Abraham, inclining toward truth. And he was not of those who associate others with God. Quran 6, 161. This is a proclamation that breathes gratitude, exudes confidence, and overflows with certainty in the verbal structure of worship and its deeper spiritual significance, confidence in the divine connection that guides and oversees, and gratitude for the guidance to the straight path, the path without crookedness or deviation, a right religion. This is the eternal religion of God, the same faith of Abraham, the father of this blessed Muslim community, devoted, pure-hearted, and ever turning to God. The way of Abraham, inclining toward truth, and he was not of those who associate others with God. Say, indeed, my prayer, my rituals of worship, my life and my death are all for God, the sustainer of all worlds. He has no partner. Thus have I been commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. It is the complete devotion to God, with every stirring in the heart, with every movement in life through prayer and devotion, through living and dying. It encompasses acts of worship and the reality of existence, of life and of death and what lies beyond. It is the sublime hymn of Tawhid, absolute oneness and devotion, an all-encompassing servitude that unites prayer, devotion, life and death, consecrating them all for the sake of God alone, the sustainer of all worlds, the sustainer, the sovereign, the guide, the nurturer, the planner, and the ultimate ruler of all realms. In this Islam, this complete submission, there remains nothing in the soul nor in life withheld from God's worship. Nothing is reserved from him, neither in the innermost heart nor in the outer reality. Thus have I been commanded, and I have listened and obeyed. I am the first of those who submit. Say, shall I seek a sustainer other than God, while he is the sustainer of all things? Every soul earns only for itself, and no bearer of burdens shall bear the burden of another. Then to your sustainer is your return, and he will inform you of that wherein you used to differ. This is a declaration that encompasses the heavens and the earth, and all that they contain, every being within them, whether known to humankind or hidden from their knowledge. It gathers within its scope every event, every existence, whether manifest or concealed. Yet above all, it envelops them under the canopy of God's sustainership, which extends over every entity in this vast and magnificent cosmos, binding them all to his absolute sovereignty, ascribing to him exclusive authority over belief, worship, and law. And then, in a tone of wonder and reproach, it asks, shall I seek a sustainer other than God, while he is the sustainer of all things? Shall I seek a sustainer other than God to govern me, to guide my affairs, to hold sway over me, to nurture me and direct me. When I am accountable for my own intentions and deeds, when I am judged according to what I earn, be it obedience or rebellion, shall I seek a sustainer other than God? When this entire cosmos is under his dominion, and I and all of you are encompassed by his sustainership, shall I seek a sustainer other than God? When every soul is recompensed for its deeds, and no one can bear the burden of another, no bearer of burdens shall bear the burden of another. Shall I seek a sustainer other than God? When to him alone is your ultimate return, and he alone will judge you regarding that over which you used to differ. Shall I seek a sustainer other than God? When he is the one who has appointed people as stewards on earth, raising some above others in intellect, strength and provision, to test them whether they will be grateful or ungrateful. Shall I seek a sustainer other than God? When he is swift in punishment, yet forgiving and merciful to those who turn to him in repentance, shall I seek a sustainer other than God? Shall I make his law subordinate to any other law, his command subordinate to any other command, his judgment subordinate to any other judgment? When all the signs and evidences around us bear witness, calling us to the undeniable truth that God alone is the one true sustainer, the sole sovereign, the only one worthy of worship? This is the hymn of Tawhid, soft and gentle, yet resounding and majestic. Through it shines the magnificent and awe-inspiring vision of faith, a vision that fills the heart of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. It is a vision so sublime in its beauty and so majestic in its splendor that no expression could do justice to it except the unique and unparalleled language of the Qur'an itself. It is the final rhythm in the context that addresses the issue of governance and divine law. It comes harmoniously aligned with the opening rhythms of the Surah, those which primarily focused on the question of faith and belief. Among them is the saying of God, "Exalted is He." Say, shall I take for myself a protector other than God, the originator of the heavens and the earth, who gives food and is not fed? Say, I have been commanded to be the first to submit, and not to be among those who associate others with him. Say, indeed, I fear, if I were to disobey my sustainer, the punishment of a tremendous day. Whoever is spared it on that day, he has certainly bestowed mercy upon him, and that is the clear triumph. And there are many other such verses in this surah. We do not need to reiterate what we have said repeatedly regarding the significance of these recurring pairs, which echo in the openings and conclusions of the surah. They represent diverse images of the same singular truth, a truth that manifests at one time as faith deeply rooted in the conscience, and at another as a way of life. Both forms, however, signify one and the same reality within the framework of this religion. But now, as we turn back, having reached the conclusion of the surah, to gaze upon its vast expanse, its towering height and its profound depths, we are awestruck by the immense scope and boundless dimensions of its themes. These themes stretch across what preceded in the seventh juz section, and extend to what we have encountered in this part, the eighth. Indeed, it is something truly colossal. And then we look at the surah's size. It is but so many pages, so many verses, so many sentences. Were this the work of human speech, such a limited space could never have contained even a fraction of this vast assemblage of truths, scenes, impressions and inspirations. And that is to say nothing of the miraculous level these truths themselves attain, nor of the sublime eloquence with which they are expressed. Indeed, this is a journey of vast horizons, profound depths, and immense dimensions, a journey that we have traversed with this surah. A journey through the great truths of existence, a journey that by itself suffices to provide the foundational elements of the Islamic worldview. It is the truth of God's divinity, resplendent in its majesty, beauty and grandeur. It is the truth of the cosmos, of life, and of that which lies beyond the veiled mysteries of the unseen, the hidden decrees of destiny, the will that erases and affirms, that creates and annihilates, that gives life and causes death, and that governs the movements of the universe, its creatures and humankind, according to its unfathomable wisdom. It is the truth of the human soul, with its depths and recesses, its paths and turns, its outward behaviors and hidden inclinations, its desires and cravings, its guidance and misguidance, and the whispers it receives from the devils among humans and jinn. It is about what leads it toward the paths of righteousness or plunges it into the abysses of error. It is a series of glimpses into the scenes of resurrection, the moments of gathering on the day of judgment, the instances of anguish and distress, and the moments of hope and rejoicing. It is a collection of vignettes from the history of humanity upon this earth, as well as snapshots from the history of the cosmos and life itself. It is a multitude of such portrayals that we cannot adequately summarize in this brief reflection, portrayals that can only be fully conveyed by the surah itself, in its unique flow and its astonishing artistry. Indeed, it is the blessed book, and this, without doubt, is one of its many blessings. And all praise belongs to God, the sustainer of all worlds.